Hello and a very warm welcome to our coverage of this Women's Metrobank One Day Cup fixture between Warwickshire and Surrey, coming to you live via the Match Centre on edgbaston.com and the Warwickshire CCC YouTube channel. My name is Aaron Files. Alongside me on commentary today is the excellent Sarah Ginn, and what an exciting day of 50 over cricket we've got in store for you right here at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground. Starting with the host Warwickshire, the Bears will be absolutely desperate to get their One Day Cup campaign back on track, following a string of 5 straight defeats, which sees them languishing in 7th place in the League One table. Whilst it may battle with only 5 matches remaining, a valuable victory over their London opponents today could be just the springboard needed to get the West Midlands outfit back in contention for a spot in the semi-finals come the final stretch of games in September. Standing in their way though are the ever-present juggernaut of Surrey County Cricket Club. Fresh off their 5-wicket victory over the Bears in Sunday's T20 Blast final, the Brown Caps will be brimming with confidence and ready to extend their unbeaten streak in the One Day Cup to 5 consecutive matches, following on from their last defeat in the competition against the Bears at Beckenham on the 4th of May. Will the Surrey freight train continue on its merry way, or can the Bears claw their way back into semi-final contention? I suppose we'll find out the answer to that question later on today, but one thing that we do know is that Surrey have won the toss and they've chosen to have a bowl first. So Sarah, before we get into the 2 lineups, first and foremost, great to have you here on commentary alongside me. The decision to win the toss, choose to bowl, we've had a little bit of inclement weather here in the second city. What do you make of that decision from the Brown Caps?
I think they're confident in their ability with the ball, and I think looking at the attack that they've got, they're confident they can get early wickets. The ball's going to do a bit. There's a lot of cloud coverage here, so there has been some rain in the air. The pitch possibly will dry up a little bit more later on, so yeah, I think it's a good call from them.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we'll keep our eyes peeled on the forecast. Hopefully it doesn't rain, not just because here in the commentary position we are a little bit exposed to weather, but of course we want to see a full day of action here in the Metrobank One Day Cup. And with that toss result in mind, let's now take a look at the 2 teams, starting with the host Warwickshire. So it'll be Meg Austin and Amu Surenkumar to open the batting. Davina Perrin is in at 3, Bethan Ellis in at 4, Abby Freeborn in at 5, Sophie Beach, the newcomer, in on a 2-week loan. She is in at number 6. Then you've got the wicketkeeper Nat Wraith, and the bowlers Izzy Wong, the captain Georgia Davis, Millie Taylor, and last but by no means least, Phoebe Brett. As for the visitors Surrey, of course, Bryony Smith, the captain, opening the batting alongside Kira Chatley. Alice Capsey is in at 3, Paige Schofield in at 4, overseas player from Australia Grace Harris is in at 5, Danny White-Hodge card in at 6. That is a very, very destructive batting lineup to say the least. In at 7 is Alice Monaghan, and then the bowlers are Phoebe Franklin, Kalia Moore, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, and last but by no means least, Danny Gregory. So that's a very strong looking Surrey team, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to be up against those if we're totally honest. I mean, Warwickshire obviously on the back of some defeats in this competition, but actually we do remember they are the last people to beat Surrey in this competition. So, you know, they will be going out in positive. They've had a good kind of last week or so. I know it's T20 and it's slightly different, but they should be on a high. They've exceeded expectations in that competition, and now they hope to do the same in the 50 overs.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it was an outstanding T20 campaign, wasn't it? As we just see the 2 sides entering the field here at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground. First time I've been here today, Sarah. Me ticking off a new ground, which is quite nice.
Yeah, it used to be the Mitchells and Butlers outground, and it went sort of off for a few years where it wasn't used for cricket, but more recently Warwickshire invested a lot of money to make it a really quality sort of second team ground for the men, and sort of an outground that they can use for the women's and the men's games. Anything that's happening within Warwickshire and Edgbaston, they can use this as the second ground, and it's an excellent facility.
Oh, most certainly is. It's a great place, isn't it? Good story as well about it. The club bought it for £1, quite similar to the Stamford Bridge origin in football for Chelsea. So yeah, an absolute pleasure to be here today. So we're almost ready to get underway I believe it will be Alice Monaghan with the new ball in hand. And in fact, opening the batting will be Bethan Ellis, wearing the number 7. And facing off against the first ball will be Meg Austin. So let's wait and see what this one has in store for us. Of course, Surrey currently sat in 4th place in the table, looking to cement that place in the semi-finals. As for the Bears, desperately in need of a victory just to get the campaign back on track. It's been 5 straight defeats since that victory down in Beckenham, so they'll be absolutely desperate to get back to winning ways here on home soil. Here we go then, it's Alice Monaghan from the Roebuck Road Ends bowling here to Meg Austin, and first delivery is a dot ball.
Yeah, that beat the bat early on. I mean, it's tricky to tell from our angle how wide or otherwise it is. We are sort of at a deep square at the moment. But yeah, some decent pace first up there from Monaghan, and Meg Austin will be perhaps feeling the heat a little bit after her last few innings, but she's a young player with a lot of experience behind her already, so she'll be backing herself to get some runs here.
She most certainly will. Monaghan again then, turning at the top of her mark, bowling here to Austin. Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, the confident swing says to me that it's not actually anywhere near the wickets, and perhaps a little bit outside off. Although maybe in a 50-over game you perhaps wouldn't be doing that first off, but yeah, I mean, no harm done so far.
Oh, absolutely. It's a longer format than you think, isn't it, 50-over cricket? Of course, in the modern era, you're looking at scores 300 plus and you think, right, we've got to go hammer and tongs right from the get-go, but there's time just to be patient, have a little bit of calmness and composure out in the middle. Monaghan again then it is to Austin. That one strays down the leg side, and that will be the first run for the Bears as a result of the wide.
The umpires are wearing a sort of I don't think you would describe it just as a purple really today. It's a nice colour, but it's sort of everybody's in a dark colour out there today, with Warwickshire back in their 50 overs, and of course Surrey now in the black strip for the 50 overs as well. And yeah, the umpire's wearing kind of quite an attractive purple, I'd say.
Certainly makes them stand out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
This beautiful outground, so leafy, full of foliage. Here is Monaghan, drops that one slightly shorter in comparison, and that is back-to-back wide. So Warwickshire now 2 without loss.
Yeah, so perhaps those first couple were slightly wide as well, because that one's obviously gone slightly down on the offside as opposed to the one that about form cricket and being there and being in the middle and time spent there. So actually being able to play for perhaps a slightly lower level county in the Tier 2 system, but getting runs on the board and getting time in the middle is definitely a bonus.
It most certainly is. So we're just getting ready for the second over here. Will be Rhiannon McDonald-Gay with the ball in hand. That's a lovely shot first up, just beats the effort of the fielder. And Bethan Ellis gets the first boundary on the board for the home side. Warwickshire move on to 9 without loss.
There was a dive from a backward point there, didn't quite perhaps time that as well as they could do in the field. Just went through her a little bit for the first 4, and say Caps will perhaps be disappointed with that effort from herself. But it's early on in the game, and you know the ball comes to you quick like that, and it's sort of still a little bit of a shock sometimes early on.
It was very nicely timed though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From Bethan Ellis, made a real crack off the bat. Here is McDonald-Gay. Follows up with a dot ball. Always what you want as a bowler, isn't it? After going for the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think that was a good shot rather than a bad ball. It was a little bit of width, and Bethan Ellis likes it square of the wicket there. So, yeah, it was a good shot, but I don't think the bowler will be too disappointed with that.
No, absolutely not. Sometimes you just have to tip your cap, don't you?
Yeah, and of course there's only 2 players outside the ring, and they haven't got anyone on this deep offside. They've got a deep square and a deep third at the moment, so there are definitely gaps to be had.
Well, here is McDonald-Gay again. Just chopped off the inside edge. Bears come through for an easy single. Keep that scoreboard ticking along. 10 without loss.
Yeah, that wasn't perhaps quite as well timed as the shot before, but I think Bethan would be happy to take that. So it's a sort of a bottom edge towards the short fine leg fielder. But yeah, a run's a run at the end of the day.
It most certainly is. Doesn't matter how it's chalked up in the scorecard, does it?
No.
Or in the scorer's book. A run is a run, they all count. Here is McDonald-Gay to Austin. Oh, and that is again a genuine flash of the bat. Just beats the dive of Kira Chatley. Will it be cut off? Yes, it will.
Oh, there's a little bit of a misunderstanding there between the 2 batters, but Ellis safely back into her crease there.
Yeah, it was the hesitation, wasn't it? They thought it'd gone to the boundary rope. That's why they didn't run the second run quicker than perhaps they should have done.
Yeah, and I think that would have been a sort of not a great start for Warwickshire there if that had been an understanding that got the wicket. But say all safely back and all is well.
Absolutely. So score now moves on to 11 for none. McDonald-Gay is to continue. Another swing and a miss there from Bethan Ellis.
Yeah, it's that nice sound straight into the keeper's gloves there. It's travelling nicely across this pitch here. So this outground looking as good as any that I've ever been to. And I say, Aaron, I think you might have been to a few more. But yeah, it's Warwickshire are lucky to have this ground, and it plays just as a professional ground would do.
Oh, it is. It's a lovely batting surface. That's what I've been told. Here is McDonald-Gay then to round out over number 2, or not. That should be a wide, and indeed it is signalled by the umpires. So we'll have to re-bowl that one. Warwickshire now 12 without loss.
A little muted appeal there that somebody may have heard something going down the leg side, but the umpire obviously thought differently after the batter, so that, yeah, given us a wide to add on to the total.
Well, that has just been tickled. Very fine. Beats the dive of the fielder. And that will be a second boundary for the Bears. Great way to round off what has been a very good second over for the home side. Goes for 11 runs. Bears move to 16 without loss.
Yeah, sort of a slightly less wide than the one before, but still a little bit down the leg side. But Ellis making the most of it by getting a little tickle of the bat and sending it for 4. So yeah, a good second over, and I say Warwickshire off to a decent start after 2 overs. So yeah, 16 for none. Yeah, it can't be bad.
Certainly isn't. By my maths, if we extrapolate it, 8 runs and over 50 gets you up to 400.
Wow.
Can certainly do worse than that. Of course, though, as we said right at the beginning of the broadcast, 50 over cricket, it changes, and it changes quickly, doesn't it? You can get off to a great start, 50 or 100 partnership, and all it takes is back-to-back wickets, and suddenly you're pegged back a little bit. So, interested to see what the Bears' approach is today. As we said, it is an absolute belter of a surface here in Birmingham. Here is Monaghan again to Austin, plays that with nice soft hands. Guides it down to the fielder for no run.
Yeah, Austin looking a little bit displeased with herself that it didn't go for any runs, but I think at this stage in the 50 over game, just keeping that out and being solid in the defence is as good as anything.
Certainly is. Watchful, I think that's the word, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think coming off the back of the T20 campaign that both of these sides are, it does take a little bit while to get your head around that now we're in 50 over cricket and we're playing this in a different way.
Here is Monaghan again to Austin and goes straight through. Surrey get their first wickets of the game here at Portland Road. Alice Monaghan with an absolute beauty, jagging it back in towards Meg Austin's stumps. And the Bears lose their first wicket. Warwickshire 16 for 1 here in the third over.
Yeah, I think Austin may have thought that was going down the leg side, went to sort of play it off her legs, and it kind of taken the middle stump. We can see it's kind of not out the ground, but it's definitely had some movement there. It's sort of folded back in our direction, and yeah, Austin obviously disappointed with herself there, but it was an excellent ball from Monaghan. It
certainly was. Really, really nice bowling that. So Meg Austin departs for 2 from 7 deliveries. Warwickshire 16 for 1, and what a start that is for Surrey. Getting an early wicket on the board always helps in this format. So carded in at number 3 and walking out to the middle now is Amu Surenkumar, someone, Sarah, who you've seen quite a bit of so far this summer.
Well, she does play at rugby school, and I coach at Solihull School, and unfortunately we've come up across against rugby a couple of times, well 3 times in 3 competitions, and it's 3-0 to rugby at the moment. Yeah, Amu actually I think had an exam on the morning of one of the games, therefore couldn't play for Warwickshire, so unfortunately had to play in the school game in the afternoon against our school, and well, it was an impressive 50 that she scored in the 100 ball competition quite quickly. I think we did get her out eventually, but not until the game was probably beyond our reach, unfortunately.
Well, she is a fine player, isn't she? Mm-hmm. Of course, was a member of that England under-19 side at the World Cup in Malaysia a little bit earlier on this season. Definitely has a bright future, does the former Sunriser. Here is Monaghan then, bowling here to Surenkumar. Just dabs that one down towards backward points for no run.
Yeah, and she probably will be slightly nervous. I mean, this is quite sort of a key role coming in at number 3 for a senior side when you're still only 18 years of age. But as we said, plenty of experience playing for a country and for obviously her school, but club, and you know all these games. These girls are now playing plenty of games by the time they reach 18, 19. But it doesn't take away from the occasion that this is coming in at number 3 in a Tier 1 county cricket game.
Here is Monaghan. Surenkumar steps into that nice stride, plays it on the front foot for no run. And of course it's Surrey. I mean, Surrey this season have been absolutely impeccable. Of course, finalists in the T20 County Cup, top 4 currently in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and the victors on finals day against the Bears. I mean, this is a big occasion, isn't it, to bat at number 3 against the Brown Caps.
Yeah, and I think you're going out feeling the pressure a little bit, but the 16 on the scoreboard after those first couple of overs will at least give us some relief that there's not the pressure to put the runs on the board. It's more that in your own head of making sure you do yourself proud and do yourself justice, and you know, don't give your wicket away. I think there's still plenty of time in the game, so there's no rush. It's just to get those nerves out the way and then start playing your own game.
100% comes back to that. Keep on having 50 over cricket, a lot longer than you think it is. There is time to just accumulate as opposed to going full metal. Tell you what, this has been a fine over though from Alice Monaghan so far. And that is yet another dot ball. Wicket maiden in the third. So Warwickshire remain 16 for 1. Surenkumar out there on an unbeaten 0. Bethan Ellis, the opening bat, on 6 from 7.
Yeah, that delivery, that last one there, particularly sort of moved away from the bat, and quite a little bit of bounce here on this this wicket. Of course, it's been a really dry summer all round, and
just flashes that through the offside absolutely gloriously. Bears move on to 20 for 1 here in the fourth.
just a little bit full there, I think, and Ellis likes that ball, and it's gone straight, sort of slightly behind where the board went, but still, she's very strong on this this sort of region here.
Most certainly is. Always enjoy watching Bethan Ellis bat. That's of course for Warwickshire or for Glamorgan, where she's spent that time on loan in 2025. Real air of class about the way in which she operates and takes the attack to opposition bowlers.
And she does work really hard on her game. She's always been that way, and puts all the efforts in with the fitness, with everything else. Not perhaps a natural hard hitter of the ball as some people, but she's I think a little bit underrated in that she works really hard, and say she's got a lot of shots, effective shots in her locker.
Most certainly has. Fine cricketer to be opening the batting here for the home side. But that is the end of her race here at Portland Road. Goes on to the leg stump, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay has got Surrey's second. Ellis departs for 10 runs, and Surrey have got their second. Warwickshire 21 for 2 here in the fourth.
Yeah, just as we were saying all of those things, I think it was a little bit unlucky. I do feel like that came off the bat, so we're waiting for the live stream to catch up in front of us, but I think that was sort of played onto the wickets by Bethan Ellis, but she's disappointed in that.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate dismissal, isn't it? Especially considering just how good she'd looked up until that point. Got 3 lovely boundaries. Of course, one of them went down for leg byes, but yeah, that is a big wicket for Warwickshire to lose. So it will be Davina Perrin coming in at number 4. Of course, Davina having a fantastic season so far across the T20 County Cup, was the Bears' leading run scorer in the T20 Blast as well. I mean, if anybody is to get big runs, you would expect it to be Davina Perrin.
Yeah, you would back her any day of the week. I mean, she's a class player. She hits the ball into sort of, I think you call it a 360 player nowadays. She hits the ball in all sorts of areas of the ground. I think she hits it strong. She plays through the V really well, but she also, her mindset is fantastic, and I think you can't take it away from at such a young age that she's got some confidence about her, and it helps her in the middle, definitely, that she backs herself every time she takes the stand.
No, she is again a fine cricketer, is Davina Perrin. Of course, came up through the Staffordshire pathway.
Yeah, as did Meg Austin, who we saw earlier on. I think Perrin, when I was coaching at Warwickshire, at the crease, Davina Perrin always sort of moving, very athletic. She's a very good fielder, but yeah, she's popped that down to backward and got her first run on the board. But she's always been a prolific run scorer, even from a very sort of 11, 12-year-old. You'd think, here she goes, and off she goes again, and off you are watching her score lots of runs. But it's a joy that now she's in a Warwickshire shirt doing exactly the same.
Again, great bowling that from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. It's that corridor of uncertainty, the avenue of apprehension.
Yeah, it's that kind of, do I go backwards, do I go forwards, what do I do to that ball? And ended up, I think, Emery not actually putting bat on ball, but at least not getting any sort of edge on it. So I think that's probably honours even there.
Oh, most certainly is. Really good comeback this though, isn't it, from McDonald-Gay? After that first over, went for 11. Here she is to Surrey Kumar. Strays a little bit too much down the leg side with that delivery, so that will have to be re-bowled. Wide given by the umpire. And yeah, just to touch upon the conversation with Davina Perrin. Already spoke about her prolific run scoring this season, but you flash back to 2024, leading run scorer for the Sparks in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And of course this year, at that Under-19 World Cup for England, second leading run scorer overall in the tournament. Surrey Kumar, there's a big appeal there from McDonald-Gay. Looked a little bit high from our position here in the comms area at Portland Road, so no damage done there for the home side. But again, good bowling this from the England international.
Yeah, I think There's no bad balls really here. There's been a couple of balls that have swayed down the leg side, but you still get the impression that they're bowling to a plan to the batters. And yes, sometimes it does just sway a little bit down there or swings a little bit too much. But yeah, they're putting the pressure on the batters with the amount of good balls that they're bowling in and around. Ooh.
Well, the pressure is telling, isn't it? It really is telling, Sarah. That is a third wicket to fall for Warwickshire, and Amo Surinkum. I mean, this has been an exceptional over from Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, really testing all areas, and in the end the pressure really getting the better of the Bears number 3. So Warwickshire 22 for 3 here in over number 4. It's 2 wickets in the over as well for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, and Surrey absolutely in the ascendancy here in the early stages at Portland Road.
Yeah, you'd have to say that Soren Kumar perhaps didn't look settled throughout her innings there. We did talk about this big occasion, but I do still think she's a talented cricketer and her time will come, and these sorts of things, I think you clock up to experience. Sometimes the pressure was on her and she perhaps didn't play the right shot to the right ball, but it's all learning. And yeah, unfortunately it does leave Warwickshire 23 for 3, but you know we've got Abby Freeborn coming in now, who's a strong batter who's scored lots of runs, and of course Perrin at the other end who can perhaps take this to the opposition by herself.
Most definitely, and Freeborn herself has had a very good season for Warwickshire in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. 306 runs, averaging a touch under 40 in these first 9 matches, includes 350 plus scores, and she is also the leading run scorer for the club in the competition. So I know it's the cliche position to have in the comms box, but this is a big partnership, isn't it, for the 5th wicket?
Oh yes, and I think Freeborn and Perrin have both opened the bat, and in their time they've both been sort of anywhere in the top 5, and they're both more than capable of scoring big runs here for the Bears. It's just a case of a bit of a rebuild now, I think, and we keep saying this 50 overs is longer, but there's still 44 overs remaining for them to get a good score here, and let's just hope that they build a partnership.
Most definitely. As for Alice Monaghan and Surrey though, of course it'll be more of the same, getting some additional wickets. And Monaghan, I tell you what, after that early struggle, just trying to find the line, she's been absolutely pinpoint with her accuracy here.
Yeah, and she's getting the ball to nicely swing away at times, and I think she's also got a lot of variation in her bowling, and any sort of young bowler watching this today can learn that, you know, those variations and things are key. Yes, you can get your line and length great, but then it's all that guessing game, batter v bowler, and I think she's on top of that at the moment.
No, it is. It's a great game of cat and mouse, isn't it? 50 over cricket. Here is Monaghan then to Davina Perrin. Just squeezed off the outside edge of the willow down towards deep third. So it keeps the scoreboard moving along. Bears now 24 for 3. Of course, in what is a must-win game. We spoke about this at the top of the programme. Still 5 matches, including this one, remaining in the campaign. The Bears currently sat on 11 points, 7th position in the table. Surrey, their opponents, on 20 points, currently occupying that 4th and final spot for the semi-finals. So we shall wait and see what happens. Plenty of time left in this game, but this is the ideal start for the London-based outfit as Monaghan gets ready to bowl here once more for the first time to Abby Freeborn, and well, rather bizarrely, loses the ball and has a little bit of a chuckle there with her teammates and the umpires alike.
Yeah, it kind of only made it a couple of yards down the wicket. It's almost as if it came out the top of her hand there, and umpires obviously called it a dead ball. And yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there, but yeah, it's a good laugh amongst this Surrey. You can see they're very busy anyway, and that's just added to their sort of a camaraderie, I guess, across the fielding side there. Don't think she could do that again if she tried.
No, be an impressive trick shot, wouldn't it? Well, here we go then. Take 2 for Alice Monaghan from the Roebuck Road ends. Goes very full on that one, just pushed forward by Abby Freeborn for no run. Of course, Freeborn so experienced in this format as well. Had all years playing for Staffordshire and Sussex. Was an integral member of the Central Sparks across competitions. And as we mentioned, she's been in excellent form so far this season. So I don't think the pressure should tell too much at this point. She knows there's still 40 plus overs to get a good score on the board as Monaghan bowls here to Freeborn. Again, looking to take that positive approach on the offside, but feels like a good player to have in the middle, doesn't she, Abby Freeborn, at this stage?
Yeah, she's got a good head on her shoulders. She realises she's got a lot of time here, and I'm not sure actually whether she's played. She didn't play in the second half of the T20 campaign, so I didn't see her out on loan to any other county. But you'd hope that she'd be still keeping up her cricket playing, in various other games that are available. But let's hope that she's still in very good form.
What a piece of fielding that is from Grace Harris. Goodness me. Like a Venus flytrap. Just plucks it mid-air.
I think anyone was thinking that was going down towards a third for at least a couple of runs there. But yes, very sharp fielding in. I think it came from our angle, tricky to tell, but perhaps a first or second slip there. But yeah, one bounce and just took it cleanly. And there was a chance of a run out then if they'd have gone.
There was. That is an outstanding piece of fielding from the Aussie. Of course, great to see her here at Portland Road today. Had an excellent campaign in the T20 Blast. One of the real marquee signings in the summer of 2025 here in League One. Here is Monaghan to Freeborn. That's an excellent shot from the Bears. Number 5 just caresses it through the covers. Chase on here for the fielders. Going down that slope. They've come back for 2. Will be cut off by the fielder though. So that is just 2 more runs to add to the total. Good way for the Bears to round out over number 5. Warwickshire 26 for 3.
Yes, I'm just trying to have a look at some of the scores throughout the country because, of course, there's other games going on. Hampshire are currently 28 for 2 against the Blaze. Lancashire 27 for none against Essex, and Durham 30 for 1 against Somerset. So, this competition is heating up, and looks like some other interesting games across the group.
Oh, there certainly are. I mean, the one which immediately stands out from that cluster is Hampshire versus the Blaze. The Blaze, the current table toppers, Hampshire in seconds. Proper clash that, isn't it, at this stage of the season, as McDonald Gay prepares the bowl here from the City Road ends. Testing Davina Perrin on the pads. Will just be a dot ball.
Yeah, and just looking at the scorecard, both Southby and Bouchier are out to McCarthy early on, but of course there's a little bit of a name at number 3 there for Hampshire that you perhaps wouldn't want coming in there. So Release Perry is batting with the very experienced Georgia Adams. So yeah, you'd put money on at least a few runs with that partnership.
Tell you what, that is some top 4, isn't it, for Hampshire? Southby, Bouchier, Perry and Adams. Goodness me. Perrin plays that one defensively off the back foot. And of course, with regards to the other matches as well, Lancashire still very much in the conversation for the semi-finals. They're currently stood in 3rd position in the League One standings. Essex, currently at the bottom, will take something very, very special for the South Eastern outfit to claw their way back in. But again, still 5 matches to go. And then Somerset versus Durham, those 2 in the chasing pack for the top 4. As McDonald Gay sends that one wide.
Yeah, it's one.
The structure works this season. The top 4 advance through to the semi-finals. They take place on Wednesday the 17th of September. And of course the winners of those respective matches go through to the final on the 21st at the Utilita Bowl, as McDonald Gay continues to impress here. I mean, 2 for 14 already in this, her 3rd over. Absolutely marvellous start this for the Brown Caps, and she has backed Monaghan absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good opening bowling partnership here. I mean, it's so they're not giving you many chances to score at all, and this might be definitely putting the pressure on the Warwickshire on these batters, as that's fielded nicely at point by Alice Capsey. Yeah, there's definitely no sort of freebies or chances going here, and these girls don't have to work for their runs.
They most certainly are, and actually that's a great point you make there, Sarah. In terms of bad deliveries, there really haven't been too many, have there, since the wicket of Austin early doors?
No, and I And the 19, I believe, that she against Scotland, where
Yep.
she scored some runs as well. So yeah, she's definitely in form with the bat. But again, as we talked about with these young players, this is a big stage for them, and it'll be interesting to see how she copes with this here.
Most definitely will. But a fine young cricketer is Sophie Beach.
Yes, and another one that we've come across in schoolgirl cricket as well, plays at Denstone College, and definitely is their sort of lead bowler, lead batter, everything else.
Well, she's struck on the pad first ball. There could be a shot at the stumps here from Phoebe Franklin. Hits! Decision for the umpire to make. And it's another wicket to fall. An outstanding piece of fielding from Phoebe Franklin. Sees the departure of Sophie Beach on her very first delivery. Ran out at the non-striker's ends. And Warwickshire now in all sorts of trouble on a score of 32 for 5.
Yeah, and you just have to ask yourself whether the run was needed there at that sort of time. And Sophie Beach definitely, in her first ball at the crease, wasn't perhaps ready and looking for that run. Davina Perrin, as we discussed, quite a good athlete, and it's safe that she could get down the other end. But unfortunately, the direct hit has sent Beach straight back to the pavilion.
Well, that is an unbelievable piece of fielding from Phoebe Franklin. The pickup was so clean and laser-like with the precision, targeting those stumps. Rockets it into the woodwork. And now this is turning into an excellent over for the visitors. So Nat Wraith, the Bears keeper, comes into the mix.
Yeah, and again, some experience here. So Nat is a little bit older than the other two, and she's got a lot of experience under her belt. Has come to the Bears this year and made a real impact behind the stumps and with bat in hand. Previously at Western Storm, and had a key role there, but has taken this role in the Bears and taken the gloves from Freeborn and done really, really well. But I don't think she would be expecting to be in the sixth over of the game here with the Bears. 32 for 5.
No, definitely not. Ideal start though, isn't it, for Surrey? Of course, they're looking to cement their place in that top 4. Here is Monaghan to round out the over. It's been called as a no ball.
Yeah, looked a little bit of extra pace on that one there, but was just going down the leg side, and our first free hit of the game.
Yep. Certainly is. Just overstepped there, did Monaghan. Either way, though, this has been a quite magnificent start, hasn't it, for Surrey? I mean, Monaghan and McDonald-Gay delivering exactly what you want as a captain. I bet Bryony Smith at the moment is absolutely elated.
Yeah, well, you can see the buzz in this Surrey field, and that was you could see that in the run out. They're very confident in their own ability, pick that up straight at the stumps. And so sort of a slower ball for that free hit then, but the line wasn't right, so it's a wide, so the free hit will continue. You could see what she was trying to do there, but it didn't quite come off for her. But again, going back to those younger bowlers perhaps watching that game, there's no harm in trying that. It's a good confident call from her. I put the slower ball in there even though it is a free hit, and yeah, it didn't work, but it's no harm done.
Could be a big delivery though, couldn't it, this? Just to round out the 7th over. Feels like an action ball is coming up. It's Monaghan to Perrin. Big swing of the bat, nestles into the gloves of Kira Chatley behind the stumps, and that will be the end of over number 7. So Warwickshire move on to a score of 34 for 5. Alice Monaghan, look at those figures. I mean, goodness gracious me, absolutely stupendous so far. 2 for 15 from her 4 overs.
Yeah, and I think a certain number of those are the extras as well that she has bowled. So actually off the bat, there's not been really a kind of a shot in anger. And there's been a couple of 4s early on from Beth and Ellis down the other end, but she's been very tight in her line and length, and it's definitely shown with those figures.
It really has, and so too has McDonald-Gay. Just been so disciplined, haven't they, so far, the 2 Surrey opening bowlers. And it will be McDonald-Gay here from the City Road end, bowling to Nat Wraith, who watches that one behind. Good take by Kira Chatley, diving low to her left.
Yeah, I think that, say from our vantage point, tricky, but the dive that Chatley put in there, that looked like it was quite considerably wide of the leg stump there, and well left alone by Nat Wraith, and So no quick single then from Perrin either, so that's a good thing.
Here's take 2 then for Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. That one is just carved away by Nat Wraith. There's a chase on for the fielder. It's one which Gregory cannot win. And that is a much needed boundary for the home side. Warwickshire move on to 39 for 5 here in the 8th over.
Yeah, that was a nicely timed shot through backward there, and so again that poor fielder Gregory's not had much luck so far, but that one was hit really hard and nicely. I think she would be struggling to get there at any point.
Yeah, that would have taken a colossal effort, to be honest. Really hit hard there by Nat Wraith. How can McDonald-Gay respond after that? Shorter than the previous one. Wraith attempts to go for the shot, but watches it behind for no run.
Yeah, I think she got her hands out of the way just in time there, and the danger of a small edge if she'd have kept their hands in there. But yeah, I think she decided against that just about the right time.
Yeah, good judgment, wasn't it? And a nice forward defensive stroke there from Nat Wraith, who's had a good tournament herself. 211 runs so far for Warwickshire in the One Day Cup. Certainly been an integral pillar of this batting lineup. Usually gets those handy middle to late order runs, which every single team desperately requires, regardless of the format. And again, he's one of those cricketers has plenty of shots in the locker. Particular fan of a pull shot. As McDonald-Gay bowls here to Wraith. Really well controlled, plays it with soft hands, penetrates the gap through points and nestles against the rope for 4 runs. Excellent shot that from Nat Wraith as the Bears move on to 43 for 5.
Yeah, and that's a great example. Power doesn't necessarily win you the day. She just used her wrists and her hands there really nicely and just placed the ball through the fielders for 4 runs, and that's where Nat Wraith is a good player. She times the ball really well. She doesn't have to hit it as strongly as some of these players, but she's still very effective in the way she does it.
Well, that one very full from McDonald-Gay. Almost picked up nonchalantly there by Alice Capsey with the right hands. Restricts it to no run.
I think Wraith will be pleased enough with her own start here, and she's just say coming in at number 7 in this over. She's got plenty of time here to make a real difference to the game.
Well, that one will be given as a wide. Can see the logic there from McDonald-Gay, especially after the previous couple of deliveries, targeting those stumps, trying to bring them into play. Just a little bit too wide, overcorrected with that particular delivery, but still a really good start this for the Brown Caps, and work to be done here for the hosts. So the Bears move on to 44 for 5. Well, for a second I thought they would have scampered through for the quick single, but wisdom dictates that there was never a run on there. So that will be a dot ball to round out the 8th over here at Portland Road. Warwickshire 44 for 5 with Nat Wraith on 8 and Davina Perrin on 2.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down start, hasn't it? We thought after the first couple of overs that Warwickshire were looking good, but so as soon as these Surrey bowlers found that line and length, then there's been a lot of dangerous deliveries, and as we've seen, a lot of stumps going flying, unfortunately. And of course, that run out to finish the last, which was absolutely sensational bit of fielding, has really shown the Surrey side for the quality that they are.
Certainly has. Still in awe, to be honest, of that piece of fielding from Phoebe Franklin. She was off balance as well when she took it. Don't know how on earth she connected with the stumps. Here is Monaghan from the Roebuck Road ends. Lovely bit of bounce and carry with that delivery, and as a seam bowler, just makes you a little bit more excited seeing a delivery act like that.
Yeah, and it's a nice bit of bounce and going straight through to the keeper. And always when the keeper takes it, sort of almost reverse hands and quite high, you sort of think that's a good delivery there. And so Perrin wisely getting out the way of that and just letting it travel through. But yes, she's looking continuing to look dangerous with the ball.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional start, this, hasn't it, from Alice Monaghan? Those figures of 2 for 15 from her 4.1 overs so far. Here she is, bowling to Davina Perrin. How do you think Perrin will actually set up this innings? I know that's quite a big question, Sarah, at this stage, because we've seen Davina in the past almost be the aggressor, be the attacking option, whether that is 50-over cricket or T20s, but she knows that she's a key wicket here. How do you think she'll go about her approach in the situation at the minute?
Well, I think we know her history. When we look at her previous performances, we think she's a big hitter and she's an aggressor, but she is also an accumulator. She can do a job, and she's played enough cricket to know that what she's got to do here at this point in the game. And what she does have in her favour is she backs herself. She's very confident, and she'll still be believing that she can win this game for them. And that's the kind of the greatness of youth, and she's a very talented cricketer, and she has been in the situation before. And I don't think it'll be worrying her too much. I think I don't think she'll be refraining from those shots. If the bad ball's there, she'll still be hitting them, and why not? It's just I think it'd be pretty much business as normal for her.
Well, that one very full from Monaghan, thunders into the pads. Appeared to be going down the leg side, judging by the reaction of umpires and players alike. So just a dot ball as the sun begins to peek through here at Portland Road. Of course, very inclement weather forecast today. We hope that those stormy clouds do pass and we get a full day of cricket, but it would be nice if the sunshine could just stick around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's one of those days where you're never quite sure, jumper on, jumper off. But yeah, nice to see that the sun come out over this ground.
Monaghan really testing Perrin here. Just guides that off the bat face down towards Danny White-Hodge for no run. I mean, what a glorious ground this is as well. It's a real hidden gem, isn't it, in Birmingham?
Yeah, it's so they spend a lot of time and effort, not just obviously the money that you have to put in to get these grounds up to scratch, but they've got a good dedicated ground staff team that work out of Portland Road as well as out of Edgbaston with an overall seeing it over the whole grounds. But yeah, this is as good as any first class track here.
No, it is. It's an absolute belter of a surface. The ground staff should be very, very happy with the job they've done. And look, runs are there to be scored. It's just been an excellent start, this, with the ball in hand from Surrey. And it's that typical thing, isn't it? When you lose a lot of early wickets, there has to be that period of rebuild. You can't just go out there and be aggressive every single ball, because if you continue to lose those wickets in clumps, you're looking at a very lowly total. So it's going to be that game of cat and mouse for the next few overs as Monaghan readies herself here from the Roebuck Road ends. Bangs that one in shorter, and that is an outstanding shot from Davina Perrin. Work to be done on the boundary. They've run the first two hard. I think it will just be two. Indeed it is. So the Bears tick ever closer to reaching that team half century. And at the end of 9 overs, the home side 47 for 5.
Yeah, and looking at those last few deliveries, you do think they've got a plan to Perrin to put it in a little bit shorter and then sort of play to a slightly different way. We looked at when they bowled to Freeborn, it was very full and getting those wickets. So it definitely looks like Surrey have got a clear plan for all of these batters, and these bowlers are more than capable of executing it, as we've seen so far.
They most definitely are.
We've seen a change here, I believe.
We certainly are. I think it should be Phoebe Franklin coming on to bowl here from the City Road ends. Also changing the field as well with regards to the approach. Deep square leg out there and a deep cover point or deep point. Again, we are at a little bit of an angle here in the commentary position. And that first ball is a full toss. Just work down towards Kalia Moore for the single.
Yes, of course, we've still only got 2 out, but they're choosing because Phoebe Franklin's got slightly less pace on the ball to bring up the fielders behind and put the sort of squarer fielders out on the boundary. And obviously we've seen Wraith play it to where Clearmore's standing here at point cover region, so perhaps a wise move for the batter, and it's staying the same for Perrin now she's on strike.
That one just a little bit of pace taken off, keeps low on this surface. Well taken by Chatley, so that'll be a dot ball. Yeah, Phoebe Franklin, Sarah, you mentioned it earlier on, but the change of bowlers that Surrey have at their disposal. I mean, Phoebe's been there and done it. She's a veteran, isn't she, in the formats. Been playing county cricket for years and a very canny operator with the ball.
Yeah, she's one of these ones that you think that this county cricket scene was all for, and a professional in the game as that goes away for 4 through the third area, so that third and fine now up, so it's not much of a chance to stop that, and it races away to the boundary for a 4. But yeah, Franklin's one of those players that you think this sort of game and this tier 1 system and getting the more professionals in the game, and it's for people like her that are now being able to pursue a career in cricket and take their game to the next level. And we've seen a great improvement in players such as her over the past few years as the game's got more and more professional.
Oh, we certainly have. Fine bowler. Perrin just leans into that one, plays it out towards Clearmore on the point boundary. Another single taken, of course. As a result of that boundary, the team 50 coming up for Warwickshire. Just the beginnings of what could be a pretty big partnership here for the Bears. Certainly in terms of the personnel out there.
They'll be certainly hoping so, and so both of these players more than capable of scoring the runs. And
that's a lovely shot. You can hear the reaction. Absolutely pitch perfect that from Nat Wraith. Just guides the ball. Beautiful placement.
Yeah, and it's that looking for the gaps rather than looking at the fielders. That's 2 or 3 shots she's played now with precision, just straight through. I think if we had the correct angle, you'd see that was probably going straight between those fielders, almost equidistance between them.
Well, how does Franklin respond after that? That one just clubbed into the ground and ricochets back to Kira Chatley. So that'll be the end of over number 10, at the end of which Warwickshire 57 for 5 here at Portland Road.
Yeah, and the runs aren't an issue, are they? I mean, you're thinking that actually if you said you'd have 57 runs after the first 10 overs, you'd be quite pleased with that. So unfortunately the wickets column that's letting Warwickshire down a little bit there. I think we're seeing a double change of the bowling here, so yeah, and I think Warwick should be pleased with just that last over then before the end of the power play, that there was a little bit more pace on. So it looks like it is turning a little bit for these bowlers. And Clearmore won't be too bothered about that. I don't think that was an incredibly true hit of the bat there. So I think that's her finding the measure of Perrin and finding where she can bowl to here. It's more into Perrin, who's gone hitting that forward now, but for no run again. So it's interesting to see Perrin uses the crease really well to the spin. As she said, we've seen her come down and rock all the way back, but what's important is she's using the depth of the crease really well, so she's not just taking a small step either way. She's so again we see her using her feet, and she's hit that over the top. Has it gone for 6? No, I think it's a 4. It's a great shot over mid-off for 4, and that was where Grace Harris went back and forward, and then she's gone forward again, and it's gone over the top of her for 4, and that was a fantastic shot from Perrin to find a well-needed boundary.
Certainly was, and it has brought about the change in the field. So Harris now back on the fence, but it's a real sign of intent, isn't it, to not allow the spinner
as Davina Perrin, and that's a great shot for 4 there. Yeah, she's definitely the key wicket here. You'd be thinking once we've got her, you're looking on top, but so she could take this game to them here. There's more back in, and she uses her feet again nicely there, just sending it down to the deep cover boundary for a single. But it's almost like you can't tell what shot she's going to play until she actually plays it. She plays it so well and so late that even though you can see her use her feet, she can still manipulate her wrists and use those different spaces, which keeps you guessing as a fielder, that's for certain. As the fielder's adjusted for Wraith, and they come up. So Grace Harris has come up to mid-off. Wraith a little bit more of a watchful batter and just dabs that into the offside for no run. Might be time to take the jumper off, it's getting a little bit warm here. So it's definitely the best part of the day so far. It's a nice shot there from Wraith, but say just finding the singles here and rotating the strike nicely. This is going to be a key partnership for Warwickshire here, and say definitely, although the key wicket of Davina Perrin, Wraith is a little bit of the understudy, but you wouldn't put it past her to put another good total on the board here as well for herself. Oh, as that's a full toss, and Perrin whacks that down the ground, but that long off has saved it from going for 4, and just goes for the single. That's the first bad ball really we've seen from Moore there. Well, the first non-pitched delivery, and she got away with it, which is, as a spinner, probably a bit of a sigh of relief there. I'm sure she'll be back on it, this delivery. So Wraith just plays that nicely into the offside for 1 run. And that's the over gone. But yeah, so that's the first non-pitch delivery in her, I think that was her 4th over. So that's this is no short. She's a very good spinner of the ball, and she's got her field, you'd say, just about right, other than the Davina Perrin guessing game that she might be playing. But yeah, she'd be pleased with her start. She'd obviously like a wicket, next to her name as well. But it's a very strong Surrey bowling attack here.
It definitely is, and we haven't even seen Danny Gregory yet, who is Surrey's leading wicket taker in the competition. 15 wickets so far, 3rd leading overall as well, behind only Phoebe Turner of Durham and, funny enough, Georgia Davis of Warwickshire, who's in 2nd place on 16. We'll see Georgia a little bit later as Franklin continues.
Oh, and that's a little bit of an edge from Wraith, but it's John straight away to... Oh no, this is a good save. We thought that had gone for 4 then, but the 3rd fielder has raced round and done really, really well there to get a hand on that, to stop it going for 4. That was one of those edges that we thought was going to just fly away, and then somebody came from behind a crowd and got a little hand on it. That was a great piece of fielding down at 3rd there. And I think a lady is walking across the sight screen, so we're just waiting for her to find her position. And she decided to stop in the middle. I'm not quite sure why, but she's on her way now, away from the danger area. There's a little smattering of a crowd in here.
There is, I was just about to mention that.
It's Franklin to Wraith, and she plays that again nicely down to deep cover for a single. I think you'd have to say it's a lot of friends and family in here, but also sort of some seats in this outground. I think a nice sort of stand, if you call it that, maybe not a grandstand, but definitely a small crowd in watching the women today. Franklin to Perrin, rocks back and plays that for no run into the offside. And I think there's always been a sort of a tradition that dogs aren't particularly welcome at Portland Road, but when the Warwickshire women are playing here, there seems to always be a kind of unwritten rule that they're allowed. And I've seen Georgia Davis's dad walking around with their dog a little bit earlier, and it's always a nice family atmosphere. A lot of the girls have played from when they were quite young together, for both sides, I presume. So the parents are also sort of a group that sit together in all these grounds. As Perrin plays that through the onside for 1. Sort of easy single, I think you'd call that. It's Wraith is so very quick and through easily to the striker's end. But yeah, so 2 distinct groups in the crowd, you'd say, of parents and supporters watching, and still plenty of seats available for anyone at home who fancies coming down in the summer holidays and watching this game. Bit of a fuller delivery there from Franklin, but Wraith again working it for a single to the offside. You do start to wonder whether they're happy. I think at the moment they're happy for that to be a single every ball to the deep cover. But yeah, you'd say that Wraith particularly has scored quite a lot of runs to this deep cover fielder down here, and whether Bryony Smith is thinking whether I put someone else in there or not. But say Perrin's definitely keeping them guessing the other end. As Franklin starts on a run up, decides against it halfway through, and the umpire signal dead ball as she walks back to her mark. I suppose in the position of the game, Surrey are happy that they've got the deep one fielder out here to stop the boundary. But Wraith has been finding that gap nicely so far. As Perrin plays that forward into the onside for no run.
Yeah, just something else to mention in that over, of course, the 50 partnership between these two, which we said this was going to be a crucial stand. We really couldn't over-exaggerate that, of course. Perrin and Wraith, two exceptional batting talents, and Perrin looks on 31 now, just really going through the gears, hasn't taken too many risks as of yet, and Nat Wraith, very similar, hasn't looked too pressurised at the crease, has she? It just seems as though these two are playing the ball on its merits. Surrey are happy to allow those ones and twos, and has been a very, very good stand.
As Wraith starts to use her feet as well to the spinner, she hasn't actually been on strike as much as the spinner here. I think Perrin has been predominantly on strike, but Wraith scoring it over a runner ball, which has been very effective so far as that sort of support role to Perrin, which brings Perrin back on strike to Moore. Here, Perrin back and sends it through to that cover fielder. Yeah, and you sort of start to think at what point is Surrey going to not be happy with this being one a ball. They're still happy for them to score these singles, and but it is building that confidence at the crease for both of the batters as they allow it to do so. So run rate spiked early on, but it is starting to pick up a little bit as Perrin just plays that for no run. That was well bowled there by Moore. I think Surrey are confident in both their batting and bowling, that they're thinking, do you know what, these little singles aren't perhaps too much of an issue, but you'd think as the score starts to tick up they might change their plans. So Wraith plays that in the air, but it's safe and drops short of Phoebe Franklin. It's sort of a straight mid-wicket there. That's the first sort of half chance we've had for a few overs. Both these players playing a sort of a percentage game, keeping the ball along the ground as a majority. More into Wraith. Always just a little edge there, but it's for no run. You have to say here that Wraith perhaps isn't quite as comfortable to the spin as we've seen from Perrin, and they'll perhaps be looking to keep her down this on strike for these overs. So that's a bit of a quick call there. Oh, that's an excellent fielding, but they did say Perrin and Wraith confident they could get through for the single there. It was a little bit heart in mouth for a couple of seconds there, and it wasn't a direct hit this time, but would have been relatively close if it had been.
Yeah, it was sharp fielding, that, wasn't it? Danny Gregory lurking in that fielding position, and that has been a characteristic of this Surrey performance so far. Of course, the highlight has been that outrageously good run out of Sophie Beach, effected by Phoebe Franklin, and yes, since then the ground fielding has been very, very strong from the Brown Caps. So that was the end of over number 17. Surrey now 89 for 5, and Wraith and Perrin just beginning to steady the ship here for the home side.
And I think it's kind of a story of Warwickshire's season. You tune in online or you're at the ground and you think, oh crikey, they've lost early wickets, and then you tune back in later and you think, oh actually they're doing okay. But such is the strength through the order that any end of that top 5-6 can score those runs. But they would like obviously for somebody in the top 3 or 4 to get the runs on a regular basis, but they've always got these sort of slightly lower down the order batters that are kind of coming to their rescue, if you like. Franklin into Wraith, a low full toss there, and a scamper through to a single to Bryony Smith.
Yep, good running that, wasn't it? Nice early call between, both of them. I think it was Perrin who initially made the call, and that Wraith is very, very quick. That is the one real strength of this partnership, it will be the running between the wickets. Both of them absolute hounds in the middle.
Yeah, and there's been occasions where you kind of thought, oh, are they going to get in? But they've actually been quite comfortable. It's a little bit shorter from Franklin there to Perrin, but no run. And the ball goes back into the keeper's hands and then back round to the bowler. Yeah, they very fit, very healthy. A lot of work is done on fitness across the board now, and yeah, they know their own limitations, but they know when they can get in, and they've shown that really well today. As Perrin hit that backwards, it's in the air, but it's safe, and it's running away down this hill, but well fielded again as they come back for the second. So it's another example there of how well that these two have run. That first one, as we say, run hard, and they've run and turned really well and got back for that second, and it's great to see, and neither of them particularly looking out of puff, I have to say.
No, it just seems very easy, doesn't it, for these two at the minute? Great signs, of course, if you're of a Warwickshire perspective. As for Surrey, feels like something does just need to give here.
That's a nice shot by Perrin. Danny White-Hodge round here. Back point just for the single. Yeah, and you can perhaps think of Bryony Smith thinking, what's my plan? What am I going to do? Am I going to change it up? So she won't be too worried. They're not going for a lot of runs per over, but I think the key thing now is to break this partnership for Surrey. Franklin in her fifth over. It's played nicely by Wraith for no run. I wonder whether you see a change now at the end of that fifth over from Franklin. I mean, Smith obviously knows her bowlers and she's got a plan for the day, and so I have to say it went better than expected for her early on, but this is probably pretty much how she expected in the middle, with Franklin from one end and the tight spin from Moore the other end. As you said, they've got Gregory to come on at any point. And you'd have to say, so we are kind of in the middle of the wicket here. It's a really good track, and it's although it runs downhill one side of the ground, I think that both boundaries are quite long, and it's not a particularly shorter boundary that you'd think that the spinners would like one end as opposed to the other. As Perrin and Wraith have a little chat in the middle. It's definitely a downhill the other side of the ground to us, but also it looks like the ground is almost raised in the middle of the wicket, and it sort of slopes down either end. As more Perrin uses the feet, hits it down the ground. It's one bounce for that is a great shot from Perrin's. Used her feet fantastically well there and hit it. So the fielders would have had no chance of stopping that, and it was very close to being our first six of the game, and a great shot from Perrin there.
Certainly was, and Bears inching ever closer to three figures here, aren't they? 97 for 5 is the current situation here at Portland Road, and Davina Perrin, we said it when she was on 11, 12 runs, said how comfortable, how assured she looked at the crease. This really has been a tremendous effort from the Bears number 3.
And then she hits that one down to that deep cover fielder for one. Yeah, and I think she'll be thinking, I've got lots of time, I've got lots of balls here, I've got a real chance to make a real impact on this game, and as she has already, you would say, from the situation that the Bears were in when she went into the middle. Obviously that slight bit with the run out early on, but it hasn't phased her, and as Wraith uses her feet, but not quite to the same extent there, and it goes for no run. But yeah, there is that element of, did I run my teammate out? Do I need to make up for that now? And I think she's doing that in the best way she possibly can at the moment. There's more into Wraith. If it hits that in the air, and that is a lovely shot, but it's Grace. Oh, and she's dropped it. That is dropped at mid-off by Grace Harris. That has to go down as a chance there. And so Wraith lucky to still be at the crease, trying to hit that over the top and mid-off, but it didn't quite clear, and Harris getting both hands to that, but it just not staying in them, and dropping down, and they run through for a 2 there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rarity. You don't often see Grace Harris drop a catch, but it was difficult going over the shoulder. Had a lot of ground to make up on that particular
one. From it, but again, you would back her to have taken that out of 10, and she must be cross with herself now at that drop. It's that nicely down the ground for a single. A little bit heart to mouth again there as it went slightly in the air, but it's probably safer than the one before. And Wraith needs to sort of get her head on now and have a word with herself and, you know, keep the supporting role going and just call that as a blip. And there we go. As Harris goes back to the boundary now as Perrin is on strike 2 more in her 5th over. Just that solid defence. As you can probably hear the players in the background. We're very close by this dugout, if you will, or the seats here at Portland Road. It's very friendly. We're on our little sort of picnic table out right by the edge of the square, and there's no sort of commentary box as such at Portland Road as with many of these outgrounds, but it's nice to be sort of in the mix, and you can hear some background talk from, say, players and coaches there behind the scenes.
Oh, it definitely is. It's the magic of outground cricket, isn't it? That's why we absolutely adore coming to these special venues. Yes, you've got the tried and tested, the test grounds, and obviously I'm very biased in my perspective, but nothing beats Edgbaston. Then you've got the likes of Lords and the Oval as Phoebe Franklin charges in here. Great take that by Chatley behind the stumps. But now and again, having that taste of outground cricket, whether it's here at Portland Road, whether it's at Guildford, Woodbridge Road for Surrey, whether it's Arundel down in Sussex or Cheltenham at Gloucestershire, that there's something very endearing about going to these grounds and just spreading cricket to the wider community. I think it's so important to do that across all 18 of the counties.
As Franklin into Wraith, a slower ball that's put away by Wraith there, and that's going towards the boundary or will be cut off. They're looking for the second but decide against it and just come back for 1 run. Yeah, and it's often more accessible in the outgrounds to the general public to get to for young families over the holidays that we're seeing now, rather than trying to get into a big stadium and park nearby and worry about the cost of what you're going to spend while you're there. I mean, here you could just probably almost put your picnic rug out and sit down and watch some quality cricket, as we're seeing now, as Franklin into Perrin for no run. Yeah, and it's a lovely place to play, and the Warwickshire team will train here on a regular basis as well. Just up the hill we've got sort of a number of grass nets now that have been a work in progress here, as well as the Astro nets, and this is a great facility that not many other counties would have for not just these women but the bears, the younger players, the men to use. And that's a great shot by Perrin down the ground, and is that gone? It's having a look here. And it's signalled a 4. That was again even closer probably to a 6 than the one before. She's used her feet really nicely this time to Franklin straight down the ground for 4 runs, and that's brings up 44 for Perrin. She's so close to those runs, but it's going much more like a runner ball now than we saw earlier on, and that was a fantastic shot there. This time she's going on the back foot, and she's worked that away for a single. And Perrin looking more and more comfortable as the time goes on, and she's got those shots all the way down the ground. That shot straight down that we've seen a couple of times now has got to be one of her strongest, and she plays so well through the V there, and we've seen that again in that over. It's Franklin into Wraith, a little bit shorter. Wraith's worked that to square leg, and that's running down the hill just for a single.
So important, isn't it? Strike rotation, especially when you've got someone like Perrin who's in such this rich vein of form. Everything that she's hitting is turning to pure gold. You've got to get her as much strike as possible, and look, these two have done a fantastic job. And my question that I'd pose, Sarah, is do you think there will be a change in tactics as we head towards those middle overs? Because at this stage, those 1s and 2s, even though they are just 1s and 2s, 4s and 6s, they are beginning to mount up. Let's not forget, at one point the Bears were 32 for 5 in this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, someone like Kalia Moore's bowling really quite well. She's not going for too many runs. She comes in here to Wraith for a single, and 50 overs is a long time. There's a lot of overs to bowl, and yes, you could say that you need to make those changes to try and take the wicket, but at the same time, Surrey will have a plan here, and is it just to keep this bowling nice and tight and to continue as is? Wraith hits that lovely shot down the other. Dive from the fielder, I think, has done fantastically well there out on the boundary to stop that 4 going there, and that was a lovely cover drive by Wraith, but a great piece of fielding as well to prevent the 4.
It was Alice Monaghan sprinting across, made great ground there, and effort to prevent the boundary. Absolutely phenomenal stuff, and that again is a testament to the quality of the ground fielding. Surrey really have backed up their bowlers very, very well here, as Wraith, that one flashes off the outside edge, just about corralled by Danny Gregory, so they'll scamper through for the quick single.
Yeah, and it's Surrey are giving a very good example of how ground fielding should be done. They're attacking every ball, they're going to ground, they're really giving a good showpiece here of not just the bowling but the fielding as well.
So that one is just dabbed down delicately by Davina Perrin down towards the 3rd fielder. That will be no run. I think at the end of this over, Sarah, shall we have a little bit of some scores on the doors from the other games as well? Of course, that big game taking place on the south coast between Hampshire and the Blaze. That's one which I'm very excited to have an update from. Perrin again chops that away into the offside for a dot ball, and of course Lancashire facing off against Essex up at Sedbristol and Somerset and Durham.
Lancashire doing well there, 108 for no wicket. Eve Jones, of course, the former Warwickshire player, on 51 not out there, and Emma Lamb scoring really well.
That's a really nice shot from Davina Perrin, plays it very square. It's just about scooped up there by a diving Alice Monaghan, so the Bears batters will dart back 4-2 runs.
Yeah, so Lancashire on 108 for none of 22 overs so far, and both, you'd have to say, those opening batters looking quite set against what you would argue is one of the weaker teams in the division, unfortunately, in the Essex side, but they'll still be battling away up there in Lancashire. And so the Hampshire Blaze, let's have a look at that score there, and so we didn't need to last long for Perry's wicket there. It was only 2. It was what she was on last time we looked, so that's quite a shock there to see. But Adams doing nicely on 40 off 77 balls, and joined by Freya Kemp. So Hampshire on 111 for 3 of sort of 24.5 overs. Everyone's kind of a little bit ahead of us, it looks like, with the overs there, but so honours even a little bit there, you'd say, but you've got the big wicket of Perry, so Blaze would have to be happy about that one. And then we've got Somerset against Durham, and Durham are on 103 for 3 off their overs so far. Susie Bates there going well, 62 on the top of the order, and joined by Emily Windsor at the crease. So again, a little bit of honours even there. You'd say that the Lancashire you'd think are on top, but the others seem to be nicely poised games across the group today.
They certainly do, as for the first time today we'll see some leg spin from Danny Gregory, bowling here from the City Road end. Spoke already about her impressive season in the 50 over formats, already taken 15 wickets for the Brown Caps and the 3rd leading wicket taker in the competition as a whole. So a great option for Bryony Smith to utilise at this stage as the partnership continues to build here at Portland Road. Really gives it plenty of rip and revs. That's what I like from a leg spinner, as the Bears batters dart through for the quick single.
Yeah, she's definitely a talent, and she's sort of commanding where she wants her field here, moving it for the 2 different batters, and she's had a lot of success this year, and it'd be interesting to see how these two respond to it. So change in the bowling, Surrey have got plenty of options, and this is what they've gone for. So we think the pitch is quite even both ends, because we've seen spin from both sides of the ground so far, but Gregory definitely a talent with the ball in hand against the very talented Davina Perrin.
Well, Perrin rocks onto the back foot, tries to carve it away. There is space, of course. Bryony Smith is just lurking around the 25-yard circle there, and Danny White-Hodge in at a deep backward point. Yeah, this could be a nice little match-up taking place here between Gregory and Perrin again shifts onto the back foot, looking to implement some momentum on that delivery, but to no avail. It is another dot ball. Good start, Danny Gregory. Very, very well controlled bowling. And that is rifled away by Davina Perrin, who brings up a quite excellent half-century here at Bottom Road, richly applauded by players and spectators alike. Exactly the kind of innings that Warwickshire needed after a difficult start. And who else, Sarah, but Davina Perrin.
Yeah, would you say there was a little half chance there? I think fielder may have got a finger to it there, but it was absolutely hit so hard and so well by Davina Perrin. So it was a great shot down the ground in the end, and not sure whether Surrey will cast it a little bit unlucky, but yeah, Perrin richly deserves those runs on the board.
It has. It's been a phenomenal effort, this. Still such a young batter, a member of that Under-19 World Cup squad back in January. That took place in Malaysia, of course. Amu Surun Kumar, her former Under-19s teammate and current teammate here at Warwickshire as well, part of that competition. So too was Phoebe Brett. Such a talented cricketer is Davina Perrin. Feels like it's going to be sooner rather than later that we're seeing her go on to get even bigger international honours.
Yeah, and I think it's not just the talent with the bat, as we discussed, it's sort of the mindset that she's got and that positivity that she brings to a side. She's very fit, she's a very good fielder, she's a great all-round prospect for the future, and so you think it's only a matter of time before she gets to that next level.
Most certainly is. Well, more changes in the field here. Kalia Moore just in front of us here in the commentary position. Can't exactly call it the comms box today, can we, Sarah? It's not It's not a box as such, it's just a nice picnic table, as you said, with a couple of chairs and our makeshift microphone. But we'll see a change of bowling as well. Clear Moore taken out of the attack, and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay will come back onto bowl here for the first time from the Roebuck Road ends. Charging in with real intent here to Davina Perrin. Just chops that into the surface out towards Danny White-Hodge for no run.
Yeah, she just got some bat on the ball there really quite late, but it was safe in the end. And yeah, this is perhaps a real indication that Bryony Smith does need to break this partnership, bringing her openers back on, a change of ends, but still bringing them back on to try and get that key wicket of Perrin or Wraith, you'd say, at this point in the game.
Oh, 100%. Here is McDonald-Gay to Perrin. Very adept shot that, wasn't it? Had a real air of flair and aesthetics about that one from Davina Perrin, who continues to rack up these runs for fun. It's almost like the Joe Root school of thinking, where you see a player on 11, then they're on 30, then they're on 50.
Yeah, long before she's going even further at this rate.
Here is McDonald-Gay then to Nat Wraith. Bangs that one in a little bit shorter, punched away through the offside. There is protection out there in the form of Alice Monaghan coming across from deep point, so that will just be a single.
There's no rest for the fielders, the bowlers nowadays, is it? So we're seeing the opening bowler Monaghan fielding down on that boundary and sweeping there. I mean, I think they do enjoy it, don't they? But you'd think traditionally after you've bowled your fast bowling spell, you'd be down at the man on fine leg, but she's doing a great job out there sweeping the cover boundary.
Was almost back in play again there as Danny White-Hodge somehow hits the top of the stumps. That was a bit of a circus shot there from the England international. Umpire has to rearrange the furniture at the non-striker's end, but yeah, with Monaghan we've seen it today. Absolute whip it in the field. Really attacks the ball, and that's something which I think is important for any fielder, young or old, when you're backing up your bowlers. Get those good angles, attack it, release it quickly, put the batters under pressure. McDonald-Gay bowling here to Perrin, uppercut over the top. There'll be a chase on here for Danny Gregory as the ball runs away to those advertising hoardings. Some more good running between Perrin and Wraith turns that into 2 runs. First time we've seen that shot from Davina today.
Yeah, well, I think it's probably the first time that it's been much of an option, because that was a shorter ball from the quicker bowler, and it got a lot of bounce over her head. But yes, it was one of her inventive shots. But yeah, I'm not sure you should be doing that to spin early on. So yeah, but as we said, she can score wherever she wants on this ground.
Well, that is short, and that one is just helped on its way out towards deep backward square leg. 4 more runs off the bats of Davina Perrin, who is looking in ominous form here in the second city. Great way to round out the over The Bears now move on to 127 for 5 after 23.
Yeah, this really building into a very nice partnership, and you can see that Surrey trying to start to think, how are we going to break it? As we said, they've brought their opener back on, they've brought probably their key wicket taker on in Danny Gregory, and they're still only a couple of overs in, but they're still not getting that breakthrough that they're for. So there was a half chance perhaps at that shot when Perrin took her 50, and there was that drop by Grace Harris, but other than that, this has been kind of a not quite faultless, but it's been a very good partnership from the two of them.
It has. It's been exactly what Warwickshire required. Really has been quite amazing efforts from that difficult start, and just goes to prove your points there. The Bears do bat deep. Of course, still plenty of batting still to come with the likes of Izzy Wong, Millie Taylor, Georgia Davis, who has a 50 to her name this season. Here is Gregory. Pitches that one up into what would be the block hole in first class cricket. Instead, it's more of the slot, isn't it, in white ball?
Yeah, and yeah, there's a lot of batting available to Warwickshire. I mean, Georgia Davis, so she's got 50 this year. She, at age group cricket, scored 50s, 100s, as a lot of these girls do, and I think you sometimes get pigeonholed a bit more of a bowler or more of this, but they can all definitely hold a bat all the way down the order, as has been shown in many occasions for lots of teams across the country, that actually, children looking on or players, that you don't have to just choose one skill or the other. You can be an all-rounder, whatever your first skill is. A wicket-keeping all-rounder, a pace bowling all-rounder. These are all options in the modern women's game.
They really are. That's a very assertive stroke from Nat Wraith. Just plays it along the carpet down towards Grace Harris at long off for a single. It's funny you mention the term wicket-keeping all-rounder, because Maddie Ward, who plays for Yorkshire, quite literally does it all. So she bowls off spin, even puts the odd leg spinner in there as Gregory bowls that one, gets Perrin advancing down the track. Of course she bats in the top order, she can come in as a finisher. And in addition to that, as if that wasn't enough, she's taken some ridiculous catches in the outfield this season. So it just goes to show, doesn't it, that in the modern game you really can be a little bit of everything.
I mean, the more and more these girls train, the more I think you have chances of trying all these different things, and you don't want to be standing at a training session saying, well, I only bat, and what else am I going to do with my time? And having a little go at something that actually turns out to be quite good. And we've even seen it with bowlers bowling left-hand and right-hand spin, haven't we, across both the men's and the women's game. So there's a lot of times of standing around not doing anything if you don't have a go at these things, and sometimes they turn out to be.
That's a full toss, and that has been rocketed downtown for 6 runs. Powerful from Perrin, and richly applauded as well. First 6 of the day. Great way to round out over number 24 as the Bears move on to 136 for 5. What a cracking shot that was.
Yeah, it was a fantastic shot from Perrin there. I mean, you have to say that was probably handed her on a plate a little bit with 60 runs to her name, just bowling that full toss. But so she's so strong there, and she's done it almost twice, and the third time lucky, and it went very much cleared the boundary here for the first 6 of the game.
Yeah, she really is a delight to watch, isn't she, with the bat in hand, Davina Perrin. As we said, very, very highly touted, not just here in the Midlands, but over the length and breadth of the country, as McDonald Gay comes into bowl here to Nat Wraith. Outside edge flashes just over the top of Kira Chatley, and that will be another single to add to the tally. Bears move on to 137 for 5.
Yeah, so I think that's the 100 partnership has come up there for these two, and who would have thought it, 35 for 5, and now we're sitting here 137 for 5, and it's a funny game, cricket, and things like this definitely show you that it goes either way sometimes.
Certainly does. Here is McDonald Gay. That one clipped away on the leg side by Davina Perrin, who yet again is hardly putting a foot wrong, if any. It's been absolutely impeccable so far, this from Davina. Of course, she's been in good form, spoke already about the excellent T20 Blast campaign that she has. Was in a rich vein of form even before the season started by being England's leading run scorer at the Under-19 World Cup in Malaysia. goodness me, just piles on the runs for fun in a Bears shirt as Wraith this time goes for the pull shots. That would have been a spectacular catch, just parried away over towards Kalia Moore, and in the end the Bears, Phoebe Franklin it was, just lurking in that position at mid-wicket.
Effort, probably one of the best fielders as we've seen from that run out earlier on, and she's one of the taller ones as well and got a lot of height, you'd have to say, off the ground then. And yeah, I don't think you put it down as a miss, but it was a very good attempt at a very difficult catch there.
McDonald Gate is from the Roebuck Road ends again. That's aerial up towards Kalia Moore, and it's unfortunately been misfielded, so that'll be 4 more runs, this time off the bats of Nat Wraith. You can see there has been a real change in the intent here from Nat Wraith and Davina Perrin. As you said earlier, Sarah, anything which is too short or too full is getting dispatched, and getting dispatched with a lot of consistency at this stage.
Yeah, and you'd have to say the second spell for McDonald Gay perhaps hasn't been as effective from the other end of the ground here, the Roebuck Road end. So just put that one in short for no run. But yeah, she, from that very early on excellent spell that she did from the City Road end, then she's come back on and got a little bit more treatment, you'd have to say. But saying that, batters are now a bit more set than they were early on, so it's a different matchup. That
one very short, just clipped out towards deep backward, and that will be 4 more runs, this time again from Nat Wraith, who's inching ever closer to what would be a richly deserved 50, already on 48 as the Bears move on to 148 for 5, and we'll have drinks now at the end of the 25th over. Correction, actually, Nat Wraith is now on 46. That's me not being very good at maths, Sarah. Apologies for anyone tuning in. Of course, 42 plus 4 is not 44, it's 46. But yeah, she's played a very good supporting knock here, hasn't she, to Davina Perrin, who has been the more aggressive of the two.
Yeah, and it's almost like you don't see it coming with her because you're just sort of so busy watching Perrin and the shots that she's playing. But Wraith's role has been equally as important in what we've seen so far. So she's rotated the strike really well. She's used her feet. She's done a lot of the things that Perrin's done, perhaps not quite as an explosive manner, but say equally effective. And say adding to that partnership, if it's 100 partnerships, she's got 42 of them. It's not kind of a one-sided affair by any stretch.
No, it's certainly.
Yeah, and it's so both batters have played their part here, getting this runs up from what was a very tricky position at 35 for 5 to where we are now. That it's a decent total now, you'd have to say, and it's only halfway through the game. And after that first 2 overs, we said that they would be on 8 and over, and not quite there. But if they carry on in this regard, then we could be seeing a really good total here.
Well, we could do, and
good sort of second 25 from the Bears, and then carrying on for a very experienced Surrey attack, you'd have to say, going about their business with the bat later on in the day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, just looking at the names on paper, Bryony Smith, Kira Chatley, Alice Capsey, Paige Schofield, Grace Harris, just the small name of Danny White-Hodge, one of England's greatest ever, at 6. Alice Monaghan, Phoebe Franklin is no slouch with the bat either. So Surrey, they are just a juggernaut, aren't they? A titan of county cricket.
Yeah, and I think what is great for Surrey as a whole is that a lot of those players are from the Surrey area or homegrown to them. It's not just a kind of, as you might see in it, I don't know, a football environment that they've got the most money and that they've gone after the best players. I think whilst Warwickshire boasts the sort of Izzy Wongs and their local players there, you've got a lot there that Surrey have worked really hard on as youngsters that are coming through their system and now showing their worth at the first team. And but yes, at the same time, you look at that on paper and think, wow, that's a very strong setup.
No, you certainly do. And look, they've had a great season so far, haven't they? Spoke about it at the start of the broadcast, but reached the final of the T20 County Cup, beating the Bears along the way in the semi-final at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Unfortunately lost to Lancashire in the final on that occasion, and then of course in the T20 Blast beating the Bears by 5 wickets on what was a showpiece occasion. Did you get to watch much of the final, Sarah, over the weekend?
Yeah, I saw some of it, and I think it was hard when you've got the 2 games to watch with the break in between, but definitely saw the end of the Blaze innings when the Bears won, and that great catch by Surrey Nkrumah to finish the innings off was a fantastic. I think they were the underdogs in that game, you'd have to say, going in against the Blaze, and the Blaze got off to a good start, but that was a great game. And then the final unfortunately didn't go in Warwickshire's way, but again a great spectacle of women's cricket and a great to have their own vitality. T20 Blast time, and it was a very good overall day for women's cricket.
It most certainly was, and it's been a long time coming, hasn't it, to have that proper platform, to have that proper foundation. And I'll tell you what, the Oval put on a show. Really good crowds, excellent support for the women's game, and they were treated to 2 really good games of cricket. And of course the team will be naturally disappointed. Whenever you go into a final, you want to win it, but goodness me, they've done this club so proud. I think every single person that I've spoken to has just said it's been a mega season from Warwickshire County Cricket Club. As Danny Gregory bowls here from the City Road ends, starts off with a dot ball. I mean, you look at some of the names across League One. Spoken today about Hampshire with Elise Perry, of course, they had Charlie Knott as well, Georgia Adams, Ella McCacken, who's just been racking up runs for fun. As Gregory bowls here to Davina Perrin.
And of course the Bears had the other Harris for
Laura,
the
yep.
T20s, and that was a great addition. But then they're going into the game today, perhaps not with that overseas name like some of the other counties, which always puts you on the back foot a little bit. But I think they've probably enjoyed their role as the underdogs. People aren't expecting that much, and then they perform like these 2 have here today, and it's very well received across the board.
No, it definitely is, and that will be the 150 up for the Bears, courtesy of Nat Wraith's bat. Plays that arrow straight back down the ground for 1 run. So it will be Gregory to continue here. Bowling here to Davina Perrin. With that time forced into defensive, that's a very good area to be bowling as a leg spinner. Between that good and full length, just puts that seed of doubts into the mind of the batter.
And I think that was all that Perrin could do there, was to keep that ball out and keep herself still in the game. But it was another show of her. It was a big shout for LBW there, just saying, a show of her maturity, that she doesn't feel that she has to go after every single ball. There's a big shout for LBW, but umpire's not interested there. But it's always after a break, you're never quite sure what's going to happen. They've had a little drinks break and a little unwind, but now they've got to get their heads back in the game here.
Yeah, it's one of the cliches in cricket, isn't it? After the drinks break, wicket usually falls, either immediate over or the over after that.
And that's another direct hit of the stumps there, although it wasn't a run-out chance. Capsey also hitting the stumps. That's the 3rd time today of the direct hit from Surrey, as it just shows the class of their fielding. It wasn't necessarily necessary at the time of the game, but they're still getting those balls into exactly the right area.
They most certainly are. So the Bears 150 for 5 after 26 overs here at Portland Road. Just looking over to our left as well, Sarah, a little bit of blue sky for the first time today. It's been very overcast, a bit murky. Sun has poked through now and again, but yeah, it'd be nice if that weather pattern could continue for the rest of the game here today, as Rihanna McDonald-Gay just sorting out her field there. Grace Harris brought to, it's more of a deep fine leg. It was previously at deep backward square, so...
Yeah, she's gone a bit finer there for Wraith.
Correction, actually, it's Alice Monaghan coming on to bowl here from the Roebuck Road ends. Starts off with a dot ball to Nat Wraith, who, in fairness, is in great form actually. Scored 75 in the previous game against the Blaze at Lindham. So this could be back-to-back 50s for the Bears wicketkeeper bats, and it goes back to that point you mentioned earlier, Sarah, about crucial runs down the order. Nat Wraith, across competitions, provides exactly that.
Yeah, and she's definitely getting her chance to shine here at the Bears, say with the gloves and with the bat, and she's been playing a vital role.
And as soon as we say that, not for the first time today, Alice Monaghan disturbs the stumps. Nat Wraith has to depart for 47, and that brings to an end an absolutely phenomenal partnership between Davina Perrin and Nat Wraith. Spoke about bringing on the X-Factor bowlers. Monaghan has bowled quite tremendously so far here in the second city on this increasingly sunny Wednesday. And of course it would be her to break the partnership. Still a great effort from Nat Wraith. She'll be richly applauded as she departs the Coliseum here at Portland Road. And on in her place will be Izzy Wong, someone who, Sarah, we've seen bat plenty of times over the years, and she's known for hitting a few boundaries and big sixes.
Yeah, she definitely strikes a big ball here, but she's also adding to her game that, she needs to stick around at the crease at times, and you'd see that, the latter from her today. You don't want to take her spark away and not see those great boundaries that she can hit, but there's still another 25 overs of this game to go, or 24 overs, so I think sticking around is also an important time now, because they support Davina Perrin and just stay in at the crease, but we do like to be entertained as well at the same time.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody would complain if there's a few fours, a couple of sixes in there for good measure as well. But no, that really was a quite marvellous partnership for the sixth wicket. 118 runs between Perrin and Wraith. Certainly has done her job there, has the Bears wicketkeeper bats. So it will be Monaghan to continue here from the Roebuck Road ends, bowling for the first time to the aforementioned Izzy Wong. What does Monaghan serve up here? Starts off with a short ball, keeping Izzy on her toes. There's some hesitation in the middle, but it wasn't picked up cleanly by Danny Wyatt-Hodge, so that will be a dot ball after what was a slightly heart-in-mouth moment for the hosts.
Yes, I'm not sure I think it was probably Perrin's call, but whether she called yes or no, Wong, as is her one, started charging down the track, and then luckily charged back again, so the keeper is back to Monaghan, which gives you a little bit more time to get back in your crease, but we don't want another mix-up here for the Bears.
Again, great bowling. There's a big appeal. All of the Surrey fielders go up. Umpire unmoved at the non-strikers. Nothing given. Take a look at the replay of that one.
It's a very confident appeal from the Surrey crowd there. Of course, no no referrals here on these out grounds. I'm not sure we've got the technology, but yes, there's a confident appeal, but nothing given there at all.
Still great areas though, isn't it?
I don't want this to entertain us, but these first two balls have perhaps been a little bit more entertaining than we were after at this point in the game.
Of course, that's down to perspective, isn't it? For those who love their seam bowling, you'll be absolutely adoring this spell from Alice Monaghan. That one a lot fuller, just clipped away down the leg side. There's a chase on for Grace Harris, and it's one which the ball will win. So that is a much needed boundary. Just relieves the pressure after those first three deliveries from Monaghan.
Yes, and Izzy Wong on the back of the very successful T20 campaign, where she proved her worth as an all-rounder in the first game against the Blaze, getting runs and wickets, and continuing that form into the final. And you'd have to say that you'd hope that she would get some runs here on the board, some confident runs. There's a sort of an edge for four to get her off the mark, but more than capable as with the bat and the ball.
Most definitely. Also an incredible fielder. Was commentating the game against the Blaze at Edgbaston all the way back in April. That feels like last month. Been so much cricket, but yeah, she took an absolutely surreal catch. I think it was in at short mid wicket. She just flew leaping to her left, somehow plucked this ball out of the air. Was an absolutely astonishing take. Yeah, Izzy Wong, going back to that conversation about all-rounders, players who can do practically everything, certainly fits into that bracket of player. So, Warwickshire 154 for 6 after 27 here. Davina Perrin, importantly for the home side, still out there in the middle on 68.
Yeah, and Izzy Wong, one of the homegrown Warwickshire talents here, along with Georgia Davis, Bethan Ellis, they're all come up through the Warwickshire pathway. So it's great to see, and then obviously the Staffordshire link with Davina Perrin, which is a feeder county for the Warwickshire setup. And yes, well, it's equally as good to see these overseas players performing in these leagues and upping the standard. It's also teams can produce these homegrown talent that are playing on essentially their backyard.
Here is Gregory to Perrin, plays that with soft hands, deflects it out towards Franklin for no run. I've got to pose the question, Sarah, how proud are you of Izzy Wong? Because, of course, you worked a lot with her in the Warwickshire Pathways and age group cricket, and we'll touch upon it after this delivery from Danny Gregory. Bowling to Davina Perrin, who utilises the feet nicely, back to the bowler for no run. But how have you almost reacted to her stratospheric rise? It's an incredibly special thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it comes as no surprise when you saw her as a youngster. What she always had was a lot of self-belief. I remember us being, as Gregory comes into Perrin, who hits that for no run. Even being, I think we played Kent in a final and we were sort of 7 down for not many, and she was going, oh, we can still win this, can't we? You know, that sort of general positivity of youth that she had, but also slightly quirky, if that's so. But she'd always be playing at club and at county. Someone that you'd look forward to seeing. She used to turn up with a fact book and come out. She used to watch a lot of QI and come up with all these facts on the sideline. Of course, the Rubik's Cube element that we've seen, and the fact that I think she made her dad drive to a shop because he got some breakfast for her, and then she took 6 wickets, so they had to go past that every week when they do. But these are sort of the quirks that make her as a cricketer, and I think not just the immense talent that she is, but also the great person that she is and the way that she speaks about her cricket. She does a lot of sort of speaking at events to juniors and, you know, prize givings, that sort of thing, and she's very entertaining, she's very personable, and I think that just adds to her character.
Most certainly does. A great ambassador for the game is Izzy Wong. Always has so much time as well for the fans. It's something which I think is a great barometer for any great player, because you can have all the talent in the world, but you've got to leave that lasting legacy. And Izzy Wong does that, always has time to sign autographs, take pictures, have chats with the up-and-coming cricketers, as Danny Gregory bowls here from the City Road ends to the aforementioned Izzy Wong. And that will be a dot ball to round out the over. So, Warwickshire 155 for 6 after 28.
And of course, we get her onto the subject of Liverpool as well. She's
Big Liverpool fan.
I think there's been many occasions parents have had to choose between going to watch a key game at Liverpool and watching Izzy at a key game somewhere across the country. And I think it's probably 50-50 on who's won which one's there. I mean, I haven't seen them yet today, but I'm sure they'd be here if they can watching. But the whole family is big Liverpool supporters and season ticket holders in there, and I think Izzy gets back as often as she can to watch them as well.
No, certainly is one of the best characters in the county circuit is Izzy Wong. Here is Alice Monaghan bowling here to Perrin. That's a great take from Kira Chatley.
And I think showing the strength of character to sort of be suddenly burst on the scene and do so well as she did initially, performing in the Ashes and being the next best thing and the photo girl and all of this, and then it not quite going in her favour for a couple of years and sort of going into the wilderness a little bit, but strength of character to come back to where she is now, that she's back performing at that level, as you know, it could be easy to just give up and not pursue it, but she obviously loves her cricket and loves the game.
Well, that one rifled just over the top of Phoebe Franklin. Would have been again another spectacular effort if she would have got her palms on that one. As such, though, thunders into the wooden fence around the grounds here at Portland Road, and that is another boundary off the bat of Davina Perrin, who now moves into the 70s. Really top effort this from the Bears number 4.
Yeah, and she's basically got half their runs so far, hasn't she, by a few from the extras and everything else, and you just like going in at such a young age, at such a key pressure position, you'd have to say that she's showing her quality here.
She most certainly is. How does Monaghan respond? Well, responds well. Well, I must say that's a very aesthetically pleasing defensive shot as well from Davina Perrin. Definitely played that with a great deal of control.
Wait as Wongi has her lace done up by one of the players.
Oh, you see it all at Outgrounds, don't you? Here is Monaghan then. Continuing to Davina Perrin. Plays that on the up. Just cuts it away down towards that vacant backward point region for 4 runs. Another lovely shot that from Davina Perrin, and by my reckoning, Sarah, this is her highest score of the season in the 50 over formats. Of course, had those previous half centuries, one of which was against Surrey down at Beckenham, scored 69 in that fixture. Also scored 53 against the Blaze in that match at Edgbaston, which I alluded to earlier. So Davina Perrin really has been absolutely on it all day so far. Still out there on 77 unbeaten runs. Here's Monaghan. That one's just kept a little bit lower than Davina expected.
Yeah, she got a little bit surprised by that one there, but say such as her class that she still manages to watch it all. The last ball, that's absolutely fine at this stage of the game. I think so to have her in the middle, as long as Warwickshire possibly can, is the key to them taking this game forward.
Most definitely is, and a reminder for those who may just be tuning in a little bit late here on the stream, the Bears at one point were 32 for 5 within the opening power play as Monaghan bowls here to Perrin. Looks to utilise the wrists and work it away on the leg side to no avail. That will be a dot ball. Will also be the end of over number 29. So Warwickshire 163 for 6. Davina Perrin remains on 77. Izzy Wong out there on 4 from 5 deliveries.
And so you look at the game as a whole and you look at it in parts, don't you? So as a whole, you'd say that perhaps Surrey was still on top here, but in parts, the last 10 overs have probably gone in favour of Warwickshire. You know, that 1 wicket's gone down with Nat Wraith, but actually they've built a lot of, and if you take probably the first 5 overs out of the game, you'd probably say that Warwickshire are quite happy with how things have gone so far. I mean, the scoreboard's ticking over nicely. They've got a key batter who's in form and in at the crease. But yeah, those early wickets might still be the difference between the teams, but we'll wait and see as the day progresses. Here is Gregory to Izzy Wong. Ball just races along the carpet here down towards Paige Schofield. It is, it's long on. Lovely outfield, isn't it? That's one thing that we haven't really touched upon as of yet, Sarah, but the wicket has been acting very nicely for the batters. And then, of course, the outfield, it's almost like lightning. Yeah, it's so very well looked after, and it's looking very green, unlike my garden at home, but I think we've got a little bit more water here available. Stav's found that gap again fantastically well down. That's gone for 4 between a couple of fielders. Again, that's showing that yes, she can hit the ball hard, but she can also place it in the gap, and that was an excellent shot there. Just used the pace of the ball and just worked it through the fielders for yet another boundary. Yeah, deft. I think that's how I'd describe that from Davina Perrin. Utilising that eclectic mix of power and precision. And advances down to that one, meeting the pitch of the ball. So Warwickshire 167 for 6.
Actually, I could do that thing about you can make it easier to get.
Perrin stepped into that one, plays it back to Danny Gregory for no run. Just thinking, Sarah, at the end of this over, shall we have another update from the rest of the country?
Around the grounds and see what's going on. So we seem to be a little bit behind some of the other grounds. Oh, that was a close delivery there. It looks like there's been some wickets all round. We can
we can definitely talk about those at the end of this 30th over. Danny Gregory prepares herself once more. Again, that's another fine shot. Will be mopped up there by Phoebe Franklin. Darts it in towards Chatley, but the Bears batters easily home on that quick single.
So I think as soon as we turn off a game, it seems to then to have a wicket gone down. So Hampshire are currently 173 for 5 against the Blaze, and Adams, who we said was going really well on 40, then was out on 40. So I think we need commentators' curse today. But Kemp is on 60 not out with Harman on 22 not out. So yeah, after 34 overs there, so they're slightly ahead of us. Hampshire are 173 for 5. There's been 1 wicket down at Lancashire. Eve Jones, so she was out for 71 off the bowling of Smale, caught by Kopak, and then Emma Lamb is on 75 not out, joined at the crease by Seren Smale, as there's no run here at Portland Road. So yes, Lancashire looking good there, you'd have to say, on 162 for 1 off 32 overs, and Durham are 165 for 4. Susie Bates still looking strong there on 89 not out off 97 deliveries, and joined at the crease by Beth Heath, who is 27 not out. So yeah, nice mix again. Lancashire, you'd have to say, are favourites there, but some wickets falling since we last looked. Only 1 for us and a couple elsewhere, I think. As Alice Manahan runs to the crease, but decides against it and turns back to her mark. Davina Perrin taking her guard again. The sun that you promised has now turned into a slightly darker cloud coming over, but hopefully it'll just pass us by. Manahan into Perrin, he's hit that in the air. There's a chase on here. Is it going to be an opportunity for a catch? No, it's cleared the fielders, but they managed to stop it going for the boundary, and they run through for 2. That was in the air, but I don't think it was entirely well timed by Perrin there, but she did get away with that one and came back for 2 runs. It went over the head of a couple of the fielders there and not quite to the boundary, but I think having a little word with herself there, Perrin, making sure she's concentrating. So this is her highest score of the season now. She's on 84 not out after those couple of runs there. Shorter ball, and Perrin rocks back, hits that to deep cover for a single.
Excellent shot of that, and yeah, just to hop on that point, it's actually her career high score in the list A format. So that previous 69 against Surrey down in Beckenham, that was the previous best. Of course, this now is Davina Perrin's current best, and I say current because something tells me, Sarah, that she might get a few more runs today, and over the course of her career, I imagine there might be a few more big knocks of this magnitude.
Yeah, I think her time is yet to come, as we've discussed. I think as Wong just defends that for no run. You tend to forget sometimes how young these players are, because you've seen them. And Davina Perrin was probably playing, I don't know, under 11 cricket at the age of 8 or 9, and she's obviously worked really hard at her game, through club cricket, through county cricket, but you feel like you've seen them so many times across the years, but actually she's still very young, and still, so just taken part in the under-19, second under-19 World Cup she's been in, so that just proves her quality and how well she's thought of. Manahan to Wong, who strikes that really nicely down the ground. There's a chase on, but they're not going to make that. That is 4 runs. That is a great shot by Izzy Wong there. Again, are they going to drop that player back onto that boundary there, as Izzy Wong hits that really nicely straight back down the ground, as is her wont. And yes, but going back to Perrin, you feel that sometimes you think that she's slightly older than she is, just because she was in the 100 before she was 18, didn't take much of a part in her first year, but all of these things build to your learning experience, your big game occasion, so it means that when she is out in the middle in games like today, she's almost taking them in her stride.
It is staggering though, isn't it, the rise that Davina Perrin has had. I mean, this season in the T20 Blast already surpassed 1,000 T20 career runs. Really is remarkable.
Into Ram, who leaves that alone for no run to finish another good over. This has been a great spell by Monahan, obviously come back on and has taken that key wicket at Braith, but perhaps not been quite as economical as you probably expect when you're coming on when the batters are set later on in the game. But she's finished this over now, and she's on figures of 3 for 34, I believe. I was waiting for our system to update here. That seems to be slightly behind, but she's taking those early wickets and then that key wicket when she came back on for her next spell, as Gregory continues from the City Road end.
Yeah, quality bowler is Alice Monaghan. Has career best figures of 4 for 22 in the List A format. Still has a couple of overs as well to bowl here at Portland Road today, so yeah, could be up there in terms of career milestones.
Nicely defended there for no run. Yeah, Danny Gregory continuing her spell from the City Road end. You can see why she takes lots of wickets watching her bowl. She's been a little bit unlucky a couple of times today, but again we're seeing very good consistency from the spinners across the board here as Perrin uses her feet just to defend that for no run.
Well, I think that's the key with Danny Gregory. It is consistency, and it's a word that I use a lot when it comes to spin bowlers, but it's being metronomic. Just popping it in that same place time and time and time again. You force the batter to be proactive.
And proactive, Darina Perrin definitely is as she hits that down the ground for a single. She bounces down the crease there to bring her on to 86. But yes, it's a waiting game sometimes being a spinner, as you probably know yourself, that actually, yes, they can hit you for a few runs, but you're waiting for them to make that mistake later on.
Well, that will be a dot ball. Can definitely relate to that, Sarah, in terms of the waiting game. Waiting to receive the ball back from the boundary and waiting for a wicket which never comes on the village green. Definitely prefer talking about cricket at this stage, absolutely, and watching players who do have incredible talent putting on a show for us, as they have done so far today.
It's a little bit short of Gregory as he rocks back, hits that for a single to a deep mid-wicket area. Yes, I think gets to the point, especially with myself doing a lot of coaching, that you kind of, the players that you've coached from when they're really young start to take your place in the side, and you're actually sort of secretly pleased they're doing so after watching your bowling going all around the ground, or getting bowled by people who are 13, 14 years old. But these girls today, that's another dot ball there, play so much cricket, so much more cricket than, and it's great, and it's fantastic that you think even at 16, 17 people have played more innings than perhaps I have in my whole career as a women's cricketer, because we played on a Sunday and that was pretty much it. You might have an odd midweek game and a couple of training sessions, and that was county cricket back 20 odd years ago. But now they're training 3-4 times a week. They've got the S&C programs. They're playing club cricket, age group cricket, regional cricket, all these sorts of things, franchise cricket, international cricket. There's so much out there. There's so many opportunities, and it's a fantastic prospect that you can talk to girls at school level cricket and they want to be a cricketer, and that's a career path that they can pursue. So it definitely would have been something I would have looked at 20-something years ago, but it's great that people built the foundations that now allow people to make cricket their career of choice.
Oh, it definitely is, and I'll touch upon this point after this first delivery from Phoebe Franklin.
It's that into the offside, off the back foot for a single.
But a point which I actually brought up in an interview, funny enough, with Amusa and Kumar, Perrin and Phoebe Brett, was the fact that in 2014, that was the time that there weren't even professional contracts at that stage, not even for England players. That was the first year that any England cricketer had been professionally contracted. And then, of course, in the early 2020s, as Franklin bowls here.
That's a great shot by Perrin there, onto the offside for 1 run.
We saw the first cohort of domestic cricketers get those professional contracts, 41 in total, a few of which are playing out there for both Warwickshire and Surrey today. It is quite incredible just how the game has grown, and it's been a long time coming. There's been a lot of people, as Franklin bowls here.
It's a bit of a fuller ball there, but no run.
But an awful lot of people have dedicated so much, especially in those days of county cricket when it was a case of going to the club grounds, when it was a case of having almost that ramshackle structure. Of course, when you look at the major cricket websites, they might not have the same level of statistical background compared to the men's game.
Franklin into one. Yeah, but of course when they first had the England girls on contracts, their job was actually to coach. They worked for Chance to Shine, and they had to, all of a sudden, if they wanted to play cricket, the deal was you had to go into school and coach 40 or 50 8-year-olds for an afternoon, which really probably wasn't their career of choice. Having said that, some of them do move into the coaching in future, but that was the only option to get the money to start making the professional game. And that's a great shot by Izzy Wong through the covers, and there's a chase on there out in the boundary, and that's gone for 2 runs.
Yes, apologies about that for anyone tuning into the live stream today. We just had the microphone cut out as Capsey continues to bowl here from the City Road end. So yeah, just touching upon that previous conversation, Sarah, about the grassroots side of the game. Of course, you do a lot of work for Berkswell. Shout out to Berkswell Cricket Club. Great place and a lovely venue as well. What kind of changes would you like to see implemented to make that pathway up to the professional game even more sustainable heading into the next few years?
I think the main thing from a club point of view is a bit more of a collaborative approach with counties, working with young players and working across the structure. At the moment we find, particularly in a club cricket environment, that there's so many clashes, and that you can't, we understood there was going to be clashes with the tier 2 coming in, and that we wouldn't have tier 2 players to play club cricket, and we reacted to that. But then now, for example, there's an under-18 county competition on the Sunday, there's under-15 friendly competitions on the Sunday, there's cups on a Sunday, there's everything else, whereas Sunday used to be sacrosanct to women's club cricket, and that was where youngsters such as Izzy Wong at our club and Bethan Ellis would come along and learn their game, and they'd play every week and they'd get a great opportunity and they'd learn from older cricketers. I think that element of the game is a little bit missing. It's great to have 30, 15-year-olds, as that's a great shot from Izzy Wong through the mid-wicket area and a dive on the field. I don't think it's quite stopped at, and that has gone for 4. But I don't think you shouldn't underestimate the power of learning from people who've been in the game for a long time, and say it's great to have an under-15 friendly and have 30 girls all together playing a county friendly and all having a go and looking at them, but actually it's taking away their opportunity to play club 40 over, 50 over cricket, and in a slightly more informal environment, and not always feeling watched, to be able to learn their game and, you know, try new things, take those risks. I think that's a great learning curve for all youngsters, and I hope that that's not going to be taken away from them with, you know, more and more county cricket and more competitions that take them away from club cricket. So we've got a very strong structure at our club at 13s, 15s, 19s. We did have 3 women's sides last year, but for example this season we struggled to get one side out on some occasions because of so many other commitments. And of course there's always going to be exams, which is always a big issue for county cricket as a whole. I believe the system's going over to be 16s and 18s next year rather than 15s, so perhaps they won't start till after exams. But if you've got a big cohort of juniors who are all doing their GCSEs and A-levels, it's a lot to expect them to play on a Sunday for a club and then a Monday for county and everything else. So it's player management, but also giving clubs the opportunity to still grow.
No, it's a wonderful point, and it's something actually I touched upon. I think it actually may have been in the game against the Blaze at Edgbaston with Dr. Jane Powell, because for her, she grew up in what was very much that pathway of club cricket. So her grounding was playing for a local side, and she said it was invaluable in terms of learning from more experienced players and also learning how to set proper fields, as Franklin bowls here to Perrin.
Ball there to Perrin. That's great. For 4 to take out onto 98.
Yep, 2 away from what would be a maiden list A century for Davina Perrin. Also brings up the 200 for Warwickshire, who, a reminder for anyone tuning in a little bit later, were 32 for 5 at one point. This has been a quite remarkable effort from Davina Perrin and previously Nat Wraith to get them back into a good position.
Dot ball there from Perrin, who, whilst we're saying hasn't got to these 3 figures for Warwickshire as yet, she's obviously scored a lot of runs at group cricket, at club cricket, at other games. So this isn't a very alien position to her, but it would be an absolutely fantastic innings from her. She hits that one away and they run through for a quick single to take it on to 99.
Yeah, I don't think there are too many more adjectives that we can utilise to describe Davina Perrin's summer of 2025. Really has just been stupendous across all 3 formats, or all 3 competitions, of course, with the T20 County Cup. Played some really good knocks in that competition early doors. Of course, we've just seen the T20 Blast, leading run scorer for the Bears in that competition. I think she was top 3 overall as well. Just really has been a great season for one of the most promising cricketers here in England and Wales.
Franklin to 1. Yes, and I think it comes as no surprise to many people watching that she is doing so well. I think giving the opportunities to very talented cricketers, and I think as well, when you do grow up at a county such as Staffordshire, when they haven't got perhaps as many cricketers at a junior level, she got a lot of opportunities, which was great for her as a talented player to play at one point 13s, 15s and 17s or 18s through the county system, which was deserved because of her talent. But I think sometimes in bigger counties you don't perhaps get as many opportunities because there's just so many players out there. I think Warwickshire are looking at that a little bit now. going away from having very big squads at 15s and 18s and just saying, look, if you're good at 15, then you're in the 18 squad as well, and that's the way it should work, which is great to some extent. It does put pressure on a lot of players, and that's why again the club structure has to be strong to support those that won't be involved in the county pathway. As Capsey to Perrin for no run.
You can just sense, can't you, around the ground, there's that air of anticipation. Of course, we've got the players' bench next to us here in the commentary position. Got that smattering of spectators behind. Here is Capsey bowling to Davina Perrin, who advances down the track. Oh, it's gone through, and this will be the moment. Davina runs the first one quickly. They won't come back for a second, but Davina Perrin is a list A centurion. An innings of sheer class, calibre and quality from one of Warwickshire's finest prospects.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. We weren't expecting it quite on that ball because it was a little bit of a misfield, but we were expecting it to come, and I think nobody is surprised that that's a century, but what a century, what a time in the game today, and brings up the 200 for Warwickshire as Izzy Wong plays that nicely at Davina Perrin down the ground for no run. But yes, whilst everybody is incredibly pleased for her, I think there's no element of surprise across anyone here that it was only a matter of time before she got there, and what a day to do it against what a strong Surrey side here. Capsey to Wong, plays it straight back. And what's as no surprise either, she doesn't look very tired, does she? She's so fit, and she's plays it so well that actually she's played shots at the end there, or not at the end, because hopefully it's not going to be the end because she'll go on and score some more runs, but she's played very similar way all the way through her innings, and she's, unlike perhaps the county cricketers of old that we were, that you'd be exhausted by now, you know, not the fitness programmes behind you, but she takes her game very seriously, and it's shown today as Izzy Wong works that into the leg side. A fantastic bit of fielding there by Monaghan for no run to finish off. Capsey's over there, and she has gone for 13 of her 2 overs. Or it should be 17, sorry, because I think that 4 hasn't gone on there. But yes, Perrin's called for a well-deserved drink here.
Yeah, well-deserved, definitely the word to describe that, Sarah. Just a reminder again, folks, that the Bears, within the first 7 overs, were 32 for 5. It was an incredible opening salvo from Alice Monaghan and Rhianna McDonald-Gay, which reduced the home side to that very perilous position. And then after that, you've got to say it's just been so comfortable. Thought Nat Wraith did a quite splendid job, and Davina Perrin, of course, taking the headlines here. 100 from 113 deliveries, includes 12 fours and a 6 to boot. Izzy Wong, though, as well, playing the foil role again very well. We said about the importance of that kind of archetype. Izzy has done 19 unbeaten runs and 3 boundaries to her name as well.
As there's no run there to Perrin off the bowling of Franklin. Yes, indeed, for Izzy Wong to play a secondary supportive role to someone it's not in her nature, but it's not often that we see her just sort of playing that role, but it shows how capable she is as a cricketer as well, that actually she's almost gone under the radar while we've watched here, and she's just played a nice role there and just hit some really good shots, defended it where need be, and she's batting for time again here with still 14 overs remaining in the game, and the score now on 203 for 6.
Certainly is. Still time as well in this innings. Really has been some comeback from the Bear and Ragged staff. Phoebe Franklin looking to bring an end to this partnership rather swiftly. That is again another cracking shot through the covers, this time from Izzy Wong. There's a chase on for the fielder downhill. It's Alice Monaghan doing the sweeping up there, and they will come back for 2 more runs. Been an excellent rear guard this, hasn't it, from the Bears after what was a very difficult opening spell.
As once again, those people who might tune in and look at the scores once every hour or so will be very surprised and pleasantly surprised when they tune in and see what's happened in the last couple of hours. As that's gone in the air, it should be a safe pair of hands under it. Unfortunately, that's the end of Izzy Wong there, caught by, I believe, Danny Wyatt at backward point. Just a top edge there, a little bit unlucky for Mizzy Wong, but perhaps going after the ball a little bit more there. And yeah, that's a decent innings by Wong, 19 off 25, but unfortunately succumbing to a little top edge there to finish her innings. As we see Millie Taylor heading to the middle. Millie has got quite a decent few runs under her belt this year. Obviously coming to the side in her first full season playing professional cricket, and has been really good with the ball in hand, but also no slouch, as we said, with the bat. There's many of these girls coming through the ranks doing both skills, and we're just about to see how she matches up out here, supporting Davina Perrin, who is on an excellent 101 not out off 115 balls. So yeah, she's basically got half the runs we're saying here. So 101 out of 205, and it's been a fantastic innings to watch. We're privileged to have some front row seats here at Portland Road, as Perrin has hit it all over the ground and kept everybody guessing. But I think no surprise to anyone that she's gone on to take her first century here.
No, it definitely isn't. And just touching upon that point with Millie Taylor, of course, made her list out.
So Capsey into Taylor for no run to start the, can't add backwards here, 37th over. School holidays, I don't need to add up then.
Yeah, it's time to take a break from the mathematics, isn't it, Sarah?
Yeah.
But no, it's been a pretty good start, hasn't it, from Alice Capsey?
Yeah, she's kept it nice and tight here, and a couple of odd boundaries off her, but that's a hit in the air, but that's nicely down the ground from Millie Taylor, and that's gone for a 4. That's a great shot from her there for 4 runs. So not quite sure from our angle whether the fielders are in line, but then as soon as it's gone past them, you know it's gone for 4. And there's a lightning quick outfield here as well, but they only needed a couple of bounces to go over the boundary rope.
Yeah, it's firmly struck, wasn't it, by Millie Taylor?
There's another nice shot from Taylor there, just for a single to Kalia Moore out here in deep cover to bring the very dangerous Davina Perrin back on strike. Field is changing a little bit. 2 straight fielders are going right out on the fence here, and they're bringing in the deep square. Capsy to Perrin for no run. Yeah, they've got all the four fielders in front of the bat now, out on the boundary in the areas that we know that Perrin can hit the ball, but we've also seen her hit it in other areas as well, so no doubt she'll be looking where those deep fielders are. She comes down the ground, she hits that straight, it's missed both of them. It's another one bounce four. That's a fantastic shot. So wherever you put your fielders, if you're going to hit it between them, it doesn't really matter. And that was a great shot down the ground, again using her feet to the spin, as Perrin's shown us so well during her innings today, for bring up another four to take her on to 105 and score to 216 for 7 with 12 overs remaining. We wouldn't have thought we were in this position if we were totally honest earlier today. I think we all knew the talent of Perrin, and we knew that Wraith was capable of putting them in, but it was the situation of the game that was such that we were pleasantly surprised. I think that we've got more runs on the board than perhaps the 32 for 5 would have suggested earlier in the game.
Oh, 100%, as Monaghan starts off here with a wide from the Roebuck Road end. Well, when you do the maths on it, that's 180 for the loss of 2 wickets, or yeah, in fact it is 2 wickets, just the 2 wickets. So it stemmed, didn't it, from that partnership between Wraith and Perrin, 118 for that wicket, and then of course since then the partnership between Wong and Perrin, which again added a further 62. Really has been a very valiant batting effort from Warwickshire so far today.
As Taylor hits that into the mid-wicket area for no run. And this is trying to work out how many overs she's got left. She can't have many left. The live feed is showing Franklin on the name, which is obviously not correct. Oh, she's got this her 9th over, and she's on 3 for 37. That's a lovely shot from Taylor there through the covers. There's a chase on the boundary fielder who gets there fantastically well, and that's 2 runs to Millie Taylor.
Yeah, it's a fine shot, isn't it, that from Taylor? Just leans into it, utilising the pace of the ball. And as we said all day long, it is a very fast outfield here at Portland Road. Does race away, especially down there. There is the slope element, a little bit of a dip. Very, very nice shot, that.
Monaghan continues her run in this 9th over, and a lovely solid defensive shot from Taylor for no run. She's played some lovely shots so far. Front foot seems to be really strong. She's not phased by the pace of the ball. I know that Monaghan was getting it to move quite a lot early on, but getting her foot right across to the ball, Taylor here, and she seems to just be placing it really nicely through the fielders each time. There's Monaghan back into Taylor, a shorter ball, and she rocks back and hits that through. That's gone for 4. That's a great shot from Taylor. Just as I was saying how nice she is on the front foot, we've seen her now, she can play on the back foot as well. There she is, hitting a nice run through mid-wicket there. Bit too short there for Monaghan, and it was punished and put away for a lovely boundary.
It was a lovely boundary. It was well placed, wasn't it? Just square by Millie Taylor. Of course, Clearmore is patrolling out there, very quick across the deck. But yeah, just too much on that one, and there is now a change in the field.
Yeah, we're bringing third up into the ring and putting a deep mid-wicket or a cow corner out here as well. I mean, you'd hope that she perhaps wouldn't bowl it as short again, or maybe she is bowling it short, maybe that's the plan. Yeah, there we go, it's coming to short, gone down to Grace Harris at fine leg.
Yeah, well controlled that, wasn't it, by Millie Taylor? Just waited on the delivery. Again, placed it nicely. There are gaps, but also plenty of protection, especially with this field set now for Davina Perrin. Grace Harris out there at deep fine leg, Clearmore just in front of us here at deep square leg, and Phoebe Franklin out at deep mid-wicket. There are plenty of gaps for those 1s and 2s.
It's Monaghan into Perrin. no run into the safe hands of Danny Wyatt there at backward point. Yeah, you'd have to say now with the 4 out that there's plenty of space to keep the scoreboard ticking over, which is what Davina Perrin's done so nicely throughout the game, and Millie Taylor's also done since she's come to the crease. Again, another supportive role, 12 from just 10 deliveries since she's come in, which you know, for a lower order batter, as you said, coming in at number 9 and looking quite comfortable in her surroundings, and she's got a good few shots in her armoury as well.
She certainly has, yeah. Worked very hard on her batting, of course, during her time at Sussex, and the Southern Vipers seen predominantly as that bowling option, but we've seen so far this season she's produced some very, very handy runs, of course. We saw it on finals day at the Oval on Sunday as well. Always helps, doesn't it, when you've got that kind of cricketer who can chip in with 15-20 runs as she flicks that delivery away onto the leg side for a single off the bowling of Gregory. I also imagine for an opposition it's a little bit demoralising as well, isn't it, when you've got someone like Taylor who comes in that lower order, can score those runs, and of course next is Georgia Davis, who has a 50 to her name this season, so...
Yeah, I think gone are the days that you get into the tail going 6, 7, 8, 9. I think these are, there's no such thing as a tail in some ways, and there's obviously people who do more of one skill than the other, but as we've seen, everybody's getting a chance to have a bat in various different games, and everybody can bat, as we've seen Georgia Davis, Hannah Baker in some of the games they've played this year have put on a good sort of 9th, 10th wicket partnership and still got some decent runs to their name. Oh, lovely shot by Taylor there. Oh, and they're scampering through for a quick single. It's a great stop, but couldn't quite get the hands to it there, Capsy, so it's come through. Danny Gregory, who's come back on for her 7th over from the City Road end here.
Yeah, again, a little bit of a rarity so far for Danny Gregory this season. Currently wicketless. None for 27. Bowling here again to Davina Perrin.
Pops that to Phoebe Franklin for no run. Just this one full toss for her and the one full toss for Killian Moore for the whole game. They both, Davina Perrin, and you wouldn't want to be bowling full tosses at her, but she's put them both away. She uses her feet, comes down the ground, hits that nicely, and that's going to be a couple of bounces for 4 there. That is a great shot by Davina Perrin.
Dare I use the word masterclass, Sarah, because this really has just been outstanding, hasn't it, from Perrin so far. In terms of those powerful shots, you're never going to stop those, but also the strike rotation has been bang on the money. Just an exhibition in how to generate a list A innings from Davina Perrin so far.
And even then, just a little bottom edge and it's trickling. It hasn't quite gone for 4, it's a good chase. It looks like it's going to run away down this boundary here, but they just seem to just be getting it at the end, and that's just gone for a couple of runs, and she's dropped her bat, Davina Perrin, but partner Millie Taylor's picking it up for her at the end of the 40th over there. And yes, I think you probably could call it a masterclass. I think there's been some fantastic shots. I think in particular how she's played the spinners today has been absolutely fantastic. She's played them all around the ground in different areas, and her strength historically has been hitting straight, and she's shown that at times, but also she's mixed that up with a lot of other shots in a lot of different areas, and Surrey just haven't had an answer to her today, and it's shown with the 112 that she's now on with 10 overs remaining.
Well, I will pose the question, Sarah, of course, with 10 overs still to spare. What do you think Warwickshire will be happy with at this stage, with Perrin still out there in the middle, Taylor out there also looking very comfortable, and it will be Taylor on strike here against Monaghan. Of course, Davis and Brett still to come in the shed. Will be Monaghan here from the Roebuck Road ends. Bowling here to Taylor. Starts off with a wide. What do you think the home side would be looking at as a commendable target?
Well, I mean, I reckon they'd be more than happy with a 280, 290 at this point in the game. I think the magical 300 is maybe a little way off, but saying that, if Perrin continues how she's doing, I mean, it's they're going at nearly 6s and over as we are at the moment, and if that can continue into the last round, I think they'll be very pleased with that as a total. As Taylor defends that one off Menahan. Of course, this is Menahan's last over as well, so we're going to have to be looking for a change after that. And I think whilst they haven't got too many wickets in hand, we know that the people who are coming in can also hold a bat. And I think the key here is if Perrin is still in at the end, what will the total be? And I think that's anyone's guess at the moment. She's hit a couple of boundaries effortlessly, most overs that she's faced in the last sort of 20 overs. And of course she's been nicely supported by Millie Taylor, who's going at more than a runner ball as well. So I mean, what's your thoughts on a total? What were you going?
I'm going to be honest, I said 280 in my head. I think that would be... It's going to be difficult to defend unless there's early wickets, though. That is the one thing, because this surface hasn't really had too many demons. I think that's something that we both picked up on.
Yeah, probably got a little bit quicker as well as the day's gone on.
That one very full, almost Yorker length delivery, that from Alice Monaghan, keeping Millie Taylor on her toes. Yeah, I think about 280, I think. That'd be decent, but then again, with Davina Perrin out there, she can reach 140, 150. You never know, do you?
Yeah, and what's the great thing about Davina, and there's many great things that we've mentioned today, is that she'll still be playing for the team here. She'll be trying to do what's best for the team and trying to get that total up as much as she possibly can. She won't be sort of thinking about her own stats and her average here. She'll be going, obviously she's now got to that magic 100, but she'll still be pushing on as much as she possibly can. I don't think you'll see a change in the way she plays. If anything, she might be a little bit more positive, but we've seen a lot of positivity from her anyway across her innings.
We certainly have.
Again, the field changes for Perrin when she comes on strike here.
I think we also need to mention just how well Alice Monaghan has bowled today. Touch upon the statistical side of that in a few moments' time as she gets ready to bowl here to Davina Perrin. Perrin flashes the bat at that one. Safely held by Kira Chatley behind the stumps. But of course, against the Bears earlier this season, in that match down at Beckenham, got figures of 2 for 44. So already had that previous success against the Bear and Ragged staff. Has had a good season so far, with both bat and ball in hand. Also a very good fielder, as we've witnessed today. But this so far today will represent her best bowling figures of the season in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, as Perrin just pushes that into the offside for a single. And that will signal the end of over number 41, at the end of which the Bears move on to a score of 236 for 7.
Yes, and I think Perrin now having a quick word with Millie Taylor is, you would argue, the senior batter out there, although maybe not in years, but as in experience, and she'll have a plan of what she wants to do now to the bowling of Gregory, and they'll definitely be looking for the quick singles, there's no doubt about that. And Millie Taylor, again, another one of very fit, very quick between the wickets, but just making her aware that they are going to run. We did see that run out earlier of Sophie Beach when perhaps the younger player wasn't sure, and that's hit down the ground. Oh. And
that will be that. That is the wicket that Surrey were absolutely desperate for. Davina Perrin will have to depart for a quite magnificent 113 runs. Gregory gets her first wicket of the game, and it is the biggest one of the lot. And a lovely moment here from the Surrey players as they go over to shake hands with Davina. Of course, a List A Centurion for the very first time here at Portland Road today. And she'll be met by rapturous applause from the spectators, players, coaches, everyone in attendance here in the second city today. Also shares a lovely moment there with her captain, Georgia Davis. Well batted Davina Perrin, 113 from 125 deliveries, included 14 fours and 1 6 to boot. Just has all the hallmarks of a future superstar in this great game of ours.
And as with all these people that get to these centuries, she can't help but be a little bit cross with herself for getting out there, but that shows the quality of the batter that she is. And she, as we said, wasn't going to play in any different way. She's still pushing on the score rate, and she just unfortunately found the hands of Grace Harris there at sort of a long off position to finish what was quite an incredible innings, if we're honest.
No, it certainly was. And that brings the Warwickshire captain, Georgia Davis, into the middle, facing off here against Danny Gregory. First ball a little bit short, slight bit of a drag down that from Gregory. Haven't seen that too much so far today, but isn't punished, so will just be a single. Or sorry, will just be a dot ball actually in the end. No issue whatsoever for Surrey, but what a wicket that was for Danny Gregory to get. It was that she possibly could have taken. Davina Perrin, absolutely astonishing today.
Are you changing your prediction now?
It's a tough one because both Davis and Taylor can bat, and I've seen Phoebe Brett for Worcestershire as Gregory. That's a full toss and just smoked out towards deep mid wickets. A couple of bounces up towards White Hodge for a single, and they're still batting. That's the thing here, and the other key metric is the number of overs remaining. If it was 236 for rain, so that will bring in Phoebe Brett to the crease now, wearing the number 15 shirt. Here she is facing off against Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Starts off with a short ball, bit of an under edge there from Brett. Just down towards deep third, it will just be a single. Of course, we spoke about Monaghan as well. I mean, what a day Rhiannon McDonald-Gay's had.
Yeah, they both of these pace bowlers started out so a couple of wides in those first overs, but then once they found their line and length, they've bowled very dangerously, and they've both got their just rewards for doing so.
This time to Taylor. That's a really well placed shot. Two fielders converging on it. We picked up comfortably by Grace Harris. In the end, will just be a single. Warwickshire move on to 239 for 9.
Phoebe Brett, another youngster who's come through the ranks at the sort of Worcestershire level, played for those under 19 games of late, and now getting an opportunity in the first team here today.
Well, a muted appeal there from McDonald Gay, I think. All the Surrey players knew that was a little bit too high on that occasion. And the attempted swivel shot there from Phoebe Brett.
Couldn't work out if you're taking it up and down there.
I wasn't trying to trip you, honest.
So Brett on strike here against McDonald. Gay goes aerial over the top. There's a fielder there. It's Paige Schofield who takes it with a good leaping effort. And that will signal the end of the first innings here at Portland Road. Warwickshire bowled out for 239 runs in the third over. Rhianna McDonald-Gay finishing with exceptional figures of 4 for 47. Alice Monaghan also chipping in with 3 for 48. Phoebe Franklin 1 for 48 from her 9 overs. And Danny Gregory getting 1 for 36 from her 8. But the start of the show there, Sarah, is of course Davina Perrin. 113 from 125 deliveries, 14 fours and a 6, batted quite beautifully alongside the likes of Nat Wraith, who scored 47, Izzy Wong with a valuable 21, and Millie Taylor towards the end on 16 not outs. What do you make of that total?
I think it's a very competitive total. I think particularly from the position that Warwickshire found themselves in earlier in the game, they'll be actually very pleased with how that's gone. I think as we've said, this Surrey is packed with stars in their batting lineup. We've got a quick outfield, shortish boundaries, so it could be a very good game on our hands. But I think you'd have asked Warwickshire if they wanted that sort of total at the start of the day, they'd have probably taken it. Surrey may have looked to got these wickets quicker than they did. I think they obviously the confidence of being 32 for 5, but then coming up to 239, I think they might be slightly disappointed with how the second half went, but say they've got such strength and depth with their batting as well. It's going to be a very interesting second half.
It certainly will be, yes. So much star power in that Surrey team with the likes of Smith, Chatley, Capsey, Schofield, Harris, Wyatt Hodge, Franklin to boot. Will be a difficult task this for Warwickshire to defend 240, but early wickets, that is the name of the game here, isn't it? If they can make early inroads with the likes of Izzy Wong, then of course you've got the spin twins in Taylor and Davis. Phoebe Brett as well, known to take the new ball and get those early wickets. It is game on, providing that those early breakthroughs are established.
Oh, definitely. I think Warwickshire have got a good all-round bowling attack there, so they've got some danger there. They've got some consistent spinners. We've seen the ball spins nicely on here and it carries through, so both of those things will make for a really good second innings.
They most certainly will. So we'll take a quick break here on the Warwickshire live stream. Just a reminder of that total. Warwickshire restricted to 239 all outs at the end of their first and only innings here at Portland Road today. And when we return here on the Match Centre at edgbaston.com, as well as the Warwickshire CCC YouTube channel, Surrey will be chasing 240 for a 5th straight victory in the 2025 Metro Bank One Day Cup.
Cool, all good.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Portland Road, where Surrey are chasing 240 runs in order to secure a 5th consecutive victory here in the 2025 Metro Bank One Day Cup. Of course, the Bears bowl out for 239 runs, with the real highlight being Davina Perrin's maiden List Day century. She scored 113 from 125 deliveries in what was an absolute masterclass in white ball batting here in the second city. So Surrey just about to get their run chase underway. Will be Kira Chatley and Bryony Smith opening the batting for the visitors. We're just waiting to see who'll be opening the bowling here for the Bears. It should be Izzy Wong, and indeed it is. Ball in the hands of the ever popular seam bowler. She gets ready to try and get some early inroads for the home side. So just looking at the field, very evenly spread. Surrey and Kumar out there at deep backward square leg. And we are almost ready to get back underway. So let's wait and see what this one has in store. My name is Aaron Viles, alongside me is Sarah Ginn. And here is Izzy Wong then with the first delivery of the run chase from the City Road end, bowling here to Bryony Smith, and the first ball is a dot ball. Welcome back, Sarah.
Thank you very much. It's been a quick fire lunch break, but we're back on air now. I'm just trying to get the live stream up and running as well. I hope you guys are back joining us at home. We've been told off by the ground staff, haven't we, for saying there was black clouds. It's absolutely perfect here now.
Here is Izzy Wong steaming in to Smith. That one strays down the leg side, and that will be a wide delivery. So Surrey, one without loss. Yeah, just looking at the forecast, I mean, there are still some, I don't want to say ominous clouds now, because our fears have been put to bed. But there are still some areas of patchy cloud and murkiness here in Birmingham, but we have been assured, so it's on the ground staff, if we start to see rain, that there is nothing forecast here today. Well, that one is aerial, potential chance, just falls short of a diving Meg Austin. It was a good effort, and in the end Sophie Beach does the mopping up. First run off the bat there of Bryony Smith, but that will give a little bit of encouragement for Izzy Wong and Warwickshire there.
Yeah, it was sort of a half chance there, wasn't it? I think it would have been a very tough chance to take, but it's definitely played it a little bit too soon there, and it went in the air, but kind of just too short for the field there of Meg Austin diving in the covers.
Wong this time to Kira Chatley, who of course will be brimming with confidence. Chatley hitting the winning runs on Sunday in the T20 Blast final as Surrey lifted the trophy with a 5-wicket victory over their opposition today. Hasn't really had too much opportunity with the bat in the 50-over format though. 90 runs so far this season for Kira Chatley. So this presents a good opportunity to get some significant runs on the board. Izzy Wong, of course, will be hoping for exactly the opposite. She bowls here to the Surrey keeper. A little bit too full to pull that one.
Yeah, it wasn't perhaps the greatest of shot selection, the first over of these 50 that they've got to chase down the total. Perhaps didn't come up quite as she expected either, but she got away with it anyway, and she's still at the crease.
That's the important thing for Surrey, isn't it? Minimising those early losses. We saw the Bears immediately put on the back foot, 32 for 5 within the first 7 overs. As Wong always charges in with real purpose. There's a massive appeal and given. Izzy Wong gets the Bears on the board, and Kira Chatley has to depart. Trapped LBW, plumb in front. Easy decision for the umpire, and Surrey are 2 for 1 in the very first over.
Yeah, after that ball before, you always thought perhaps that she wasn't looking as comfortable as she could do at the crease there, Chatley, and She played all around that one, it has to be said, and hit her straight on the pad. And yeah, an easy decision for the umpire to give their first wicket for Izzy Wong. And the Bears are celebrating loud here, as they well might, because it's a very, very good start when you get a wicket in the first over.
It most certainly is. Just sets the tempo, doesn't it? Gets you off to exactly the beginning that you want to. But with Surrey, when one falls, another Titan enters the middle. Alice Capsey, England's international overseas. She's done all sorts in franchise cricket, whether that's been in the Big Bash or the WPL. So, yeah, don't take your eyes off this one, folks. This one should be very, very exciting indeed.
Yeah, Wong, with all the confidence of someone's in form, you can see when she walks back to her mark, she's looking confident. She's got that little bounce in her step that she often has. Wearing number 95 for Lightning McQueen, of course, on her back.
It's one of the great stories in cricket, that, isn't it, behind a number. Here is Izzy Wong, bowling like lightning, and finishes off with a dot ball. So a very productive first over for Warwickshire County Cricket Club. Surrey 2 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, and exactly the start that Warwickshire would have hoped for there, and not many runs on the board, and a wicket, and someone back in the shed already. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long road ahead, but definitely a good way to start it.
Always is. Comes back to what we were mentioning before the innings break, early inroads, just putting Surrey on the back foot. And as for the visitors, well, it's exactly the opposite, isn't it? Hopefully get a little bit of steadying, a little bit of calmness, assurance in these first 10 overs. Just present those difficulties for the Bears if the partnerships begin to develop. So we'll see Amu Surenkumar here from the Roebuck Road end. Starts off with a dot ball. Of course, Amu, someone, Sarah, that you're quite familiar with, having watched her for both Warwickshire and rugby school this season.
Yeah, she's a very bright prospect. So coming from the Sunrisers ranks and rugby school for her sixth form, and playing
So it is Izzy Wong to continue here from the City Road end. Apologies as well for anyone tuning in to the live stream or the match centre at edgbaston.com. We are slightly more remote with our setup here at Portland Road compared to Edgbaston, so if the microphone does keep on cutting out, we can only apologise. We are working our hardest to prevent those technical gremlins from being too substantial. Yeah, good start this for Izzy Wong and the Bears, and here she is yet again. Bowling to Alice Capsey.
No, so Capsey looked bright in the field earlier. Good job with the ball as well, and now she'll be looking to put that in place with the bat. As we talked about, these cricketers that can do everything, and she's probably one of those. And yeah, she'll be definitely looking to push on with the bat in hand now.
Well, that one keeps Capsey on her toes. Haven't seen too many demons from the pitch either. I know that we have spoken about this before, Sarah, but the bounce has been pretty even. There's been good carry for the seam bowlers. It's just a case of playing the ball on its merit in the first 10 to 15 overs, and then after that trying to cash in, a little bit like Davina Perrinen's Nat Wraith did earlier on.
Yeah, and you'd have thought that the experience that Surrey have got at the crease, they'll know that they've got plenty of time to get these runs. It's a quick outfield. It's a decent track that's playing really quite true. But Izzy Wong definitely troubling Alice Capsey with the length that she's bowling at the moment, and looks like the plan is to bowl nice and full at Capsey here, right onto her feet. She's keeping them out so far.
Well, plenty of encouragement from her teammates out there. Shouts of "come on, Wongy." Plenty of people in the crowd as well, I'm sure, will be wanting Izzy to get that second wicket early doors here. That one well played by Capsey, just rocks onto the back foot, cuts it away, and there's a misfield by Millie Taylor out towards deep backward point. So that will be 4 more runs to add to the target. 14 for 1 now, Surrey.
Yeah, we talked at length in the first innings about how Surrey were quick in the field. There was a couple of early misfields from them as well when the ball's spinning, but we've seen a couple go through so far from Warwickshire, but let's just hope it's an early blip and not something for the rest of the innings.
Wong to round out this third over. Capsey just leaning into that one. Perrin puts in the dive. There's no protection out there. So back-to-back boundaries to round out what in the end has been Surrey's over. 8 runs from it. The visitors 18 for 1 after 3 overs.
Yeah, they're just finding the gaps there in those last couple of balls to Wong. Again, we talked about it in the first innings, but using the bat, using the angle of the bat, using the speed of the delivery rather than having to overhit the ball. And there was 2 lovely boundaries then from Capsey to finish the over.
Yeah, it was just lovely batting that, wasn't it, from Alice Capsey. Of course, also has those very powerful and destructive shots in the locker. Could see a couple of big sixes from her a little bit later on. Here is Surrey Kumar to Smith. And a delightful looking shot that from the Surrey captain. Driven crisply back to Surrey Kumar for the dot ball.
Yeah, trying not to show the pain there when it hits her back on the hand as it comes straight back. I think we've all been there. Just give it a quick shake and go back to your mark.
Really fierce competitor is Amu Surrey Kumar. She'd love to get the wicket, the Surrey captain, I can assure you that. And that's some smart running between Capsey and Smith.
Ramen. Not for you. Do you reckon Phil can go this one? You? Square.
So here is Surrey Kumar again from the Roebuck Road ends. That one testing Capsey in a good diving stop by Nat Wraith as well. Prevents any further runs being scored.
Yeah, good start to this over from Surrey Kumar. Found a length a little better with those first couple of deliveries and challenging the bat of Alice Capsey.
deep square leg, where Izzy Wong will cut that off for the single. It's great experience, isn't it, for a young bowler to bowl against players of this calibre?
Yeah, I think being handed a new ball is always a compliment, isn't it? Especially in a game like this, with when there's so much on it and there's so much talent in both sides. And so far she's done pretty well. She's a couple of balls have been punished, and perhaps more so than they would be at the under-19 level or the second 11 or school level when you bowl them. But that's how you learn your trade. You go out and you realise that you actually have to sharpen up, and you have to really bowl that line and length even more so as you move up the ranks. And that's definitely a better sort of second over lengthwise from Amu that we saw there.
Most definitely is. So we'll see Izzy Wong then for her third over. Coming into bowl here from the City Road ends, and again that is a delightful shot. Just leans into it, caresses it through the covers, chase on for the fielders, and that'll be 4 more runs from Alice Capsey, who so far is looking in impeccable touch.
Yeah, it's just, I said it before when she hit the last 4, but the timing and the effortless look to her game just makes it look like she's got all the time in the world. Izzy Wong, no slouch with the pace of her bowling, but that's for sure, but just stroking it down the ground nicely, and again she's found that gap. She didn't have to overhit that, and it's gone for 4 pretty easily.
Yeah, very languid shot, wasn't it, that from Capsey? Moves on to 17 from just 12 deliveries. Her captain Smith on 10 from 10. How can Izzy Wong reply after that one? It's almost a carbon copy of the placement there, but Beach is there to restrict that to a dot ball.
Yeah, didn't quite find the gap on that one, did it? It just got the edge of the fielder. And Sophie Beach having her first game here, young active cricketer fielding in the covers, and she's keen to make her mark. Didn't unfortunately make her mark with the bat, but she'd hopefully do something in the field there to get her name on the score sheet.
Wong drops that one a little bit shorter by comparison. Another misfield this time in at the covers. So that should be 2 runs. Indeed it is, off the bat of Alice Capsey, who moves on to 19. Score moves on to 30 for 1 for Surrey, and after that early breakthrough, already this partnership moves on to 28.
Yeah, it's always going to be a battle for this Warwickshire side, but just looking settled already. We talked about how Perrin looks settled at the crease, both of these batters.
That one short and rocketed away out towards deep mid-wicket. Couple of bounces over the rope for 4 runs. Alice Capsey is seeing it like a beach ball out there at the minute. Surrey 34 for 1.
Yeah, gone are the days in the 50 overs that you play yourself in for a little while. I mean, every ball on its merit, and those last couple of balls, particularly that one that's been too short, she's just put away. No fuss at all. She hasn't even really run for it. I think that it was that well hit.
Again, short from Wong, not as well timed, but it's very well placed. Takes multiple bounces, almost carbon copy of where the last shot ended up. Nestles into the covers, and that will be 4 more runs. Surrey 38 for 1. A reminder that they are only chasing 240 after bowling the Bears out for 239 within the space of 43 overs. It was a really difficult start for the hosts, restricted to 32 for 5 within the opening 7 overs. But a 118 run partnership between Nat Wraith and their Centurion Davina Perrin, as well as a 62 run stand between the aforementioned Perrin and Wong, ultimately got Warwickshire back into some semblance of competitiveness. That's a lovely deft shot, and an even better bit of fielding there from Davina Perrin. Restricts it to just 1 run.
This is what we've talked about. She scored 100 odd in the first innings, but she's running that like she's fresh as daisy out on the field, and just the commitment and the hard work that these girls put in is really showing. Now we go into the second innings as fresh as anybody else on the pitch, and she's a fine athlete, is Davina, and just shown by that stop there that wasn't going through her. She's put the runs on the board and she wants to win this game, and you could tell by the way she went about that just then.
You most certainly can. So it will be Surrey Kumar for a third over here from the Roebuck row end. Just waiting to see as well. And yes, Nat Wraith has put the helmet on, so she'll be stood up to the stumps here. This is something we've seen throughout the season so far, across formats. Imagine that Surrey Kumar might take a little bit of the pace off as well. Just looking to prevent Capsey from opening up the arms and taking the aggressive route. So let's wait and see what the Warwickshire youngster has in store for the England all-rounder. Surrey Kumar it is to Capsey, who right from the get-go very prominent in her defence.
Yeah, Surrey Kumar, so being trusted with this new ball and not doing a bad job at all at the moment. These are, as we don't forget, quality batters that she's playing against, and she's bowling a nice line. Not giving way. I think it's as soon as it goes to the width, then it's Capsey's game. But that's tucked her up quite nicely there, sort of a middle and leg line.
That one very full, drilled up towards the covers. That's an excellent stop from a diving Austin. Saves what could have been at least 2 if not 4 runs. And that's the kind of fielding standards that there need to be, especially in this opening 10 overs. Just one observation I have made, of course, about the field. Not too much protection behind square leg. So Izzy Wong is just in front of us here at deep square leg. Aside from that, there are a few gaps. Should Surrey Kumar just stray a little bit too much down the leg side. There isn't a deep fine leg as such. Instead, Phoebe Brett is patrolling at deep third instead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the line that she's looking to bowl, maybe a sort of middle and off line, but there is that argument that if you put your fine leg on, you can really bowl out the wickets rather than bowling just that outside line. So, and of course, if she does stray slightly down that offside, as we've talked, that Alice Capsey can really capitalise on that. So it's potentially a slightly risky tactic, but obviously they've got their plans at what they're doing, and this is the way they've decided to bowl at Capsey.
Well, so far it's working in this Surrey Kumar's third over. The 6th, of course, of the run chase. 5 consecutive dot balls. Like absolute gold dust. And make that 6 in a row. It's a maiden over. Well bowled, Amu Surrey Kumar. So Surrey remain 39 for 1 after 6. The target 240. Victory.
Yes, that was a very good over and definitely finding her feet here. Surrey Kumar, that first over gave her a couple of boundaries and sort of one in a second, and then nothing at all in a third over. And this is these overs are vital for people, the bowler's development, and seeing her how well she's fought back in those overs is a great sort of positive from a mental point of view from her bowling, that she's not let those initial boundaries get to her, and she's carried on doing her thing, setting her field how she wants to do it, and bowled against one of the best batters in the world and 6 dot balls.
Yeah, very, very well bowled indeed, that from Surrey Kumar. As you said, shows a lot of character, and we did speak about this. Phoebe Brett is known to bowl in the first 10 overs, and Georgia Davis already going to some left arm finger spin here in the 7th. She'll be bowling from the City Road end, starting up here against the Surrey skipper Bryony Smith. He's just played that foil roll so far. Here is Phoebe Brett then. Smith straight away electing to go on the back foot. Yeah, just touching upon the conversation about Bryony Gilgrass, again, someone who's been playing some Tier 2 cricket so far this season, as we see the end of the 7th over here at Portland Road, 43 for 1. Definitely someone to watch out for. She's been on the Warwickshire Academy this season, very bottom hand on it. That's something I've noticed with Bryony Gilgrass. Very strong on the sweep, also on the pull shot as well.
She's another sort of dual athlete that come through playing another sport. She's a very good hockey player, has represented sort of England schoolgirls level. Look at Beth Ellis, she went to the school games in cricket and hockey in her day, plays that certain way as well. And yeah, Gilgrass can hit a very hard ball.
Well, talking of hitting a hard ball, that one has been absolutely rifled back past the bowler. Excellent shot, that. So Surrey now move on to 47 for 1. Excellent shot, that, from Alice Capsey.
Yeah, and the senior players having a little word with their young bowler here. Whether they move this field here on the mid-on, mid-off. Capsey hit him nicely straight down the ground. Bit of a discussion going on between the captain, Georgia Davis, Beth Ellis, who of course an experienced player herself, and Surrey Kumar.
Yeah, it's just something to think about, isn't it? Especially after that previous over the maiden from Amu Surrey Kumar. How can the youngster respond? Well, drops it short, and that one has been pummelled. 4 more runs, and Surrey bring up the team half-century in style. Alice Capsey already on 37. Goodness gracious me, from 27 deliveries, dealing in boundaries at the moment.
Yes, and so Capsey is they're playing to her strengths, unfortunately, here with some of these deliveries. She's very good with that short ball, and she's had a couple of opportunities to get that away, which will obviously give her confidence at the crease as she works towards this Warwickshire total. 189 runs required now. Of course, Warwickshire opted to put that deep long on there, and that's an easy single for Capsey down there, but I'm guessing it's better than it being a 4.
Isn't it? And already Alice Capsey in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup has now surpassed 400 runs for the campaign. Before this game, she's on 364 runs at 45.5. Included that incredible century and 250 scores to boot, and a reminder, she's only played in 8 of those matches. So yeah, we all know the talent that the England international possesses. Smith, the latest one to go down the ground. Good teamwork there between mid-off and mid-on. Millie Taylor it was, just patting that away.
Yeah, of course, Brian with no slouch at the other end. Very good. Seen the score a lot of runs for Trent. The timing again is fantastic, and she'll be a good support act now to Capsey's run scoring.
Of course, this is the luxury of a run chase as well, isn't it? When you've got that target on the board, you know that the run rate is going to be below 4.5, around about 4 runs and over. You can almost play that role for a good few overs. It's not a case of having to straight away deal in 4s and 6s. I know that Capsey has done that, especially with these opening boundaries. So that one will be a dot ball, but you've almost got that time to just compose yourself, find out the pace of the surface. And Bryony Smith, we know exactly what she's.
No, we're here discussing that she's just playing a supportive role. She's still going at run a ball. She's no slouch. I mean, Davina Perrin started her innings and she was sort of 2 off 11, 2 off 12, and these are both definitely off to a quicker start. Given the situation is obviously different, but you know, the runs are definitely amounting quite quickly here. The run rate is creeping up towards 7 and over, which Warwickshire will be doing everything in their power now to try and make that go back down in their favour. But of course the wickets are going to be crucial here, although as we've discussed, once we've got these wickets, we've still got a lot of quality still to come in this Surrey lineup.
Another nice delivery that from Phoebe Brett. Yeah, a reminder for those who maybe have just tuned into the live stream with regards to this Surrey team today. Of course, still got Paige Schofield, Grace Harris. It's Brett Bowles here. To Bryony Smith. Excellent shot out towards deep mid wickets. It is 4 more runs. Surrey beginning to rack them up with great consistency here. Just dropped a tad bit short there from Phoebe Brett. Bryony Smith, a player of her calibre, is not going to miss out on them on any day of the week. Here is Brett once more. Zips that one in with a little bit more venom. And well fielded there by Georgia Davis.
Just looking at the scores from around the grounds here, Hampshire finished their innings on 291 for 7. There was a great century from Freya Kemp batting at number 7 in their innings. And in reply, the Blaze are currently 13 for 1, having the wicket of Marie Kelly going early in that innings. So yeah, the run chase is definitely on for the Blaze there in Hampshire, in Southampton.
Huge game that as well, isn't it? Top of the table clash between the Rose and Crown and the Blaze.
Innings up the front, even more runs there for Susie Bates. She got 163 of just 140 balls, and in reply Somerset are 21 for 2, so 21 for 9 off 2, sorry, so off to a really good start with the bat, but again that'll be a mammoth chase for them there at Taunton.
Yeah, that is a huge total racked up by Durham. Also, that is the anomaly at the moment. All the other games having early wickets, and has there been a second one down in Southampton?
The Blaze unfortunately lost Georgie Boyce as well, so yeah, they're 2 down, 14 for 2, as Smith chips the ball a little bit in the air, but it lands safely here for no run.
Yep, and it's Georgia Davis bowling here from the Roebuck Road end. Of course, the Bears' leading wicket taker in the One Day Cup so far, with 16 wickets to her name over the course of this campaign. Well, that one is just smeared away through backward points. There's no fielders out there. There is a little bit of a forlorn chase. That is 4 more runs. Really, really well struck that from the Surrey captain.
Yeah, it's just rocked back a little bit too far. She rocked back and sent that for 4. It does look like it's going a little bit further in this second innings. I think that Warwickshire nearly scored boundaries on that side, the far side to us, and Surrey just seem to be getting it there a little bit more. Whether it's the pitch has quickened up, whether they're hitting it slightly harder, I'm not too sure, but there's definitely been some more boundaries on that far side of the ground from us.
So that cut shot beats the dive fielder. Didn't quite have the same connection on it though, so doesn't race away for 4. Instead it'll just be 2 off the bat of Bryony Smith. Surrey move on to 64 for 1, and well, it has been the ideal start for the London club. Said about not wanting to lose early wickets. Saw the loss of Kira Chatley with the 5th delivery of the run chase, but since then it has been one-way traffic.
Yeah, and don't want to say it, but Surrey making light work of it so far. I think confidence in that you've got the batters behind you as well, confidence to play their shots. But you wouldn't say, even in that regard, that they've been at all risky in anything that they've done so far. They're just hitting the bad ball for boundaries, and unfortunately there's been a few more bad balls than perhaps initially in the Surrey innings at this point.
No, I think that's a completely fair assessment. I mean, we saw that opening spell, didn't we, from McDonald, Gay and Monaghan a little bit early on. Really set the standard, didn't it, for Surrey, and it was backed up well in the field, and so far there hasn't quite been that same level of magic from Warwickshire as of yet. So Surrey 65 for 1 after 10. And for the first time in today's game, we're going to have a change here in the commentary position. Not quite the commentary box here at Portland Road, but Sarah Ginn will take a much-deserved breather. And for the first time, we'll welcome to the commentary position Rosa Simpkin. Rosa, how are we?
I'm good, thanks. Enjoying an eventful game of cricket.
Has been eventful, hasn't it? Of course, those first 7 overs, absolute madness, wasn't it? 32 for 5, the run out from Phoebe Franklin to get Sophie Beach as well. I mean, you'll struggle to find a better fielding effort than that today. And since then, of course, we've seen the century from Davina Perrin. Nat Wraith was so close to back-to-back half centuries. Really has been a very topsy-turvy game so far, as Brett gives that plenty of flight, takes the pace off. Big sweep shot attempted there by Bryony Smith, and that will be a dot ball.
I mean, it was a monumental rebuild effort from Warwickshire. Davina Perrin, debut century, really saved them. I mean, 37 for 5 to over 200 is quite the comeback.
Certainly is. Well, we've almost had a collision there between 2 Warwickshire fielders. It's Perrin out there who does the mopping up in the end, zips it back in, and will just be a couple of runs to add to the tally. But it was that partnership, wasn't it, between Perrin and Nat Wraith. 118 between those two in the middle order. Smith just rockets that one down the ground. And well fielded down there by Izzy Wong, just in front of the smattering of spectators here at Portland Road. And Rose, have you been here before? Is this a ground that you've experienced in the past?
I mean, I've experienced it back in the Central Sparks days of the regional era. The Sparks used to play quite a few games here and also warm-up games, but I've never experienced from this perspective before, so it's a new adventure.
Well, I'm going to be honest, before today I've never visited Portland Road. It's one of those, every single game that was on the fixture sheet I was always unavailable, so yeah, to cover this today is an absolute pleasure. Here is Phoebe Brett. Again, that one is just walloped back down the grounds. Has that gone all the way for 6? Decision here to be made by the umpire, just asking around, and a 6 it is. Absolutely belted back.
I mean, to have players of Alice Capsey and Bryony Smith's calibre playing at a ground like Portland Road is definitely an interesting combination. But I think it's quite a charming ground.
It is. There's something very endearing about it. That one is a full toss, and that one has been whacked away. Izzy Wong, good diving stop out there, coming across from long on. Prevents it from going for another boundary in the over. And we're just seeing a couple of conversations being had out there in the middle. So that is the end of over number 11. Surrey 76 for 1. Bryony Smith on 36. Alice Capsey on 39.
I mean, it's a real wild card this season for Warwickshire. Came into the squad on an emergency loan deal from Worcestershire after the Bears lost 5 players to various England duties, and she's been phenomenal so far and has probably been one of the finds of the season.
Well, that is a sentiment that I can definitely agree with. She's been absolutely outstanding for Worcestershire. And just the control for someone of that age, 17 years old, Phoebe Brett. First season as a professional cricketer. I mean, if we look back at the old county circuits last season with Worcestershire alongside Flora Birtwistle, got mountains of wickets, but to do that against some of the finest players in the country, to make that step up and do it so seamlessly, it's great to see, isn't it? And even better, the fact that it's for Warwickshire.
I mean, we talk about Project Darwin.
Well, this one has gone very high up in the air. Tough chance. Will it be taken? No, just evades the efforts of Bethan Ellis. Well, that would have been an unbelievable catch. It was high, it was looping, it was holding in the air. Ellis over the shoulder, just missed in front of the long gone boundary. But that will give Georgia Davis a little bit of encouragement.
I mean, we talk about the importance of Project Darwin. in growing women's game, and players like Phoebe Brett and her ability to come into the squad.
The door, isn't it?
I mean, Gemma was someone who came through the Bears Academy and made the move to Glamorgan this season, and she has been phenomenal for Glamorgan. And for young players coming through, it's definitely a county target, because obviously we've got them becoming professional in 2027. So as far as opportunities come, for players like Gemma being involved so early, you'd like to think maybe they get a look in come a brand new professional team.
Oh, absolutely. And yes, for those who aren't quite familiar with how League One is evolving heading into the next 2 seasons, of course Yorkshire are the first of the teams to make that step up. So that happens in 2026, and of course in 2027, as you've just mentioned, Rosa, Glamorgan make it a 10-team league, don't they? And Tier 2 becomes an 8-team league. But honestly, the cricket that we've witnessed so far in this brand new era of county cricket has been phenomenal. I know that you've seen a lot of Tier 2 cricket as well, whether that's been Worcestershire, Derbyshire, Northants, but even going down to Tier 3 and seeing teams like Cheshire, Staffordshire, who have that innate connection with Warwickshire, there's a real opportunity now, isn't there, to really accelerate the growth of the women's game in this country.
100%, and I think it's about balancing using Tier 2 and 3 as a developmental kind of level of the game and also performance level of the game, because players haven't really had the opportunity before in county cricket to feel part of something bigger and feel part of a county. And for these Tier 2 teams and these young players coming through, it ensures everyone is getting time on the field at a higher level. So it just, in terms of the quality of the cricket all around, it can only improve it.
Most definitely. Could not have said that much better myself. So we have just had a slight break there as Lindsay Smith had a little bit of treatment, and in fact she's been taken off the field. So Paige Schofield comes in to the mix. We hope that that's nothing serious for Bryony, but she has retired hurt here on 38. So Surrey still remains 78 for 1, but Paige Schofield, the number 4 batter, now comes in to the middle.
I mean, it's not a bad replacement, is it?
Absolutely not. You can say that about pretty much the entirety of this Surrey batting lineup, can't you?
I mean, the international experience in that side is phenomenal, because you've got players like Alice Davison-Richards, like Bryony, who have spent time at the top.
And Schofield straight away just slashes that through backward points. Freeborn and Beecher in pursuit. It's a little bit of a lost cause, so the first delivery after that slight stoppage in play goes for 4 runs, and Surrey move on to 82 for 1.
I mean, it's safe to say that Surrey are well up with the rate here.
Yep, it's touching 7s, isn't it? And nice little stat here as well for Paige Schofield, 1 run away from 2,000 career list A runs. So will this be the moment? Well, Capsy certainly wanted it to be. She was racing down towards the striker's end. Dot ball though for the time being.
I mean, Paige is someone who's been at the head of women's domestic cricket for a very long time, and seeing her start to get opportunities in the England shirt is just phenomenal.
Certainly is, and talking of phenomenal things, that was a ripper of a delivery from Georgia Davis, just held in the surface that little bit, testing the outside edge of Paige Schofield. And yeah, she's been a top performer. I remember a couple of years ago going up to Old Trafford, because again she's really been tested here by the Bears captain. Scored a quite magnificent century against the Thunder in that game for the South East Stars, and I was absolutely delighted to see her get that England call up, playing against Ireland and just showing what she's capable of on the international circuit. Davis is just helped around the corner there by Schofield. Wong is in pursuit, and that is 4 more runs. So there you have it, 2,000 career list A runs for Paige Schofield, and she brings it up with a very fine sweep shot.
It's certainly not a bad tally, and Paige is someone who I'm sure is going to score many, many more.
No, she is an excellent cricketer, and that is an excellent end to the over for Surrey, who move on to 86 for 1 after 12. So I think for the first time today we're going to see a little bit of left arm wrist spin from Millie Taylor, who, again, speaking of breakout stars, Rosa, definitely fits the billing. 22 wickets in the Vitality T20 Blast. I mean, she's been incredible.
I mean, I saw a quote before this game from Warwickshire head coach Ali Maiden saying that Millie only wanted to make her debut this season, and here she is after the Blast campaign, top wicket taker in that tournament, and has been one of the standout players in this Warwickshire side.
You can argue across all three facets as well, taking key catches, handy runs down the order, and of course with the ball in hand. Really is a three-dimensional cricketer, is Millie Taylor, and just adjusting the field here. Good to see the communication there between captain and bowler. Davis remains in the 25-yard circle, just patrolling at a wideish mid-off. Schofield attempts to tickle that one fine, but to no avail. Will be a dot ball. And someone else who Millie has been working very, very closely with is Jake Lintop. Of course, Millie, the only left-arm wrist spinner in League One. Jake, one of 3 in the men's, alongside Tom Hinley at Worcestershire and Freddie Heldrich at Northants. So good to see as well that cross-club connection between the men's team and the women's team, especially in what is such a niche and specialist field.
And I mean, that's been one of the massive standouts of Project Darwin, is that these players finally feel aligned as one club because they're playing under the same branding, in the same competitions. And I mean, Warwickshire, it's really nice to see that Jake has been at a lot of Millie's games this season in the dugout with the coaches, and it's really exciting to have players like Millie coming through with the support of the experience of Jake.
It most certainly is, and that was a cracking shot, wasn't it, from Paige Schofield? Just cracked it through the covers. 4 more runs did move Surrey on to 91 for 1, but that single now makes it 92 for 1. And yeah, it's something that we're seeing more and more, and I think it's great to see with regards to that collaboration within clubs, and of course we've seen it in franchise cricket as well. That interconnectivity makes everybody better. As Taylor bowls here to Alice Capsey, plays that very firmly down the ground, and yeah, Capsey's having quite the day, isn't she, Rosa? 41 already from 35 deliveries. How on earth do the Bears stop her at this stage?
I mean, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I mean, Capsey's had a phenomenal season with bat and ball, has struggled a little bit with criticism from the media and the England setup, but she is doing very well to quiet that all down with her performances in the Surrey shirt.
Well, she has. She's had a very, very strong season for Surrey. And of course, she was on 364 runs before today, already surpassed 400 runs in this one-day cup campaign. One of the key performers in this Brown Caps outfit as Georgia Davis gets ready to bowl here to the aforementioned Capsey. That one a bit of a full toss and just worked down towards a wideish long on for 1 run.
And I think that has been one of the other real highlights of Project Darwin so far, is that we've got England internationals playing domestic cricket week in, week out. And that's not something we particularly saw last season.
Well, drop and go attempted and well ran in the end between Capsey and Schofield. Score keeps ticking along as Surrey inch ever closer to bringing up 3 figures. 95 for 1 now the score.
And it was one of the things that Charlotte Edwards really highlighted when she became England head coach, is that she wants her players playing as much cricket as possible.
A well-timed and well-placed shot of that. Another single for Alice Capsey. Of course, we're used to seeing Alice just smoking boundaries left, right and centre, but it is quite an underrated part of a game. It's picking those gaps, taking those 1s and 2s. Davis bowls here to Schofield. Safely gathered by Surin Kumar for no run.
I think that's one of the areas where Capsey has really matured as a player. In recent seasons, she doesn't feel a need to hit big every delivery. She understands that she can keep the scoreboard ticking just by picking out those singles.
Most definitely. That's a very fluent shot by Paige Schofield. Will be mopped up out deep in the covers, so 2 more runs to add to the tally. Surrey now 98 for 1. Yeah, completely agree. It's the maturation, isn't it? The evolution of Capsey's game as Schofield faces off against Davis. Good bit of fielding that from the Bears captain. Restricts it to a dot ball. So Surrey 98 for 1 after 14 overs. But of course it's having that extra feather in the cap, the extra string to the bow, isn't it? It's not just being known as that destructive boundary hitter. Someone who you can build an innings around. If Capsey can do that consistently on the international stage, I mean, England have got a generational talent.
100%, and I think that's why it's so important that we have England players playing domestic cricket.
Yep.
Because players like Capsey are never going to improve if they're just sat on the sidelines watching on and only playing a couple of internationals in the 100 each summer. It's really important to be getting that experience in the middle week in, week out.
Here is Taylor to Capsey, plays that one on its merit, just flicks it away out towards deep square leg for the single. Score moves on to 99 for 1. Also keeps them sharper and fresher, doesn't it? For the international series, of course. Saw an excellent series against the West Indies earlier on in the summer as Taylor bowls here to Schofield. Goes for the conventional sweep. Slight misfield there from Bethan Ellis allows the Surrey batters to scamper through for the single, and 100 comes up for the visitors. Surrey 100 for 1 here in over number 15. But yeah, just going back onto that point, of course, it hit a little bit of a bump against India. India simply outplayed England, and there is still a lot of work to be done when it comes to the international side. Appeal there from Nat Wraith. Umpire unmoved.
I mean, at the end of the day, from Charlotte Edwards' perspective, there's a lot that she probably wants to change in this England 11, tactics-wise, for this England team.
Well, that's a bit of a drag down. Just popped out towards deep square leg. Ellis was lurking there, tries to put out the left hand, but unfortunately cannot gather it. So Surrey 104 for 1.
But as a coach, there's only so much you can do in a certain window of time without, I guess, shaking a team up to a too greater extent. I mean, we've got a World Cup in India in October.
I think that might just be a single. Indeed it is, just tucked away out towards deep backward square leg again.
We've got a home World Cup in 2026. So I guess it's that fine balance of making sure you're showing domestic players that there is an opportunity. And that's probably another reason why the England players playing at this level week in, week out is important, because it shows it's not a closed shop.
Drilled into the left hand of Millie Taylor, and that will signal the end of over number 15. Surrey 105 for 1.
But you also can't be in a position where you're changing too much too quickly.
Especially as a new head coach, and let's face it, Charlotte Edwards was everybody's pick. She is a serial winner. I mean, the Charlotte Edwards Cup was named after her. Not just a legend on the field, but of course in a coaching capacity, was an integral part of the juggernaut that was the Southern Vipers, has done it in franchise cricket as well. It is just a case of developing that identity and allowing her to stamp her authority on that side in the long run as well. As Davis comes on to bowl here, lovely sweep shot that from Alice Capsey. Izzy Wong sets off after the ball and, I must say, does a very good job there to restrict it to just a single.
And I think most importantly, Charlotte is someone who has such significant experience in the women's game. And I think that's probably something that this English team has missed in recent times. And I mean, serial winner feels like almost an understatement with how much she won with the Southern Vipers.
Here is Davis to Schofield. Just dabs that one down to Abby Freeborn at third. Yeah, it feels like we need another superlative. Just doing a Charlotte Edwards if you just win loads of trophies. Here is Davis once more from the Roebuck Road end. And that one hits Alice Capsey at the non-striker's ends. Nice big smile on the face of the England all-rounder there. Takes it in good spirit. Nice start to the over this from Georgia Davis. Huge appeal and given. Paige Schofield has to go for 17. And it is Georgia Davis, the Bears' leading wicket taker in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, who works her magic once more. Schofield goes for 17. Surrey now 106 for 2 in the 16th over.
I mean, we talk about consistency in women's domestic cricket and players who really stand up. And I mean, Georgia Davis was one of the top wicket takers last season in the Rachel Hare-Flint Trophy, as it was then called, and is consistently in the wickets for Warwickshire.
Well, so much so that she's not only the Bears' leading wicket taker, but also second overall in the competition so far. Only Phoebe Turner of Durham has taken more wickets than the Bears' captain in this campaign. So, no, she's been brilliant. And the other thing about Georgia, she is Warwickshire through and through. It's funny looking on the club's website and seeing those old videos and photos of her in the Chance to Shine programme and the Warwickshire Pathway, and you can just tell every single time she goes out onto that field, this means the absolute world to represent that badge, to put the Bear and Ragged staff on. And look, she's delivering the goods week in, week out.
She really is, and I mean, very deservingly was given the captaincy ahead of this season. And I mean, she's led the side to 2 final days in a row, so
Yep.
I don't think you can complain about her successes from that point of view.
Absolutely not. And we'll talk about that after this over, Rosa, because we do need to give this group so much credit for their performances in the T20 competitions, as Davis bowls into the new batter, which is Grace Harris, and there's a misfield there at mid-off. Millie Taylor is the guilty party on that occasion. Will just be a single though, so not too much damage done. But yeah, it's just like you go through this Surrey team, still got a certain Danny Wyatt-Hodge to come. It's absolutely remarkable as Capsey gets a single there.
I mean, the batting just keeps on coming. I mean, it's not a bad situation to be in, having Grace Harris, Alice Capsey at the crease, and then, just Danny Wyatt-Hodge on the sidelines, ready to
go. Of course, Capsey as well, bringing up that 50 at the start of the over. Been a fantastic innings, and yeah, real mix of those destructive boundaries and good strike rotation. Exactly what Surrey required in this run chase, just to get them off to a steady start.
I mean, I think when you've got a lineup which has as much batting firepower, there isn't particularly much pressure to hit big early on, because you know you've got those big hitters coming on later on in your order.
Well, that's another big hit. Goodness gracious me, Alice Capsey is in ominous form here in Birmingham. Stand and deliver stuff, whacks it into the advertising hoardings, and Surrey move on to 112 for 2 here in the 17th. How does Taylor respond after that? Well, she's done well, just tickled around the corner. Fine for the single.
And I think it's important to note that this Surrey team did struggle at times early on in this competition. They struggled for consistency and early form, but off the back of winning the T20 Blast on Sunday, certainly some positive momentum to take into this game and the rest of the season.
There most definitely is, and of course in T20 cricket, well, they beat the Bears on 4 separate occasions. 2 times in the group stages of the Blast, semi-final in the T20 County Cup as Taylor bowls here to Grace Harris, firmly struck down towards Georgia Davis at long off for a single. And then of course in the final, it does help, doesn't it, having those previous results, that prior success. Gives you a lot of confidence going into the remainder of the season.
100%, and I also think it's important to note the difference in experience of the players on the pitch from Surrey to Warwickshire.
Well, that's a full toss, and that one has been dispatched out towards the groundsman's covers. That'll be 4 more runs to add to the tally. So Surrey really motoring along here at a good click. 118 for 2 now here in the 17th.
And Warwickshire have the youngest group in the tournament. So it's exciting for them to already be performing at this level.
Well, that brings me back onto my original point of conversation, and that is, how proud are you of this Warwickshire team? Because you've just spoken about it there, experience cannot be bought. I mean, yes, you can bring in a Laura Harris, for example, and get a marquee talent, but the core nucleus of this team are so young. Lots of promise, but not too much match experience at this level. It's Taylor bowls here to Grace Harris again. Will be a dot ball.
I mean, seeing how some of these players have stood up this season and taken on that additional layer of responsibility. I mean, players like Hannah Baker and Davina Perrin, yes, they're young, but they've been around the setup for a very long time with Central. But it feels like things are really starting to motor for this team. And you could almost say, not in a harsh way, that they've almost overperformed because of how young that team is. Because they're in a position where if they can keep this group together in a couple of years, you're just going to improve and improve.
It is, it's very exciting, isn't it, at the same time for the Bears. Here is Georgia Davis into Alice Capsey. Low full toss and drilled up towards Surrey Kumar. It's mid-wicket for no run.
And we spoke about how many players the Bears lost to internationals, and that is just a testament to their talent.
That made a lovely sound off the bat, didn't it? Sound like a lovely connection.
It really did.
Not the first time that we've said that about Alice Capsey. I don't think it's going to be the last time either over the course of her career. Really is a superstar in the making. She moves on to 62. Here is another superstar in this Surrey lineup, Grace Harris, the Australian overseas, who whacks that down for another single. But yeah, it's about retaining this core, isn't it? If we just go back onto the conversation about this group at Warwickshire. Davis bowls here to Capsey. Or it's just deja vu. Work down towards long on for another easy single. Of course, plenty of players in and around the 20s. What a time for the mics to cut out as Grace Harris absolutely clobbers that for 6 runs. Smokes it into the netting. And that is now 132 for 2 after 18 overs. Here is Wong once more. That one pulled in front of square very powerfully. What an effort that is. Out in the deep as well. Amu Surrey Kumar came across like a greyhound to cut that one off. Lovely, lovely effort that in the field.
And I mean, we've spent a lot of time discussing young talent, and I think people fail to remember how young Izzy Wong still is.
Well, even Georgia Davis. Of course, Georgia's had a long career in county cricket, and for the Sparks as Wong bowls here, no run is obtained, but again, mid-20s. Izzy's what, 23? I mean, it's staggering just how well this team have performed, and of course with Izzy, she's been around in the England setup and has that international pedigree, but even so, 23, she had that stratospheric rise, didn't she, in the game. But good to see her back to her best. Really is one of the great characters here in England and Wales, and here she is bowling to Alice Capsey, who has looked $1 million, it has to be said. 65 from 52 for Alice Capsey so far.
And I mean, we've also spoken about the calibre of players playing in this tournament, and you've got Izzy Wong bowling to Alice Capsey with Grace Harris at the other end. It's not...
Oh, it's brilliant to see though, isn't it? Especially for the young fans in attendance, as Wong, coming around the wicket here, drops that one short and slashed away. Good bit of fielding that from Meg Austin in a cover point. Gets across nice and low to the left. And that's the kind of backing up that the Bears need, because at this stage you've got to say Surrey heavy favourites. Just 106 runs away from what would be yet another victory in this campaign, looking to stretch that unbeaten streak to 5 matches in a row. 3 wins and a tie involved in that current patch of form. Here is Wong once more to Capsey. I bet that has stung the gloves of Nat Wraith. Not an easy job to do that, standing up to the stumps, whether that's against spin, whether it's against your I don't want to say slower fast bowlers because it sounds like a juxtaposition, but your more medium pace bowlers against Izzy Wong, that ball is coming in with some zip and ferocity.
And it shows the growth of keeping in the domestic game, because 2 or 3 years ago there were very few keepers who would be willing to stand up to someone of Izzy's pace.
It's a very fluent shot by Grace Harris. Keeps the scoreboard moving along, and tell you what, Grace Harris now, she's going at a decent click too. Moves on to 14 from 8. Overall score moves on to 136 for 2 after 19. So yeah, Rosa, what have you made of the game so far, and especially this run chase? It's been expertly done by Capsey and Harris, and of course Bryony Smith beforehand.
I mean, Surrey have looked very in control of this chase. They've done well to stay well above that required run rate and kind of take all pressure off their batters. It makes it difficult for Warwickshire to build that pressure, because even if you have a couple of maiden overs, Surrey are likely to still be well above that rate.
No, it's difficult. It feels like for Warwickshire to get back into this, it needs wickets in bunches. It really does. Just feels like a run out or a spectacular catch, just something to get the team going. I feel like there needs to be a catalyst. And for the first time today, here from the Roebuck Road Ends, we'll see a bit of seam from Bethan Ellis. Of course, very much a local here in Warwickshire, product of Leamington Cricket Club. And that ball beats not 1 but 2 dives. In the end, will just be a single for Grace Harris, who moves on to 15.
I mean, Bethan has spent time on loan with Glamorgan this season during that T20 Bass campaign, and had a fine knock in the semi-final of the Tier 2 Vitality Bass Finals Day on Saturday, scoring 40 against Yorkshire.
A strong Yorkshire team as well, has to be said. Good early call that from Alice Capsey. Yet again, another good example of that strike rotation on display. Of course, just mentioning that finals day in Tier 2, Middlesex winning not 1 game by 10 wickets, but both. I mean, Finty Trussler and Izzy Routledge. Talk about good batting. Ellis bowls here to Grace Harris. drilled down towards long off for 1 run. Yeah, what did you make of that? Because Middlesex, of course, are one of the stronger teams in Tier 2, but to win a final by 10 wickets, and that's some going, isn't it?
I mean, Yorkshire were the clear favourites owing to their professional status. They're the only almost semi-professional team in Tier 2.
Another firmly struck single. Score moves on to 139 for 2.
But I think a lot of us underestimated Middlesex. I mean, they dominated that South group, which was significantly more competitive than the North group. And they're a group who've been together well beyond this season. We've got a lot of counties who've brought together a lot of new players.
And even the new players that they brought in. Someone like Hannah Davis with the leg spin.
I mean, you've mentioned her already. Finty Trussler
Yep.
has come in this season, and 2 half-centuries on finals day. A historic victory for Middlesex.
Yeah, seriously impressive. Here is Ellis to Capsey. That's a good length there from Bethan Ellis, just digging it under the bats of the right-hander. Still squeezed away for the single. And that will be the end of the 20th over. So, Surrey 142 for 2. And we'll have another change here in the commentary position. We'll say goodbye to Rosa for the next 10 overs or so. And on in her place will, of course, be the brilliant Sarah Ginn. Sarah, good to have you back. What have you made of that passage of play from Alice Capsey and Grace Harris?
Well, Capsey's just continued where she left off, really. I mean, there's perhaps been slightly less of a bad balls for her to hit, but she's just gone about her business in the same way as she was doing earlier. And I know that we lost commentary at one point, but there was a very good 6 there as well. I think it was probably the biggest of the day that we've seen, and you feel like that's not as far as she can hit it if she needs to. But yeah, I think when it's in that slot for Harris, then it's going to go absolutely miles.
Well, here is Izzy Wong. Again, fires in a zippy short ball, collected there by Davina Perrin. Yeah, Grace Harris, of course, could end up sending the cricket ball into Smethwick at this rate, clearing those nets and potentially clearing them.
Well, they've definitely put these nets as high as they think they need to go. Perhaps they've not come across Grace Harris before, so we'll see if she can beat them and get it over the top of them.
I wonder if that's the challenge in the dressing room, try and clear the nets. That'd be an impressive feat. Would be a serious hit though, they are towering. It's almost like baseball nets here at Portland Road.
I know you were having a discussion with Rose about not Wraith standing up to the stumps, and I think I'd want a little bit more protection than just the sort of shin pads that she wears to be standing right up there, to be honest. Though obviously she's got a helmet on when she's standing up, but she's got incredibly good hands, and this is just the talent of her to stand up to Izzy Wong running in at a decent pace.
Wong again. Perrin puts in the dive. There's work to be done here for Meg Austin. And unfortunately for Warwickshire, that is 4 more runs. It was a good effort from Meg Austin, but a well-placed shot there from Alice Capsey. Not the first time that we've said that so far today. She really is motoring along. The England international goes on to 73 from 60 deliveries.
Yeah, she's looked to play a lot of different shots, but as soon as that width is there, that she just sort of rocks back and just pops it through this area towards us, this cover backward point area. But yeah, it just shows the class of her as a player, the shots that she's playing, and the way that, again, to 2 very similar balls, she's played 2 or 3 different shots throughout her innings.
And it is just a privilege to watch this, isn't it? Seeing a player of Alice Capsey's calibre in this vein of form. Of course, Grace Harris, an international superstar. Still got Danny Wyatt-Hodge. And the sun's just come out as well, for good measure, Sarah. As Wong wraps the of Alice Capsey. Slightly muted appeal from the Bears fielders, as I think height probably would have been the major factor coming into equation there. So no damage done for Surrey. Also a slight change in the field here as well. Wong just shuffling about the chess pieces.
Yeah, the umpire didn't seem interested in that call at all. It wasn't the most enthusiastic of calls, so there must have been some sort of doubt there. But yeah, Capsey just got to the other end safely for a leg bye.
Oh, good delivery that from Izzy Wong. And may I just say as well, for anybody tuning into the live stream, Nat Wraith has made that look so much easier than it actually is. That has been fizzed in by Izzy Wong. Nice safe hands, and that will be the end of over number 21. So Surrey 147 for 2. They require a further 93 runs to secure the victory here in Birmingham today.
Yeah, and you just wonder what else Warwickshire are going to try here. They're obviously trying to mix it up and try different little options. They've got quite a lot of people capable of bowling, obviously, and whether they just keep going through them and just trying to get that breakthrough. It's very hard to know what to do with someone as Capsey's calibre, that she's just scoring all around the place off every different bowler. So you keep having to try, as Georgia Davis is, trying the different options. This Bethan Ellis is coming back on for her second over. But at the moment, you know that they need the wickets. The run rate is obviously not going to be an issue for them, having only needed 93 off 29 overs. So this is whatever she's doing at the moment is all geared up to taking these wickets and breaking this partnership.
Well, it is. It's a key partnership, this, isn't it, for the Bears to try and break. Of course, still Danny White-Hodge still lurking after this third wicket stand as Capsey plays that back to the bowler for no run. Alice Monaghan as well, very talented batter. Phoebe Franklin can easily hit those valuable runs down the order. So too can Kalia Morans, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. So Surrey do that incredibly deep. It's just, as you mentioned, Sarah, getting one breakthrough and trying to turn 1 into 2, 2 into 3, and catalyse a little bit of a collapse.
And also, we don't know whether Bryony Smith will come back in if needed. I mean, I presume at the moment that that's not on her mind. We can see that she's taken her pads off and she's sitting with her teammates. But it looked like a sort of a nasty strain there, something that she's done earlier. But you'd hope that, well, she would be hoping that her teammates won't need her assistance. And this competition's got a long way to go still, but there is a bit of a break before the sort of next rounds. You'd hope whatever is irritating her would get fixed pretty pronto.
Oh, 100%. Easy single taken there by Alice Capsey, who moves on to 74. Score goes on to 148 for 2. Massive thank you to everybody tuning in to the Warwickshire CCC YouTube today as well. If you haven't already liked the stream, please feel free to do so. And subscribe to the channel while you're here as well. Of course, over the duration of this season, got plenty of one-day cup action still coming for you, and of course the county championship as well. As Ellis, that's a full toss, played just out towards deep mid wickets, and another misfield there. Unfortunate for Meg Austin, and the 150 now comes up for Surrey as Alice Capsey keeps the scoreboard ticking, or Grace Harris, sorry, moves on to 21 there. We have got just a little bit of a congregation of players and coaches in front of us. Bit of confirmation it was indeed Grace Harris who heaved that away out towards deep mid wicket for the 4. Good shot that from the Aussie. How does Bethan Ellis come back after that one? That one has been rifled out towards Georgia Harris.
I think when you look at the bowlers such as Bethan Ellis, who take the pace off it a little bit, it's very much along the spinner's vein, or you've really got to get your length right here, because anything, if you saw that full toss just went straight through the mid-wicket area. When she has got her length right, they've just perhaps hit her for a single down the ground and everything else, but yeah, being not as quick as some of the other bowlers, that length is even more important. And that's a nice ball by Ellis that's just gone straight to Veena Perrin. So yeah, it's a smaller margin for error, and even smaller when you're playing against these two batters.
Well, yeah, they've looked in imperious touch, haven't they, so far? Surrey go on to 153 for 2 after 22 overs. And we have got the substitute fielder, Hannah Hardwick, has come on. Just in front of us here in the commentary position. Fielding it's a deep forward square leg. I believe it is Meg Austin to make way as well.
Hardwick warming up now as if she looks like she might want to come on and bowl, which unfortunately isn't possible in these competitions, but nice to see her get a little run out on the pitch here.
Well, that's what Warwickshire needed. Izzy Wong works her magic in sensational style, disrupts the timber, and Surrey lose their third. Well, the change in plan, the change in bowling has worked. That's exactly what the hosts needed. And Grace Harris has to go for 22. Surrey 153 for 3 here in the 23rd.
Yeah, it's a great ball by Izzy Wong. We're just watching the replay back. Top of off, bowl at top of off, take the bails off, and then Harris is walking off, and that's exactly where Izzy Wong needed to bowl right there, and right in that just a little bit full of a length, and it's taken the top of off, and Grace Harris is on her way.
Yeah, big wicket that. Absolutely huge for the Bears, just to try and wrestle back a little bit of control, but as one international superstar departs, another one enters the middle. Danny Wyatt-Hodge. Don't get many bigger names than that.
Well, especially not batting at number 6 in the county championships. And so she's obviously a very good opener in the shorter form of the game, and perhaps this is a good position for her. We know she hits the ball well. We know she's very athletic at the crease, and you think you've got through the top order, and then in Danny Wyatt-Hodge comes. So we'll just see. But it only takes one ball, and if Izzy Wong can bowl it in that same position again, then full and straight early on, it could be anyone's game.
Certainly could be. Just looking at Danny Wyatt-Hodge's stats so far this season as well. 229 runs at 28.62 in the first 8 matches in which she's played. 0 50+ scores, which is very surprising. Has a high score of 44 against Somerset at Taunton a little bit earlier on in the campaign. So, of course, from a personal perspective as well, good way for Danny to get some runs on the board here and get into a good vein of form heading into the next month or so.
Yeah, and there's obviously big tournaments coming up all the way across all of these girls. But yeah, Wyatt-Hodge hasn't been in the best of form this summer, you would argue, but she's still a very fierce competitor, and she'll be out here to get as many runs as she possibly can.
Oh, she absolutely will. And of course, mentioning here about 50 over form, she was actually the 4th leading run scorer in the Blast. So I suppose that helps, doesn't it, even though it is a different format, having that weight of runs behind you.
Yeah, I mean, runs are runs at whichever point in the game they come. Izzy Wong's got that spring back in her step. And she'll see this as a challenge. But I've always known with Izzy growing up that she doesn't see this as intimidating. She sees this as good. This is a challenge. I'm going to get the best players in the world. If you look at her wickets from even the start of her international career, it wasn't just the 7, 8, 9 getting out and getting the Meg Lannings out and getting the top wickets and getting the top names out, and it's always been, she is a big game player, as we saw in the semi-final of the T20.
Well, good end to the over as well, that from Izzy Wong. Of course, for Izzy, I've got to pose the question, Sarah, what was she like to work with on the pathways? Because you worked a lot with her over the years. She was a part of that under-17 side which won the age group county championship, and we've already spoken about her rise in the game. We'll talk about it after this delivery from Wong here. Coming on to bowl here against Wyatt-Hodge. Just beats the efforts of Davina Perrin, races away to the fence out at deep backward point for 4 runs as Surrey go on to 157 for 3. Working alongside her in the age group system.
I mean, she was always the first to come over at the end of a session and say thank you, which was great. As a young cricketer, they have their sessions, they go off, they run off to their parents, to the nets and things. But she would always come over, and it always meant quite a lot that she'd come over and say thank you for the session at the end of everything without fail. Thank you for that. And she was very, very polite. So of course she went off to Shrewsbury School relatively young, so we didn't see her as much. But there was always a different buzz about the place when she was there. She always had ideas, she always had things she wanted to do, she always wanted to bat for as long as she can, bowl for as long as she can. You know, this was, she worked hard, but she had fun with it, and she'd be, you know, laughing, asking questions with the best of them. But she was always a positive person to have there. And of course, we're looking back in that side that won that championship with Wongi. There's also Grace Ballinger, who now is at Blaze, and they were sort of very, very good friends, but also very firm rivals. And it was great to have the two of them as your opening bowlers, coming one from either end. Obviously, one left hand, one right hand, both quick, but both fiercely competitive, and both wanted to do better than the other one. And they both sort of pushed each other on. And Grace obviously doesn't bat that high now for the Blaze, but she can bat as well. And it was kind of, every game was who was going to get the most wickets, who was going to get the most runs between them. And yeah, they had a fierce competitive rivalry, which I think we saw even back in the semi-final the other day. But yeah, we can see Izzy in front of us now with a smile on her face, and that's basically how it's always been from a very young age.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that, and yeah, just touching upon Grace Ballinger's rise as well. I mean, in recent seasons, especially with ball in hand, that new ball operator, tailing it back in to right-handers, she really has done a great job for the Blaze. Here is Bethan Ellis coming into bowl, just worked out towards Wong for the single.
And it goes back to my point earlier about Georgia Davis batting as well. Grace Ballinger, very much through the age group, was one of the best batters in her age group. And I think sometimes people do get pigeonholed, obviously being a pace left armer that Grace was, or we want her for our bowling. And then you slowly drop further and further down the batting order until you kind of get in the mindset, oh, I'm not a batter anymore. And same with Georgia Davis coming out here at number 10. I mean, she, at age group cricket, she was the best around, and you can still see elements of it today. But it's just a shame that somebody somewhere perhaps didn't keep pushing that with them. To me, the genuine all-rounders that perhaps both of them could be.
That a dot ball by Bethan Ellis. Of course, with Grace, I remember a couple of seasons back, I think it was 2022, she was opening the batting for Leicestershire. Actually scored a 50 in one of the T20 finals days. So, yeah, she definitely can bat. It's Bethan Ellis here from the Roebuck Road end. Sliced away towards the deep point boundary.
Whereas you look at a player like Bethan Ellis, who opened the batting today, and up to 15, 16, she was always thought of as a bowler, and she was sort of a lower order batter, and she'd come in and start scoring runs. Obviously a hockey helped with the hand-eye, and then you look at who she is today, she's an opening batter and occasional bowler, so it does prove that your role can change. But also, you know, just don't get yourself, as a younger cricketer, don't be pigeonholed to being something. Just keep giving every skill you can the go as much as you possibly can. And maybe the girls now coming up through the age groups that we've said have all the time in the world to practice and lots of training sessions, they can practice every single skill as much as possible, whereas perhaps the likes of Georgia and Bethan didn't have as much chance to do everything on one session a week or a couple of sessions a week that they used to have in the younger stages of their careers.
Well, Ellis will have to bowl that one again. Strays down the leg side, so another one to add to the tally here to Surrey. Move on to 160 for 3. Requirement now 80 runs for the visitors to make it 5 games unbeaten in the competition. Of course, the last defeat came against Warwickshire at Beckenham on the 4th of May. So that one played very nicely out through the cover region by Danny White-Hodge for another single. And for these two, I mean, there'll be little to no feeling of pressure, will there? They've been there, they've done it in international cricket. 2 very experienced heads with Capsey and White-Hodge.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely they'll be backing their ability against against any bowlers really. I mean, that's the nature of the talent that they are. And both of them know that they've got a lot of time to get these runs. There's no rush, and they can just do what's required in the time that's needed. There's no need for them to go after balls that they don't have to. There's no need for them to take any risks with the running. So we'd have to say that Warwickshire's fielding's perhaps not been quite as sharp as Surrey's during their innings, and I think Surrey will be sitting there thinking this game is ours, and we're feeling quite comfortable right now.
Oh yeah, just looking at the required run rate, it's around about 3, touch under 3, isn't it, at this point? So I know you mentioned the point earlier, Sarah, it's not about run rate at this stage, it's about wickets, and getting wickets in bunches. It's one of the most cliche sayings in this great game of ours, but yeah, one brings 2.
Yeah, but you can't help think with the Surrey lineup that even one wicket is not obviously going to be enough at this point in the game, but the experience that they've got behind them, that it's not going to be the same pressure as the youngsters of Warwickshire perhaps felt in a similar situation. I know that Rosa mentioned that's a lovely shot down 4 through backward point, third area there, but yeah, I know Rosa talked about the youngsters on this Warwickshire side, and it is very much a learning curve, and you can see them getting a little bit potentially downhearted now with the way that this game's going, but they're going to take a lot away from today's performance, however it ends at the end of the day.
Well, they are, and that's the bigger picture, isn't it, here at Warwickshire? It's a project. It's not the be-all and end-all, whereas you look at teams like Surrey, you look at teams like Hampshire, you make the argument for Lancashire as well, these more established sides with a nucleus which has been together for many seasons. Of course, they are going to have that additional experience as Wong bowls here.
And it was a very different process this time when it went back to Warwickshire from the regional process. I know when the Sparks and everything was first formed, it was a case of there was, I think, 16 centrally contracted players and 2 went to each region, and that was the kind of even split. And obviously we're not seeing that even split in this new county championships. It's kind of, if you're a player for this county, or they select you or they contract you, that's who you play for. And yes, it is perhaps sometimes not as an even match as some of the counties would hope, but you have to think from the counties that Warwickshire perhaps looking more long term, and they've got a lot of youngsters playing today and in and about their squad who are very, very talented. They've got a good under-18 setup, whereas Surrey are much more perhaps the here and now with what they've got in the current squad.
They most definitely are, and yeah, I mean the Surrey pathway as well, so strong. Look at someone like Emily Burke, she's been playing for Glamorgan this season. Of course, you've got someone like Rachel King who's been playing for Sussex. Yeah, it's quite remarkable. I mean, Rachel's only 20, and yet for Sussex she was their leading runs. It was absolutely immense. Only played 4 matches as well, might I just add. Hit 200 plus runs, so yeah, plenty of talent in the Surrey system as well, as that one is banged in short by Izzy Wong. Smacked away just in front of square out towards the deep mid-wicket region.
But then I think it's the look now that actually these Tier 1 players that are being loaned out to Tier 2 are strengthening the Tier 2 system, but how is the gap between the Tier 1 and Tier 2, Tier 2 and Tier 3? It's a question, not for me to answer, but how is that gap going to look? How are we going to bridge that gap? How is someone talented from a minor county, if you like, or a Tier 3 county going to make their way up in the pathway if there's such a gulf between the standard of what there currently is? As you say, the 20-year-old is in a Tier 1 pathway at somewhere like Surrey, is easily scoring runs at a Tier 2 pathway, but how do we bring the standard of that Tier 2 up so then we keep the standard across the board and at the bottom of the pathway to be stronger?
Well, it is a big question, isn't it? And of course it'll probably take a few years, won't it, for that change to be enacted, of course, for teams to gel and get more experience, but no, there certainly are some very, very talented players coming up in South London. Here is Izzy Wong. It's a very nice looking shot, isn't it, from Alice Capsey. Had all the time in the world.
Yeah, and they've got, we talked about it in the first innings, but having a sort of a deep cover, Hannah Hardwick here in front of us is just allowing them to get that single every ball, which kind of is all they need. Well, they don't even need that really. So, you know, but it's the question whether you go more aggressive or not as the drinks come on the field here.
Well, while we have the drinks break, shall we have a look at the other scores from across the country? Of course, we got those big matches taking place on the south coast. Hampshire and the Blaze, the top of the table clash. Lancs taking on Essex up at Sedbergh School, and of course Somerset and Durham in Taunton.
Yes, so Blaze are 112 for 3 in reply to Hampshire's 291 for 7 at the Utilita Bowl. Alwys is 56 not out, and Sarah Bryce looks like she's just come to the crease after the loss of her sister Catherine for 43. So yeah, they're sort of halfway through, perhaps a little bit behind the rate there, the Blaze, I should think. I think they may find that total from Hampshire to be a little bit too high. But Georgia Harris is a very capable player, and they've got some good batting to come in their order. So let's just see what happens there. Let's go back to the next game here. So Lancashire, of course, with that fantastic 306 for 4. Essex are currently 92 for 3 off 20 overs, and Jodie Grucock is at the crease on 22 not out. They have lost Scrivens, Smale and Cordelia Griffiths, so you would say that Essex are again going to be struggling there. They've still got Jo Garden to come in, but after that you'd say that they would struggle to get that total, but still putting up a fight. Essex is currently 92 for 3 off 20 overs. And then we've got the Somerset Durham game. Unfortunately, since we've last looked, Somerset have lost 4 wickets. So Durham, of course, scored 315 for 9, and Somerset are 93 for 4. Alex Griffiths is at the crease, and she's just come in. Looks like she scored 4 off her first ball, but they've obviously lost Neve Holland, Sophie Luff and Fran Wilson in that chase so far. So yeah, that doesn't look like it will be entirely likely. I think that's fair to say for Somerset up at the county ground in Taunton.
Well, something else which really stood out to me was that 3 of those 4 wickets have been taken by Phoebe Turner, who was already the leading wicket taker in the competition, had 21 wickets before the match today, so I believe that puts her on 24. So yeah, great player is Phoebe. Had an excellent pre-season, and again is one of those players who's really evolved her game. Durham went on pre-season tour to Zimbabwe. She scored 100 against the Zimbabwe Invitational 11, so yeah, good to see her not just in the wickets this season, but also scoring a few runs as well.
Yeah, 6 overs, 22 for 3 she's
Wow.
in currently, and she opened the bowling as well, which is the faith that they've got in her to show her there and give her the new ball, and obviously she's reaped the rewards.
Yeah, she's definitely a quality bowler, someone to watch out for. Still in her early 20s as well. Certainly got a very bright future in this game. But of course our attention is here at Portland Road, where Surrey are 170 for 3, chasing down 240 for the victory against Warwickshire. Of course, 25 overs of the run chase still remaining, so run rate shouldn't be an issue. As you can see, 2.80 would be the theoretical requirements. Of course, the order of the day for the home side is wickets, wickets and more wickets.
Yeah, I'm just looking for Hannah Hardwick is staying on the pitch after this drinks break and coming up in front of us to deep mid wicket. Got Izzy Wong in front of us at deep square leg, and it looks like Bethan Ellis is staying on for this over, the 26th over of the match. So 170 for 3 off 25 overs. Capsey is on 77 off 70 balls, and Danny White Hodge is 13 off 13 balls. And you'd think that we've yet to see too much from Danny White Hodge. We know that she's got all these shots, but she's just playing the game as it needs to be done at this point in the game. It seems that there's no need to go for these big shots or anything else, and she's just going at a run of ball.
All seems very easy. This could be a chance though. Really good work from Nat Wraith. Umpire shakes their head. Well, Davina Perrin is in absolute disbelief From our position here, I'm going to be honest, the angle looked pretty good. I thought that Nat Wraith had disturbed the timber on time, but it is a little bit of reprieve there for Danny White-Hodge.
Just as I was saying that they didn't need to do anything silly or take any runs. Looks like that was her call. It's hard to see on our replay angle exactly what happened there, but that must have been a close call for those of you who've got a replay at home.
Well, here is Bethan Ellis to continue, this time to the aforementioned White-Hodge, who plays that confidently through the covers. That was an early call there from Alice Capsey. Good bit of communication, turns the 1 into a 2. Surrey move on to 173 for 3.
We'd hope that these two have batted together quite a lot and there wouldn't be any sorts of mix-ups, but you never quite know at this stage of the game.
Well, that one whacked out towards Izzy Wong. Ball takes a little bit of backspin, but well dealt with by the Warwickshire seam bowler. And zips it back into Wraith.
Just looking at the scoreboard there, and it's the run round is a bit of a sorry sight, unfortunately. Just 66 needed off 25 overs. Yeah, we're not seeing many boundaries, but we don't need to see many boundaries. I think they're just taking it nice and steady, and still plenty of time in the game for Capsey to get like a big score here before the end. And yeah, not to take it away from anything that Davina Perrin did in the first innings, but Capsey's has been a very measured innings as well.
It certainly has. Ellis to White-Hodge, attempts the drop and go. Surin Kumar, though, was on that in a flash. Really attacked that ball very, very quickly indeed. Prevents the run from being scored.
Yes, they need to stay focused in the field here, because again, that sharp run-out chance, they need to just be on their toes for anything that comes their way, because anything they can do to get this breakthrough here would be absolutely vital.
Most certainly. And yeah, Davina Perrin looks like the kind of fielder who probably could just be the catalyst. It was a great throw, wasn't it, in towards Nat Wraith to almost affect that run out. Definitely a dangerous game to play, taking on Davina Perrin when she's patrolling in the 25-yard circle. So that is the end of the 26th over. Surrey 176 for 3. The requirement just 64 runs for the victory at Portland Road. We're going to see Phoebe Brett coming on to bowl from the City Road end. Of course, already bowled those 3 overs a little bit earlier today. Currently wicketless, went for 20 from those 18 deliveries. Can she produce the spark that gets the Bears back into contention? There's plenty of chopping and changing in the field. Perrin brought out onto the boundary at deep cover points. Hardwick goes into deep backward points. Abby Freeborn as well on the offside. The interesting thing about this field, though, of course, is for the straight hit.
Yeah, there's opportunity should she wish to do so. Long off, but just a mid-on in the ring.
That's just clever batting, isn't it, from Danny White-Hodge. Plays it around the corner. Slight bit of hesitation in the middle, but no damage done there for Surrey. As the 1 turns into a well-ran 2.
I think it's looking at the risk versus reward here. I mean, you could send that down the ground and risk not quite getting hold of it and getting caught, whereas that's a very low risk shot that she's just played there, and she's just walked away with 2 runs, and she's still at the crease. So actually there's no need for them to go after these big scores and these big shots.
Steps into that defensive shot next up as well.
say only needing 2.67 and over, or 2.6 and over, that she's already almost got that in that one shot that she's just played.
Well, that one swept a little bit more firmly. Ball spins away. That's a really good effort out there at deep backward square leg.
That Bethan Ellis there, she's a fantastic fielder.
Certainly is Bethan Ellis. Judged the dive very well there. Just pouncing across to her right.
The way our luck goes today, though, she'll miss the next one after every time we've said that someone's looking good, especially with bat in hand, that something's happened the next ball, but I don't think that will be the case.
Here is Brett again to Danny White-Hodge. There is protection out there in the form of Amusa and Kumar. Zips that back into the keeper for 1 run. Score now 181 for 3.
So we talked about the fitness of the likes of Davina Perrin, who's obviously still out in the field, but Nat Race, don't forget, she was out there for over 100-run partnership, and now she's keeping wicket. She's probably been on, in the game and switched on for 90% of what's gone on today, and she's still doing her job. There we go. Effortlessly, as she takes the stumping and dismisses Danny White-Hodge for 20. Is it Danny White? No, Alice Capsey, is it? I'm trying to see which end it is. It's Capsey. Capsey's gone for 79 of 72 balls, and that is the breakthrough that they needed. Just as we were talking about Nat Wraith and those hands and standing up to the stumps, and that is a vital wicket in this run chase for Phoebe Brett. She's stumped by Nat Wraith for 79 of 72 balls.
Yeah, brilliant work that, isn't it, from Nat Wraith. On it in a flash. Well bowled as well from Phoebe Brett. That is a very courageous delivery to bowl to Alice Capsey, but she will get, as a nice round of applause here, will the departing Surrey batter. That is some effort. Really has just been that calming presence in the run chase. Also got those destructive boundaries a little bit earlier on. But her race is run here at Portland Road. So Surrey 181 for 4. And Phoebe Brett continues to impress in a Bears shirt.
Yeah, I mean, she's gone for a few runs today, but that's probably to be expected, especially as a young spinner. I mean, they say that spinners don't learn their trade really till later on in their game. They've got to be bowling as much as they possibly can, but she's definitely deceived Alice Capsey, who's one of the best players in the world, and she's got the stump in there that she's richly deserved.
She has. It was brave bowling, wasn't it, against a player of Capsey's calibre. Just to give it a little bit of extra flight, hang it outside the eye line. As a right-hander, it's very easy, if you get the right timing and connection on that, to smash that for 6 runs. So really good to see that from the Bears youngster. And it will be Alice Monaghan who comes in to bat next, of course. So impressive with the ball in hand. Took 3 wickets, which really helped Surrey set the tempo early doors, of course. The Bears restricted to 32 for 5 within the first 7 overs, and Monaghan just kept on disrupting the stumps, didn't she? It felt like every single over something was going to happen.
Yeah, she's definitely, I say, we still class as all-rounder at this sort of stage of the game, and she's coming a little rock back on her first ball there into the covers for 1 run. But yes, her bowling was definitely very impressive, and anytime she swayed from her line a little bit, you still felt like she was bowling to that plan, trying to get the ball down there. She got quite a lot of carry off this Portland Road pitch as well.
She most certainly did, and that in the end is a very fruitful over for Warwickshire. Goes for 6 runs, big wicket of Alice Capsey for 79 as well, and Surrey remain 182 for 4 after 27. So I imagine we'll continue to see Phoebe Brett from the City Road ends. Question now, continue to see Bethan Ellis for the next few overs from the Roebuck Road ends.
Well, she's definitely got the ball in her hand still at the moment, so looks like she's continuing.
Well, yeah, she will do here. Because it is Bethan Ellis then, with the ball in hand. Alice Monaghan, the batter at the crease for Surrey, tries to turn that around the corner. Rolls along the deck towards Phoebe Brett, the latest of the Bears wicket takers. I mean, Ellis has bowled well so far. You can see the bowling figures there. None for 23, so currently wicketless, but there's been a good deal of control in her bowling at this stage.
Yes, I think she hasn't given much away, as we talked about. Finding her line and her length is probably even more important, being slightly less pace. She's one of those bowlers that you think perhaps shouldn't take as many wickets as she does, but you know, it's frustrating when the ball's always on the same bit and you can't get it away and you can't score, and it's perhaps that way that she gets more of her wickets as well, when people try and take her on and don't necessarily succeed.
Well, let's see if Bethan Ellis can provide a breakthrough here for the Bears. She's bowling here to Alice Monaghan. Steps into that one. Plenty of encouragement now. As we said, all it takes is a wicket or two and the body language changes. No, at this stage, you look at the equation, 58 more required for the victory. Surrey definitely still on top in this encounter.
Yeah, it's Alice into Monaghan here.
Well, just flashed away. Only as far as Abby Freeball. Will be a dot ball.
There's another dot ball from Alice there.
Now it's just building a little bit of pressure here, isn't it? This spell from Bethan Ellis.
Yes, particularly Alice Monaghan, who's the new batter to the crease.
That one dragged a little bit shorter, just helped around the corner out towards deep backward square leg. It'll be Izzy Wong doing the fielding on that occasion.
That's that slight no room for error, the wide in this over, and that one just going down the leg side for the single. But she can keep this line on that middle and off, then they don't seem to be able to do too much with her.
Well, I said that, ironically, I said that in the chat this morning. I said, let's try not do that.
It's another single to Danny White-Hodge there, into the offside to finish the over. And Ellis finishes her fifth over on 0 for 26.
Yep, and the score moves on to 187 for 4. Apologies for those watching on the stream, it may just take a couple of minutes to catch up. We are utilising the official scorers software. Will be Phoebe Brett to continue here from the City Road ends. Of course, got the massive wicket of Alice Capsey in the previous over, stumped by Nat Wraith. Lightning quick work from the Bears keeper. Still work to be done, and as for Surrey, of course, the longer that Danny White-Hodge and Alice Monaghan can stay in here, the better. Here is Brett to White-Hodge, attempted paddle sweep around the corner, just for a dot ball.
Didn't quite get hold of that one there, White-Hodge. It's taking a different guard to Brett. We're looking at a leg stump guard, and then she knows where her stumps are, but didn't quite get hold of that paddle sweep.
That one just clubbed away out towards deep mid wicket. Will be another single, keeps the scoreboard moving along.
Yeah. Got my membership the other day. Yeah, he said.
Here is Brett to Monaghan. Attempts the cut shot. Placed it very nicely. Chase on here for Hannah Hardwick, who does a splendid job there. Scoops it away from the boundary rope, and good backing up there from Sophie Beach as well. So, another couple to add to the tally.
Yes, Some good commitment in the field from Hannah Hardwick there, and just making sure she's backing up Abby Freeborn.
That's a much more expansive shot from Monaghan. Just takes the one bounce out towards Amu Surin Kumar at deep mid wicket. So 189 for 4.
Just 51 needed to win here, and see could it essentially be. I think I don't know whether they put it down as out, Bryony Smith in the book. Whether she'd come in, as we said earlier, if it was absolutely vital or not. You'd think at the moment that probably wouldn't be required.
No, that is a fine sweep shot. Nestles against the boundary rope for 4 more. And now the requirement, less than 50 runs for victory here for Surrey. It's been a very well measured run chase so far, but job is far from done as of yet. Still requires these two in the middle to play this sensibly, not give away anything cheap. And we've got a little bit of...
The gentleman on the phone there.
Not only is it the gentleman, that's Stuart Gain, I think.
Yes,
the chief exec. That one flat batted. Perrin targets the stumps. They do scamper through for the quick single.
Like he's never watched a cricket game before there, wandering across the sight screen on his mobile phone.
Well, that is the end of the over as well. So Surrey 194.
The under 18 boys, all of these get a chance and opportunity to play at this ground at some point during their season.
And it is a lovely venue, isn't it? It's almost this green oasis in the middle of Birmingham. Of course, got Edgbaston Reservoir not too far away as well. Definitely a ground which I'll be coming back to in the future. It's Millie Taylor bowling here to Danny White-Hodge. Starts off with a dot ball.
Yeah, I hope you do come back someday. It's a lovely place to visit, and obviously entertaining cricket to watch as well.
Oh, most definitely is.
You'll remember your first trip definitely for Davina Perrin's first 100.
On, of course, and that knock from Alice Capsey as well. Very well made 79 from the England all-rounder. Millie Taylor prepares to bowl here to White-Hodge. Of course, for Danny, she'll be desperate to get that first half-century of the campaign in this format. Previous best was 44 against Somerset. But we all know exactly what she is capable of, and this time opens up the arms, rifles it down the ground. That's some smart work from Bethan Ellis to cut across and prevent the boundary at long on.
Batters just getting together for a chat here, or maybe just a fist pump. Some words of wisdom I thought were coming then, but just a little meet in the middle.
Will be Monaghan on strike, just assessing the scoring options there, taking a few glances around. Steps in to meet the pitch of that delivery. Plays that very confidently down the ground for 1 run. Surrey inch ever closer to 200, currently 196 for 4. More chopping and changing in the field as well. Sweep shot attempted, half appeal by Millie Taylor and Nat Wraith behind the stumps. Nothing given. So that will signal the end of over number 30. Surrey 196 for 4. And we'll have another change here in the comms position as Sarah makes way. And we welcome back Rosa Simpkin. Rosa, what did you make of those last 10 overs or so that we've seen, of course? Surrey still in the driver's seat, but the big wicket of Capsey falling for 79. Phoebe Brett getting that big wicket. I mean, Surrey, you'd argue, still the favourites here, of course. Looking at the equation, 44 runs from 20. Run rate isn't really going to be a factor, but can you see the Bears potentially clawing their way back into this?
I mean, it's the way in cricket that if you can get a couple of quick wickets, you can shift that momentum. But as you say, Surrey are very much in control at the moment. They've got a lot of batting still to come, and these two are looking quite comfortable.
Well, they are. They certainly are. And Monaghan's had a great day, hasn't she? 3 wickets earlier on, and got the potential to be part of the match-winning partnership. Here is Brett to Monaghan. Slightly more expansive shots, misses everything in the end. So that will be a dot ball.
I mean, she's a player that really falls under the radar in this Surrey squad because of all these international names, and she's someone who performs time and time again.
And across multiple facets as well. Of course, spoken there about opening the bowling, those throughs, putting a side on the front foot, and then handy middle order runs. I mean, it's gold dust, isn't it, in white ball cricket? So that one thumps into the pad. Not too much going in terms of an appeal there from Phoebe Brett and the Warwickshire fielders, so no harm done.
I mean, Alice's batting has really improved in recent times. Scored her maiden half century against Somerset in the T20 Blast recently. And is starting to look really comfortable with bat in hand.
It's a big role to play as well, isn't it, in this Surrey team? Goes for the paddle sweep again. I mean, Sophie Beach is herring after that one. I don't think it's going to go for 4. Indeed it isn't. So just 2 runs taken there by the Surrey pair. Moves them on to 198 for 4. Also moves Monaghan on to 8 from 13 deliveries. Here she is facing off against Brett once more. Steps into that one. Slightly dicey compared to the previous shot. That'll also bring about the end of over number 31. So Surrey 198 for 4 here at Portland Road. Target 240, so 42 runs required from the final 19 overs for victory.
I mean, as we say, they're very much up with this rate. But there's been a bit of a fight back from this Warwick team, it feels. They don't think they're out of it just yet. And I mean, from their point of view, if you can take advantage of the new batter, then Monaghan, prevent the rotation of the strike, get a few quick wickets. I mean, a game of cricket is never over until it's over.
Certainly isn't. Here is Millie Taylor. That one is chopped away into the offside for an easy single off the bat of Danny Wyatt-Hodge.
I was very pleased to see Millie get a 100 call up with Birmingham Phoenix, replacing the injured Karis Pavley off the back of obviously a phenomenal season. We've spoken about her.
Well worked away that by Monaghan. She called 2. Sprinting after that. Really good running from the Surrey all-rounder. Well, called it really early there. As soon as she hit the shot, she said 2. Danny Wyatt-Hodge didn't initially react to the second, but yeah, Monaghan absolutely desperate to get back to the striker's end. Good running that. Of course, the 200 also up for Surrey in this over. That one chips slightly in the air. Eventually trickles down towards Bethan Ellis for the 1 run.
And not only will Millie be playing for Birmingham Phoenix this summer, but her twin sister, Mary Taylor, will also be repping the orange.
Here is Millie. That one just chopped down towards Abby Freeborn. Yeah, we saw that in the T20 Blast, didn't we? The two twins facing off against one another. I know that Adam Bridge, one of my colleagues on Bears TV, thoroughly enjoyed that matchup. M. Taylor to M. Taylor. Here is Millie again. Very well executed sweep shot that from Danny White-Hodge down towards Wong.
And we've had a few siblings in women's cricket. I mean, we've got the Bryces at the Blaze as an example. But there can't have been very many twins who have both reached the professional level.
And are both doing very well, for good measure. As Monaghan opens up the scoring arc there. However, it's cut off by the Bears captain Georgia Davis, so that will be a dot ball to round out over number 32. Surrey 203 for 4. They require 37 from the remaining 18 overs.
It's also intriguing that they've kind of gone down opposite paths. I mean, we've got Millie, the spinner, and Mary, the pacer. I would love for them both to get onto the field this summer. I mean, the headlines just write themselves, don't they?
Well, they certainly do. Would be a fantastic story. But again, for Millie, what a maiden season it's been in professional cricket. Really cannot hammer that home enough as Phoebe Brett comes on to bowl here from the City Road end. Bowling up first to Danny White-Hodge. Not what the Bears need at this stage. A misfield like that turns the 1 into 2. Yeah, we'll touch upon that point with Millie and her journey after this delivery from Phoebe Brett. Scooped very well by Alice Monaghan. That is superbly executed. Couple of Bears fielders sprinting after it. I think it's been brought back. Indeed it has. That's some good work out there from Bethan Ellis. Sophie Beach as well, the relay fielder, getting across. In the end, some easy runs for Alice Monaghan there, just to pick the gap and exploit those scoring areas. But yeah, Millie Taylor, of course, in the Vipers Academy, was their leading wicket taker. So yeah, it's been an amazing couple of years. As Brett delivers that one a lot fuller. Carefully driven out towards Hannah Hardwick for 1 run.
I mean, arguably, she's up there for signing of the season on the domestic circuit. Not someone who people probably would have predicted to have done so well in the Blast.
It's well bowled by Phoebe Brett, keeping Monaghan guessing with regards to which shot she's going to play.
But it's her niche, isn't it, with the left arm wrist spin? I mean, we haven't really seen it before.
That's a full toss from Brett. Just takes the 1 bounce down towards Amu Suren Kumar, coming across from deep mid wicket. So the equation now less than 30 runs for Surrey to taste victory here in the second city. The London County 211 for 4. I think now might be a good time as well to take a look at the other scores on the doors, as Sarah was mentioning earlier. So in the game up at Sedbergh School, Lancashire 306 for 4. In response, Essex 131 for 5. Jodie Grucock going nicely at the minute on 46 from 48 deliveries. But Fee Morris and Alana King, unsurprisingly, getting the damage done there. And Alana King also up there as one of the most inspired signings. Always great to have the Aussie leg spin wizard here on English shores. And Millie Taylor has got the wicket of Alice Monaghan. Big shot attempted. Yet again, another dismissal coming courtesy of a clean bowled. And are the Bears still in this? Is that a slight glimmer of hope here for the home side? Monaghan looked really good there for her 17. But in the end just went past it, trying to sweep it fine. Didn't quite get the correct line with the attempt at the shots. And Surrey now 211 for 5.
I mean, I guess the $1 million question here is whether Bryony Smith is going to be able to come back out if necessary. She's still lurking around the dugout, still in her kit.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, still work to be done if Warwickshire are to force that scenario, as Phoebe Franklin comes into the middle for the visitors. Yeah, well bowled Millie Taylor. In fact, that's a maiden List A wicket as well, of course. Made a debut in the format last week against the Blaze.
I mean, it's great to see Millie continuing her T20 success in the longer format.
Might just add that when I say maiden wicket, I say that on home soil, of course. But yeah, 2 wickets now in the competition for Millie Taylor, but a first here at Portland Road, which is great to see. And of course, we'll keep you updated with the other scores on the doors, as Phoebe Franklin just gets ready to take a mark. So in the game down in Taunton at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Durham racked up 315 for 9 in response. Somerset 127 for 5. So plenty of work to be done there as Franklin sweeps her first ball away towards deep backward square leg for a single. And last but by no means least, in the top of the table clash between Hampshire and the Blaze, Hampshire scored 291 for 7 at the Utilita Bowl. In response, the Blaze 146 for 4. Georgia Elwis currently unbeaten on 75, so that one could be coming down to the wire. The equation 8.7 and over for the Blaze to get the victory. So White Hodge the latest to sweep Taylor, and the backspin takes it beyond the efforts of Izzy Wong. Goes for 4 more runs. So Surrey move on to 216 for 5. Just 24 runs shy of extending that unbeaten streak.
You know what your fielding IPDL is going to be?
And Hodge again goes for a carbon copy. That one well dealt with by Izzy Wong. 23 now the equation.
I mean, we talk about players in this Surrey side who fall under the radar because of their international talent, and Phoebe Franklin certainly is one of those.
Well, Franklin goes for the big shot. It's gone straight up in the air. Should be a simple catch. Indeed it is. Georgia Davis at mid-off. And the curse of the commentator continues to strike here at Portland Road. And it is a 6th wicket to fall. Phoebe Franklin departs for just 1. Millie Taylor gets her 2nd of the over. Is there a final twist in the tail?
I mean, I think we definitely called out the commentator's curse, don't we?
Well, as a result, Kalia Moore now the next Surrey batter to enter the middle.
Moore played quite a key role with that, actually, in their T20 Cup campaign
She did.
earlier on in the season, coming in the bottom end of the order and providing some really crucial runs throughout that competition and helping Surrey make that final.
Of course, already has a half-century in this competition as well. Scored 66 against Essex down in Chelmsford to go along with her impressive bowling. So, look, this is the thing about this Surrey side. You look from 1 to 11, everybody can bat. Danny Gregory as well in the previous county setup also scored some handy runs. It's just a case of breaking partnerships applying the pressure. Here is Taylor to Kalia Moore. That one well stopped by a diving Abby Freeborn, but yeah, a very, very good over that from Millie Taylor. Goes for just 7 runs, gets 2 huge wickets. And Surrey now 218 for 6 after 34.
From Surrey's perspective, I think it's safe to say if there's anyone you want in the middle in a situation like this, it is Danny Whitehodge.
It most certainly is, and myself and Sarah spoke about it earlier. Hasn't quite been the One Day Cup campaign that Danny would have hoped for. Yet to score a half century in 2025, but look, she's played a very deft hand here. 39 from 38. It's not been the explosive innings that we're used to seeing from Whitehodge, but it's been a calm and measured, a composed one. It's been exactly what Surrey have needed just to steady the ship at this stage of the chase.
And as far as Danny is concerned, from an England perspective, obviously has been missing out on that ODI squad as of late. So for her to put on such a measured knock, surely gradually increases her chances of making that World Cup squad.
So it's Amu Surin Kumar from the City Road end. On straight through! Brilliant piece of bowling! And Surin Kumar gets her first by sending the ball straight into the stumps. Whitehodge goes. Well, well, well. Portland Road goes into a little bit of silence here. And Bryony Smith is padding up once more.
I mean, we talk about a shift in momentum and late pressure, and Surrey are starting to crumble here.
Well, they are. The fact that the captain is putting the pads back on after that early retirement through injury. Also, just correction there, it was Kalia Moore, the latest Surrey batter to depart for 1 run. Clean bowled by Amu Surin Kumar, who has figures of 1 for 24 from her 4.1 overs so far. But I'll tell you what, this now is getting a little bit precarious for Surrey. Of course, getting into the lower order, Whitehodge still out there on 39, but feels like it's going to be her who has to do the lion's share of the work here. Well, conversations being had aplenty in the middle at the moment. Izzy Wong having a chat there with Nat Wraith. Bethan Ellis being pushed back onto the boundary. Great moment as well, that for Amu. Really does deserve it. Bowled very nicely earlier against the likes of Captain Harris. Can she deal some more damage? Here she is bowling to Rhiannon McDonald-Gay. Starts off with a dot ball.
Amu is another one who's really risen this season. Also, I believe on her second professional contract after getting her first at Sunrisers last year.
Yep.
But is still someone right at the beginning of her journey in professional cricket.
Here she is bowling to McDonald-Gay, and that's beaten everyone. Whistles away into the advertising hoardings, and that's not what Warwickshire needed. 5 wides. Just relieves the pressure.
I mean, time is on the side of these Surrey batters because there is very little pressure to make those risky shots, take those risky singles.
Well fielded there by Davina Perrin. In at short cover. Yeah, 17 runs required. Feels like at this stage a boundary probably tips it, doesn't it? 4 or a 6. Still plenty of time left as well. 15 plus overs remaining. That is rocketed down the ground. Well fielded by Georgia Davis. Restricts it to just a single. 16 now the requirement.
Brings on strike the dangerous Danny Whitehodge.
Well, I'm fascinated to see how Danny actually goes about this innings now, because everybody knows that she could finish this with 2 or 3 strikes. The key is, will she be willing to take on that more dangerous option? The Bears have plenty of protection out in the deep. Got deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep points where Hannah Hardwick, the substitute fielder, is. Of course, a long on as well. And perhaps that is just the approach from White Hodge. Play the ball on its merits for now. Of course, the important thing first and foremost is getting the 4 points. Yes, a bonus point victory would be incredible, but you've got to get the win on the board first. That's a well-controlled shot by Danny White Hodge.
I mean, as we say, there's no reason for White Hodge to force these boundaries. They've got plenty of time.
We have still 15 overs remaining, because at the end of 35, Surrey 225 for 7. So 15 runs required. Not the greatest at maths, Rosa, but by my reckoning that is 1 run per over. Let's see what happens in the next few overs. It'll be Millie Taylor to continue from the Roebuck Road end. Quite a heavy onside field in terms of boundary riders. Izzy Wong at deep backward square, Hardwick at deep mid wickets, and a long gone in place as well. And it is Bethan Ellis at long on who's brought straight into the game there, so a single taken.
One of the real highlights for me of Georgia Davis's captaincy this year has been how much she's trusted her younger bowlers. Even in the high pressure moments, she's backed them, and I think that's really important for their development and the success of the side.
Here is Taylor to McDonald Gay. Well, it sets a good precedent, doesn't it, for the future? Of course, we're speaking about this season, and the core group of the side is very, very young. As Taylor bowls here to McDonald Gay. Smokes it over the top. Takes a couple of bounces. That is a much needed boundary. Really relieves the pressure here for Surrey. Made a real sweet connection, didn't it? Off the bat of McDonald Gay. So the equation now just 10 runs as Surrey move on to 230 for 7. How does Taylor respond after that one? McDonald Gay opting to go off the back foot. Izzy Wong goes into a catching position in the covers. Fine leg drops back to a deep fine leg as well. That ball is firmly struck along the carpet up towards Hannah Hardwick for 1 run. So Surrey 4 runs away now. And Rosa, it gets to the point where we've got to almost take a retrospective look. I mean, at this stage, Surrey should go on to win the game. I mean, what's impressed you the most about the way in which they've gone about this run chase? As Surrey Kumar bowls here to McDonald Gay. Will be a dot ball.
I mean, I think the main highlight is how they've kept up with that rate without playing risky cricket. It's been a very smart display from their batters across the boards.
Here is Surrey Kumar to McDonald Gay. Looks to muscle that down the ground. It beats the dive of Georgia Davis. And those will be the winning runs for Surrey as they emerge victorious by 3 wickets here at Portland Road. It does stretch that unbeaten streak to 5 matches in a row for the Brown Caps. Firmly cements their place in the top 4 as we head into this